Hi, everyone. Before I introduce myself, I'm going to start proceedings today by introducing a special guest. And I want to welcome Goma Conlon to the stage to acknowledge the country that we're standing on. Goma is a proud descendant of the Waka Waka, Kabi Kabi, Koa and Kalili nations, with over 35 years' experience as an artist, cultural educator and advisor. Marajan, as he's known, brings deep cultural knowledge and lived experience to his work. He's passionate about fostering cross-cultural understanding with a strong focus on First Nations peoples' experience since colonisation. Goma is here with us today to deliver the Acknowledgement of Country and a Didgeridoo performance on behalf of the Turrbal and Yagara people of Brisbane. Welcome, Goma.
Thanks, Rob. My real name is Rob. There you go. Robin. Anyway, I see, just talking to Rob, I think in Melbourne lad. I don't mind Melbourne Storm supporter, that is. And but Brisbane Lions in the AFL as well. So go the Brisbane Lions. Look, firstly, I just want to acknowledge your organisation and your business that you acknowledge, and as part of your business, the Indigenous people or our people of this country. So firstly, I want to say that, and thank you for that. Also, I just want to acknowledge traditional people, so Turrbal and Yagara, who continue to occupy this land. I'm a Cubby, which is not far, just across the Wine River, up north of, and also Waka Waka, which bumps into Cubby there as well. And but we have a whole connection. You know, if you know Aboriginal way, we got family, big family. You know, like I was watching you this morning. You's like one big family come together, yap, yarn, catch up, this and that, everything else. And it's like us, Waka Waka, Cubby, Turrbal, Yagara, Yugarampul, Yugambeh, Nunakal, all the clans. And Bunya Mountain was one of our places that they would meet in Bunya season time. If you're not sure about the Bunya, have a Siri, Wikipedia, Chat GBT. They'll all help you with. Or if you want a long cup of tea and sit around and have a yarn, I could tell you. But I'd like to acknowledge, the people in the lands that we actually stand on today. I acknowledge you as well. Acknowledge any countrymen, women from your respected tribes. Your first time in this country, in this part of the world, welcome to you. You live, work, reside here. Blessings to you as well as we, journey in this life together on this country. And I'd like to acknowledge all our people right across the country and those of you today. Also, your work that you do, having discussions around this morning. I wasn't sure what you do, but it makes sense, right? Because the people out there on the ground need the information, right? And to look after people like us from disaster. I'm going to play the Yidaki for you, Didgeridoo. I hope you enjoy, and thank you again. Thanks to you all and enjoy your day. Thanks. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you so much for that, Gomer. And I commit to on behalf of AFAC that we listen to you with deep respect. We come together in the spirit of listening and respect of your culture, both before and since European settlement. And very interesting to speak to Gomer about his work in both with young people and about helping them understand that and the experiences. I appreciate the work you do, and hopefully we see you again. Thank you. Of course, we're also a Trans-Tasman organisation, and I also acknowledge iwi Māori as Treaty of Waitangi partners. Sorry, iwi Māori as tangata whenua and Treaty of Waitangi partners in Aotearoa, New Zealand. They are an important part of AFAC, an important part of the connection that we have. And those of you who the greenstone here was gifted to us by the people of New Zealand. We carry it around to all of our major events, and please, there are many people within this sector who have touched that stone. Give it some energy, but also to take the collective energy from it. So invite you to touch that stone as you come up to speak or as you walk past it today. So I'm Rob Webb. I'm the CEO of AFAC. I'm from Brisbane myself. I grew up here, moved to North Queensland, and then have been a southerner for most of the rest of my life in Melbourne. And I thank Brisbane for their weather. I ran the Weather Bureau here for a few years, 10 years ago, and anyone who's done that will know you get spat out at the back end of it after not only the meteorology, but the friendly media reception that you get up here in Brisbane. So, Courier Mail, I still cut out a piece of paper that said Bureau Bungle, and some councillors who told me to go back to Sydney where I belong. So I'm really happy to be here this morning to talk to you. We've got some dignitaries here, and I'm sure I may be missing some from my list, but Inspector General Alastair Dawson, who was certainly got me through a few difficult times 10 years ago. So thank you, Alastair, from IGEM Queensland. Katarina Carroll, APM, Deputy Coordinator General at the National Emergency Management Agency, and held 2 very senior roles here in Queensland. Acting Commissioner John Corkett from the Queensland Fire Department, Matt Bulow, Assistant Commissioner with the Queensland Fire Department. Damien Head, welcome, thank you for coming. Executive Director of the Parks Services Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service. Lisa McMain, Director, Disaster Management and Business Resilience, Department of Environment, Tourism, Science and Innovation. And Dr. Alastair Stark is joining us as well from Queensland University, Director of the School of Political Sciences Graduate Centre and Associate Professor in Public Policy. So those of you who don't know AFAC, we were formed by fire services over 30 years ago, and since then we've welcomed members from all types of emergency management communities. They effectively created us to create rooms where people come together, listen to each other and learn. And there's none better than this group who are seeking to learn and continually take the sector forward. And sometimes the biggest frustration, I was going to speak this morning and say, when I speak to chiefs and commissioners, they say, gee, I wish our lessons management community would do something. But it's normally the other way around. It's the sense of why aren't people listening to us? Why can't we make the change? As we look back, in 100 years' time, they look back on us, they're going to see this the start of this amazing spike in disasters. And it's the group here that works together to turn these lessons into some form of legacy that the next sector can work off. We stand on the shoulders of the people before us, but we've got this small window of this uptick in disasters, what we think. We live in it, it feels bad now. We kind of know things are going to get a little bit worse before they get better. So it means that we create urgency no matter what, even in lessons management. So AFAC has been running, within a NEMA contract, running the Australian Institute for Disaster Resilience. We're in our 10th year. And it's really fitting that the 3 logos are up here today. We really enjoy this particular lessons management forum because it is a true sense of sectors, whether it be people in the deepest long-term planning for the next generation to people who are in the guts dealing with recovery from disaster many decades after they happen. So it's full gamut of councils, NGOs, private sector and government agency working together to learn from each other. At the Bureau, I remember kicking off, we were worried about our own lessons management processes. We went to Deloitte and they charged us billions of money. And funnily enough, all the references are from doctrine from this community, from this community that have built and shared information for a long time. So we're grateful for that. Thank you all for joining us. We have people online as well. Thank you. We know the difficulties in travel at the moment and the cost pressures everyone's under. So I do welcome you online as well and hope you can stick with us through this period. The most important job I have this morning in starting is, and probably the thing I've been most excited is introducing Des Hosey, who's our MC. He's the chair of our own lessons management community of practice. And I often look with him with great jealousy because he's in his ability to hold a room. He's passionate about lessons management, and I'm looking forward to what he brings. He's already planning next year's lesson management forum. So Des is from across the ditch, over 40 years experience in firefighting in New Zealand. He's the National Advisor for Safety, Continuous Improvement and Lessons at Fire and Emergency New Zealand. And he's also chair, as I mentioned, and I'm going to hand over to him as the MC for these next couple of days. So please welcome Des.
Aren't we just so blessed, lucky, really fortunate, in fact, to have such a lessons champion as Rob heading up AFAC. Thanks, Rob. Really appreciate your words. A little generous probably, but I'll take that. Thank you. Kia ora. Nau mai, haere mai. G'day. Welcome to the AFAC Lessons Management Forum 2026 in beautiful sunny in Brisbane. Come to Queensland, they said. It'll be such a great break from Wellington, all that sunshine. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Ankle deep in water, getting out of the Uber, heading into the meeting yesterday. Fantastic. It never rains in California, but boy, don't they warn you. Look, it's my real privilege to be your forum host. And for this year's Lessons Management Forum, the committee's really set out to create a program that met 3 objectives. We wanted to share lessons identified, or those mysterious lessons learned. We'll hear more about them over the next couple of days, I'm sure, or the lack thereof. Provide introductory level training, workshops, and presentations to educate, encourage, and empower those new to lessons management. And it's really great to see the new people in the room, and fantastic to meet, as Goma quite rightly pointed out, our lessons family, or affectionately known the Lessons Nerd Herd. We're going to provide you with presentations and workshops that challenge and advance your thinking and practice, and we're going to lean on the knowledge and experience of experienced lessons managers, practitioners. So we as a committee looked for strong abstracts, and I've got to tell you, this has been the toughest year judging the abstracts that came in. We had such an incredible quality in the abstracts, and there was literally a handful of points between first and last. So it was a really tough job selecting or telling the people that weren't selected, because they were such powerful abstracts, powerful messages. Now, I think that speaks really well to what's going on out in the sector, and the depth and breadth of lessons management work that's going on. So I found that really, really encouraging. And if any of you in the room or online were unfortunate to miss out, please, we're really sorry. It was a really close run thing. So what we were looking for was learning from recovery. Our recovery friends often tell us, hey, we're the poor second cousins. You better wave our flag a bit. So you'll see an emphasis on recovery this year, and we're really proud and pleased to do that. We'll be looking at lessons management in recovery contexts. And we're also looking at that path from lessons identified to lessons learned. Technology. how's that affecting us, and what technology-enabled lessons management might look like. We're casting our eyes to the horizon. What does the future of lessons management look like while applying our historical insights? And it's really powerful connecting with our Indigenous people. And as Goma touched on, and as we do with our iwi Māori in New Zealand, getting those stories and that history that knows so much about disasters past and the challenges faced as our countries emerged. Because, you know, especially with geological events, they don't happen every few years. We're going back quite a long time. So there's some powerful learning there in those stories. And if in your practice, you haven't had the chance to touch in with your local peoples, I really invite you to think about that. For me, it's been a powerful learning, and I really cherish and appreciate my connection with our people. So we're in for 2 days of absolutely incredible presentations, if you haven't got that from my enthusiasm already, followed by 3 amazing workshops. And I thank all of our speakers and facilitators in advance for all the hard work that's gone in. And look, you know, I'd also like to take this time to acknowledge the ACMC, the Australian Civil Military Centre, who support us really well and have supported the forum again. And it's support like that helps us put on this event annually. I'd like to introduce our opening speaker shortly, but before I do, I need to brief you on some housekeeping notes for both our participants here in person and for those of you joining online. So, first and foremost, sure those cell phones and pages are on silent mode or switched off. There's a long lost tradition in New Zealand of having to supply a chocolate fish for everybody in the room if your cell phone goes off during a presentation. So your closest fire escape is through the doors at the back of the room, taking the staircase around here to the lobby level, and just follow the illuminated exit signs, and the venue staff will direct you. Our assembly point's outside across here. So if you're directionally dyslexic like me sometimes, just follow everyone else and the directions of the venue staff. So the all-important bathroom facilities are straight down the hall and then to the right. And today we'll be using the Q&A feature on the Slido app to take questions from all our participants, both here in person and online. So please post your questions using the Slido link and QR code, which is on the screen behind me here. It's also at the back of your delegate handbooks. For those of you online, I encourage you to use the chat window to share any thoughts or reflections during the presentations, and please keep your microphones muted when you're in the main presentation room. We'll be recording today's forum and making all presentations, including all the presentation slides, available to participants after the event on our website. This year, we're really excited to offer a poster display for both in-person and virtual delegates. You can check out our poster room during your breaks, and we have a dedicated Q&A section on Slido for all your poster questions. And to find that poster room, just out those main doors and a hard left, they're in there, really worth a look. Many of our authors are here in person or online if you wish to seek them out and have a chat. And I don't think I really need to say this, but I do have to remind you to please be respectful to each other and our presenters when posting your comments or questions on Slido. We've never had any issue, but it's that sort of thing that you have to mention. So just a couple of quick notes for our speakers. Each standard presentation is 20 minutes, and we had to squeeze them into 20 minutes because we've got so many really cool presentations over the next couple of days. So we're going to be a bit strict on that. And Blythe is down the front here with her timing cards, the bell, and the shepherd's crook if you run over time. So be warned. Not to be mucked around with our Blythe. Be very. So at the 5-minute mark, you'll see a yellow sign. At 2 minutes, a red sign. And when time's up, you'll hear the bell. And that's your cue to wrap up and head off stage. And we'll use this system to keep everything fair for all our presenters. And just a reminder, as Goma delivered an official acknowledgement of country, speakers are not required to give an acknowledgement of country in their presentation, because this welcome extends over the whole event, and that way we can pack the whole 20 minutes into your presentation. So now that we've got all that stuff out of the way, it's really my great pleasure to introduce our opening speaker for the 2026 AFAC Lessons Management Forum, our good friend, the Inspector General of Emergency Management for Queensland, Alastair Dawson, APM. Inspector General Dawson will set the scene for the forum's jam-packed program, and he's discussing the journey of lessons in Queensland and perspectives on creating a learning culture. Over to you, Alastair.
Welcome, kia ora. Thank you very much indeed for coming along today. I'd just like to add a couple of welcomes that have joined us. I'd like to acknowledge Steph Mitchie. Put your hand up, Steph, please. Who's the Deputy Coordinator General from New Zealand NEMA, an organisation that punches well above its weight. Deputy Commissioner Chris Stream, thank you very much indeed for coming, Deputy. And just for those of you who have a momentary loss of memory, Chris is the State Disaster Coordinator for the State of Queensland and the new Assistant Commissioner for Emergency Management Command. Welcome, Reese. It's nice to see friends amongst us here today. So over the next 3 days, we'll be diving deeply into practice, insight and experience. Although I have a perspective which is predominantly grounded here in Queensland, I still remember formative years from overseas, and they have not left me. Despite that being in the mid-70s. The themes we will discuss about learning from experience, strengthening systems, working together across boundaries is extremely important for us today, and it's just as relevant across Australia as it is here in Queensland. What I want to offer is not answers, but perspectives, and I'll share that with you. And got the memo, we do acknowledge country, and as we talk today about learning from experience, place and environment, it is important to remember that the oldest and longest standing systems of knowledge and learning in this country belong to First Nations people. There's a simple truth in these words, which I'm not going to read out to you, but I think the important thing is that there's a distinction between experience, what we do with experience, and it truly sits in the heart of why we are here over the next 2 days. And to learn experience, it actually requires a degree of reflection. And for those of you understand that, you'll find it is very powerful. And it's something that I would advocate strongly for. Emergency management is rich in experience, but few sectors accumulate as much lived experience as quickly and under as much pressure as this one. So I want to start by saying thank you. This is very sincere for the work you do and for the work you are about to do. Thank you for the commitment you show to your communities, often in difficult circumstances, and the professionalism you bring to that work. And thank you for not just what you have done in that regard, but I think one of the things is stretching your mind to what it could potentially look like over the horizon and into the future. Because experience alone does not make us better, but learning does. And I will circle around to the piece on reflection. So the office of the Inspector General of Emergency Management exists to support a strong and confident disaster management system by providing assurance and insights across Queensland. We don't own response, we don't direct operations, and we don't judge individual performances. What we do is we take a very strategic look at what went well and what we can actually improve on for the future. And our role is to help the system learn, adapt and improve over time, collectively. And that collective learning matters more now than ever. Queensland operates at scale. There are 149 events sitting on this slide. Between the years of 2010 and 2025, and I look around the room and I think there's a lot of people here that would remember that time. And I think the important thing here to highlight to you is this does not include biosecurity matters. It doesn't include COVID. This is all about fire, flooding, all right, and those sorts of cyclone-y things that we get here on a frequent basis. Our role is to help the system learn, adapt and improve over time collectively. And that collective learning matters more now than ever. And I'd like to thank the Queensland Reconstruction Authority for not only creating this slide in the original time, but also keeping it up to date. And Rob and I go back to 2010, which he reminded me and scarred me again. But I'd like to highlight to you this. From about this point forward, have a look at the frequency, the overlapping, the concurrency of these events, which add a separate dimension of complexity to what is already there that has been caused by the original event. So these are first order events followed by second, third, fourth, fifth. Cyclone, loss of power, second. Flooding, third. Supply chain, fourth. And so it goes on. Not one event here is standalone. So we operate at this scale, which is increasingly defines our reality. Events that coincide, impacts that cascade, recovery periods that shorten and lengthen, and overlap, and complexity is in the floor. It is a feature of the environment. We operate in a VUCA environment, all right? It is volatile. It is uncertain. It is complex. And it is ambiguous when it turns up. But naming the environment is not the same as understanding it. In complex environments, cause and effect are rarely linear. What worked once may not work again, or it might work in a different way. It may also not be successful, but your experience and your learnings will actually help improve your ability to actually foretell this and actually start to be in front of the ball as it is rolling down the aisle. The work that you do and the reality of what we do dictates that learning is continuous, contextual, and shared. It's not just confined to your state, your city, your home. One more. So in defining tensions that we face is how do we remain consistent while also staying agile enough to respond to what is unfolding in front of us. The pace of events continues to increase, but speed without direction creates risk. The term hasten slowly springs to mind. Sometimes it's better to pause, reflect, nice deep breath, half a step back before you start to launch again. Agility is not improvised. Agility is disciplined adjustment. But every change in a complex system is rarely contained. Even small, well-intentioned adjustments can create movement elsewhere in the system. Sometimes that movement strengthens capability. Sometimes it creates new pressure or new risks. This is not a reason to avoid change. It is a reason to be thoughtful about how change travels. Learning in this environment isn't about perfect solutions. It's about understanding consequences that are complex. The way change is carried through the system matters just as much as the decision itself. Most of the time, the decision itself is not the hardest part. The struggle comes later. It's in the adjustment that you have to make. Adjustments ask people to move, to change how they work, how they think, how they relate to each other. and people do not move without trust. Change rarely fails because of intent, it fails where trust is absent. And by that, I'm also talking about the ability to communicate the why. When trust is present, change can take hold and be sustained. So how do we shift into this learning culture? If complexity is the environment we operate in, then learning is no longer optional. It becomes a capability, and I would go as far as to say a necessity. A learning system must be safe enough to fail. And they say fortune favours the brave. If people don't feel safe to speak openly, to question decisions, or to reflect honestly on what didn't work, learning can't take hold. This is not about lowering standards, it's about creating the conditions where standards can improve. And that takes us into the flexibility of plans and planning. Plans matter. They are a byproduct of planning. And preparation matters as well. But in complex environments, flexibility matters just as much. Learning cultures value plans. They don't worship them. They allow lived experience to inform adjustments as events unfold. And I've often heard it being referred to as a loose-fitting shirt. Put the shirt on, but are giving you the ability to move and think, and based on your experience, start to make good judgment calls about how you're going to execute these plans. And in the observation, insight, lesson identified, lessons learnt area, the oil process, learning doesn't happen by accident. It requires discipline. Observations become insights, insights become lessons, and lessons only matter when they lead to improvement. They're not reports on shelves that gather dust, but they're actually change in practice. Learning is not something that happens at the end of an event. It is something that needs to be built in before, during, and after. And sustaining that kind of learning culture requires structure, connection, and follow through across the system. And for those of you who are leads in your particular fields, it's about reaching down and pulling up. Help people up so they can actually understand. This is a favourite of my colleague there from Fire, the one we talked about earlier. Hey, he loves these. So, the Office of the Inspector General, it enables learnings across the system. So, although we don't own learning in the system, our role is to enable it, and to do that, for example, through a lessons management community of practice that we also have. But turning to this particular piece here, this is about connecting research into practice. This is about identifying what went well, what can be improved on, but then how we build that. So the monitoring, evaluation, and reporting process within the IGEM itself is actually about taking lessons that have been identified and turning them into lessons that are learned. And again, tackling the implementation of change through that monitoring, reporting, and evaluation program. What we're looking for is meaningful change, gathering it from evidence that we see in the society and on the ground. And sustaining that kind of learning culture requires structure, connection, and follow through across the system. So when we turn experience into shared lesson, we are doing it on behalf of everybody. It's not one lesson, one agency, but it's across the system. My parents used to tell me, don't touch that, it's hot. And I still did it. And I still tell my kids and beyond. But the thing about this is that we actually have to have trust in that learning. We reconnect research, the practices you're going to hear from Alistair Stark. And we also probably hear some of that, I would suggest, from Steph Mitchie as well when he talks later on today, and also from Katarina. We track whether change actually happens, and whether it was agreed. And we provide assurance, not about individual performance, but about whether the system, in this state, it's called the Queensland Disaster Management Arrangement, is actually learning and improving. Because it only matters if it leads to improvement. So before I wrap up to questions and get hooked off by the Shepherd staff, oh, and by the way, wet is normal for you guys in New Zealand. We just turn it on for you, mate. The work is not quick. It is not simple. And it's never finished. You will never reach the destination. Queensland's strength has been in its willingness to learn and to learn together. And if we continue to approach this work with humility, discipline, openness to learning, and together, team, all right, we will go a long way. The thank you for you from me today is for the opportunity to be part of this event, to meet friends and colleagues that I haven't seen in a little while. Appreciate the time and the expertise and the commitment that you all bring. And I follow with interest those that used to work for the Office of the iGEM. And also I thank the people in iGEM that currently do this work day in, day out. And it is truly a team effort. And I'm going to flick back to you for any questions that you may have on Slido while I exit the room. What are you tapping? You're going to have a heart attack? Oh, they heard that.
Look, thanks, Alistair. Always wise and wonderful words. If you've got any questions, pop them into Slido and I can read them off here. But look, fantastic comments. And one that really stuck out from me was that the continuous, contextual and shared elements of lessons and how important that is. And I thought that was really insightful. So thank you. But while I've got you there, what's coming on the horizon that you as iGEM are keeping an eye on? You know, from a lessons perspective, from an event perspective, what's the sort of thing you're scanning?
So the clue is in the Queensland Reconstruction Authority slide of the events, the 149 events. And you notice I talked about the second half. Nima has actually written about this in the CASP book, and it talks about the separation between what is complicated and what is complex. They've gone so far as to say that we have left complicated behind. It's in the revision mirror. We're actually in complex. And complex is a place which does not allow us to make one application to correct a challenge. It's where we have to continuously apply different options to try to adjust the direction. You probably will never beat it, but you've actually got to embrace it and keep going. With that in mind, one of the things more practical that I'll be looking at is where we get multiple events in different parts of the state or different parts of the country, right? That actually pull resources apart, that do not allow us to bring a massive amount of resources to bear to one particular instance. So if we have flooding or cyclones in this state, Northern Territory's probably got them. New South Wales and Victoria's probably got them. There could be fires in WA, and probably the last state standing may not have anything happening in it at all. It could be Tasmania, but they also have their challenges. So the question is, for people like the State Disaster Coordinator, for the Commissioner of Fire, is where do we get these additional resources from? How do we actually work smart? How do we actually place in readiness for what is about to happen? And how do we get our people out when the events become of such a nature that we see towns like Adavale completely inundated in water? And yet when you look at the geography on a map, you think, how do you get water over a two-story building? Like, seriously, that is a significant amount of water. It is biblical, for one of a better term, is that it's gone beyond that point of rationale. And coming back to Rob's point, there's no one to blame for this, right? BOM don't create the weather, they report it. And what they're trying to report, what a lot of people are trying to report, is predictive analysis. Predictive analysis. What is likely to occur, all right, worst case scenario. So that's, I think, the challenge that we're in today, is that we have moved beyond complicated and we are now sailing in the complex world of disasters that really, truly have gone beyond what living memory most of us have.
Thanks very much, Alistair. And, you know, it's not very often we get to be in a room with such esteemed senior leaders. I'm going to take this opportunity on behalf of the practitioners and lessons managers in the room and just ask you, you know, if they had to give you an elevator pitch for a lesson, what's the sort of thing that you're looking for from our people below to deliver up to you to have an impact and make it and not force you, contribute to your decision making?
I'm very low in a pecking order when it comes to this state around decision making. I can look at some around the room and think, yeah, you're more important than me. And that's great. What I would say is, if you're doing an elevator pitch and you come from a very small place, try to talk about it in a big place scenario. Talk about it. If it's going to happen here in my town, what is that going to mean for everything else around me? What does supply chain look like? So what are the consequential impacts of this? And I think the other thing is to bring absolute enthusiasm and this knowledge that no question, this understanding that no question is a silly question. You can ask a question of anybody. And if they don't know, then they'll probably say, look, I don't know. But one of the things about this is about leadership by presence. And by leadership by presence, it's about remaining calm, thinking it through, relying on others, getting advice, talking, communicating out. They are the key. If you can't tell someone what the problem is, then it's going to be a secret. And that's not helpful, because we actually need to know what the problem is. So it's called reporting by way of exception.
Thanks. That's really good. Now, if you've got a couple of more minutes, we've had a couple of questions come in.
I'm looking at the screen waiting for the shepherd's hook. I'm having to flex.
Blythe's got it hidden under the chair. Don't worry. So we've had a couple of questions come through on Slido, and just remind you, if you have questions, scan that app, pop your question in, and you can see or vote up questions as they appear. That goes for you folk online too. Really want to see what your questions are while we've got such esteemed people to tap into. So this contributor says, great introductory talk, really enjoyed it. Do you see any tools such as AI that enable us to process this information faster and turn it into valuable insights and lessons? So obviously AI is emerging. Have you been looking at that in the IGEM?
We have, but in the context on government is actually also looking at that. There's an interesting flip side to that there was an article in the paper today saying how a single male was relying on AI for support. And the conclusion of the story was, don't rely on AI for personal support when you have issues, like, because you're talking to something that is learning constantly. I think with AI, I think there's always that opportunity to expand that into some of the predictive analysis pieces that we do. But again, it is about gathering information from many sources to try to zero down on the areas of high probability as opposed to possibility. And I think, yes, AI could help especially in machine learning. A 500-page report is great if you've got a lot of time to read it, or you go for the AI condensed version. One of the things, it's not the volume of what you write, it's the importance of what you write. And there's a distinct difference between the two. And most briefing notes that I've seen, 2 pages max. Otherwise, it's not going to get read. So just be punchy, my advice.
Fantastic. We've got a couple of more questions come through. This one is, you mentioned monitoring and tracking lessons uptake.
Yeah.
How do you achieve that?
So that I don't personally achieve it, but I'm supported by great people. They achieve it on my behalf. But eventually they come to me and they say, look, we're monitoring this particular recommendation, and we think we've got the evidence now to support that this is now transitioned into business as usual. What we're looking for, and I'll use some really some sort of real life examples. It's easy to write, we have done this, nothing to see here, right? Full stop. But when you go out and you look at social media for things such as team photos, there's a photo of everybody here today, I'm sure, right? I attended the lessons management program, brilliant. There'll be a photo. There'll also be minutes, all right? There'll be attendances at the particular meeting, and there will be in what capacity. So if you think about the importance of that, and you see that more than once, twice, and you start seeing it as a pattern, then one can probably take from that, with the other information that we get from the agency, that they are actually embraced it and they're still moving. Because the reports that we do should be balanced. They should be balanced on great initiatives that have worked well and served well in that particular event. That's a bit of food for thought for next time. And other things, which is, had we only just done this or that, then we might have had a slightly different outcome. But as organisations and governments shift and move, which is natural, so things shift and move all the time. And you'll probably hear some of that from the competing pressures that are now on governments in relation to world events, which is normal.
So, well, this is an interesting question, and I'm not sure whether it's one that would be in your field, but this poster asks, is oil the most fit for purpose lessons system in the VUCA environment? Should we be looking at other international lessons management processes, do you think?
I'm going to defer to Dr. Alistair Stark because I work with Dr. Stark at doing some presentations for him, and he's very insightful. I would suggest this. There is no one set way of learning a lesson. All right. Oils is an ideal scenario to set the pace. So when you're cracking through the ice for the first time, you've got a mantra to follow. But there are life experiences that each one of you have had, including myself, including Des, where we have had to go away and we've had to sit down to process what actually happened to us, what happened to our friends, and then work out, what am I going to take away from that? How am I going to process this through reflection? And part of that is then how you pass that on to others. So oils is one example. And yes, there are probably many examples around the world of different types of learning. But one of the things that is important that underpins this is we cannot be static, standing on the game field while other people are scoring tries all around us, because we will actually end up not being able to, and I'm not going to use the word success, but actually produce optimum outcomes for the community. There are three things in this state we look at: protection of life, protection of the environment, right, and protection of property. And people think property means houses. It does. Sheds. It does. But it also means things like power. All right. It means things like sewerage and fresh drinking water. So property is a far broader context than what we actually think about when we go and look in our backyard. Yeah, leave it at that, because listen to Dr. Stark tomorrow morning, coming soon to you, here, right here.
Thanks for that great plug. One more here, which I think challenges many of us in our lessons management practice. How would you foster a culture for change in professions where there's resistance from key operational staff? And I guess, you know, you talked about trust earlier. That would be one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is there other things that you think?
There is.
Yep.
So if you look in the academic world around some of the things that where you actually need to try to get people on board with a particular chain, it can be through things like tipping point leadership. And tipping point leadership is a thing. If you Google it, you will find it. And what it is about is getting the collective mass to actually try to understand that actually what is about to happen is really beneficial. And part of that is what happens is people slide down this seesaw, and it takes a lot of other people with it. There will always be people that will not want to change, right? And we were at some time in our lives, although we're sitting in this room right now, would have gone, well, I'm not changing. You know, I'm not going to change the way I dress or change my haircut. You know, I just want to look like someone out in the 60s, you know, which is okay. But our world is rapidly changing. And the thing to think about is if it's not what you leave behind in bricks and mortar, it's what you leave behind in the hearts and minds of others, especially when it comes to what's the future look like. Who would have thought that world events would look like they are today a year ago? They have seen some significant changes. Who in this room is paying less for petrol? Ooh, no? Right. And that's the point I'm trying to make, is that there is many ways of learning, but you can't actually not pay for it. You need it, but you have to make adjustments. That is change. It just is.
100%. Now, look, I know you've had an illustrious career from diver, police diver, through to where you sit now as the Inspector General of Emergency Management. So this poster asks, how do you balance learning from experience, and I know you've had vast experience, with being blinded by experience? So perhaps a team, because that's not the way we do it, despite there being evidence that says we should change.
So personal experience is normally combined with privilege and pleasures working with others. A lot of people in this room. That has extended beyond my previous career into people with different careers to mine. But one of the things is trying to be insightful. It's not about not wanting to do change, but sometimes it's about trying to take the shortest route so that we don't have to go through all the growing pains of trying to get. There are times when, yeah, I probably think to myself, well, I really don't know what the outcome should be. So sometimes it's not about asking those above, it's asking those around me or below me, or even outside, people that I've seen operate and I've got great respect for, and I'll talk to them about what do you think? What's your thoughts about X? Because whether they know it or not, if they have been very important, you know, in that development. And I would suggest that each one of you would probably cast your mind back and think, oh, there's a couple of people I've worked past, and I really value their experience and their learning. But we live in a dynamic environment. Things change all the time. And part of that is it requires a certain degree of courage to be a leader. And I look around the room and I'm seeing leaders. It takes courage to be a leader. Absolutely. Like, you may not know it, you may not want to acknowledge it, but it does. That's the reality.
Leaders are human too.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. That's very, very insightful. So this is a great question, and I think it's really pertinent for you. What is one word that sums up how we manage lessons in Queensland?
Well, I would like to say that we manage them well. One of the things I would say is there room for improvement? Yes. There's no place to slide backwards. And the reason I say well is if you think about it in this context, utopia, where we would get everything that we want, right? You can have as much money as you like, Deputy. You just go and make it all happen, right? Same with you guys in New Zealand, right? The reality, what is unacceptable is what's on the floor, because it's too far down and it doesn't create momentum. We have to hit this mark in the middle, that what is acceptable and doable and affordable, that doesn't create monster impulse, but actually value adds to the system, and the system itself is growing like a child, right? It grows slowly. But if you try to make a child become an adult overnight, good luck. Let me know, because I'm still working on it.
As a parent, I can sorely relate to that. Look, thank you, Alistair. Your words are always wise and have such a great amount of knowledge wrapped up in them. And I know many of us in the room have been writing furiously and noting down some of that wisdom to use in our practice. In fact, I'll leave the last comment for a poster that said, "Thank you, Alistair. I've added an S to oil. It's now oils, and the S is for sharing." You've really made that point. Yeah. So I think that's really good. So thank you very much.
You.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alistair Dawson, APM, our Inspector General of Emergency Management for Queensland. Sit and listen to Alistair all day. Such insightful wisdom. So this year, we're really excited to have two amazing keynote speakers. And Alistair mentioned one of them earlier, and that's Dr. Alistair Stark who's going to be speaking on institutional amnesia and lesson learning tomorrow. But today, it's my immense pleasure to welcome Deputy Coordinator General Emergency Management and Response Group, Katerina Carroll, APM, from the National Emergency Management Agency. As DCG, Katerina is responsible for overseeing the Australian Government National Situation Room, and I was really fortunate enough to visit there when we did the Lessons Conference in Canberra a couple of years ago, and what a fantastic facility that is, and the staff there, just amazing people. And Katerina served as the 20th Commissioner of the Queensland Police Service from July 2019 until retiring from the role in March 2024. Prior to that, she was the Commissioner of the Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, and that was from December 14 until July 19. And earlier even, from 2012 to 14, Katerina was the Chief Security Planner and Operations Commander for the G20, Australia's largest peacetime security operation. She has significant operational experience and has led both the QFES and the QPS response through multiple emergencies and natural disasters. Katerina is known as a transformational leader. She's influenced the policing and emergency management sector through her involvement as chair and member of numerous national boards. You can read all about Katerina in her bio in the Delegate Handbook. And please join with me in welcoming Deputy Coordinator General Katerina Carroll, APM.
Thank you and good morning to all of you. I just thought before I commenced, I would actually tell a little story about Alistair and I from many years ago, and what prompted me, or what reminded me of this, was when Alistair put up that graph of all the disasters since 2010. And it goes a little bit in my past history than was spoken to, but I was the Chief Superintendent in Operations Support Command from 2008 to 2010, and I got promoted to Cairns, and I was about to leave in November 2010, handing over to the new Chief Superintendent, Alistair Dawson. It was a large command, quite complex. It had all the specialist units in it. It had the police air wing, and it also had a committee known as the State Disaster Coordination Committee, or Management Committee, I think it was back then, that I chaired. So I was doing the handover over a number of days and hours, and I said, Alistair, because it's a big command, so there's a lot to hand over. There's this little committee, okay, nothing much has happened in the last couple of years, so don't worry about it too much. In fact, if anything happens, it's up, my part of the world. I was going to Cairns, there'll be a cyclone. Well, what do you know, within 4 weeks, we had the 10-11 floods. And Alistair phoned me and in the expletive, what the Katerina? And then I said something along the lines of, well, we normally get hit by cyclones in this part of the world, maybe it's southeastern. Well, I should have shut up. Within about 6 weeks, Cyclone Yasi hit far north Queensland. I think the lesson from that is, doesn't matter where you are in this great state or nation of ours, you'll always be encountering a disaster somewhere. And we've seen clearly from the evidence that it has dramatically increased since those times. So Alistair, lovely to have you in that position and to learn from you as we go on. So good morning, everyone, and it is my privilege to join you here for the AFACT and ADAR Lessons Management Forum. Today, I want to give you an update on the recent high-risk weather season, share some of the preliminary lessons learned, and outline key priorities at NEMA. I've titled my speech, Learning Across Borders, International Insights and National Opportunities. There is a treasure trove of insights and learnings from our countless contexts that are available to us. The challenge is not access to learning, but synthesising and applying it effectively to our modern operating context. Emergencies now span the full disaster management spectrum: preparedness, response, relief, and recovery. And if you even look at some of the recent work that Andrew Colvin has done in the disaster funding arrangements nationally, there should be a great emphasis into the future of risk reduction and resilience actually built into this continuum as we go forward. Learning is no longer episodic or post-event. It needs to operate across the whole system and across time. This is particularly true as risks become more complex, overlapping and sustained. The most recent examples of this were observed during the most recent high-risk weather season, as you know, going from November to the end of April, which has only just concluded. Overlapping hazards placed sustained pressure on emergency management operations, including repeated impacts on the same communities, and we saw that time and time again in Northern Territory, underscoring the need for national coordination, partnerships, rapid Commonwealth support alongside state and territory leadership. Further, ongoing pressures, including global developments, reinforce the need to manage workforce fatigue, maintain system flexibility, and embed lessons into preparedness, planning, and training. The importance of learning lessons from abroad cannot be understated. Sorry, should be the previous one. Fine. Throughout the season, the Australian government worked closely with states and territories to support preparedness, response, and early recovery. One clear example of this collaboration during the most recent high-risk weather season, characterised by a complex and overlapping disaster environment, was Cyclone Narelle. It almost, when you look at the photos around Cyclone Narelle, it's like these hands just like, cupped the northern part of Australia from Queensland, Northern Territory into WA. The system tracked almost half of Australia's mainland, forming in far north Queensland into the NT, as I said, and moving right across to the southern part of Western Australia. Along its path, it brought devastating destructive winds, intense rainfall, and widespread flooding, causing significant damage to communities, homes, and critical infrastructure. The response to the disaster crossed all levels of government and jurisdictions, showing us actually we're quite interconnected with our systems and our capabilities. We saw some communities flood many times, numerous evacuations, thousands of people involved, facing longer access, but the decimation, particularly of some of our smaller and remote communities. The event led to the first domestic deployment of a field hospital in Katherine, and this was achieved through AUSMAT. So I looked at that. Is anyone here from Northern Territory out of interest? Congratulations, guys. You had a tough year. It's interesting, coming from a state and having a state perspective, but when you sit at that national level, just to see what's happening across the country is just quite extraordinary. And Katherine had evacuated its hospital, moved all the patients into Darwin, went back and had another event. And as such, AUSMAT was deployed to set up a hospital to give the staff some respite and obviously carry out what needs to occur within a hospital. A multidisciplinary team was also sent to provide planning, support across response and recovery activities in NT. Tropical Cyclone Narelle was broadly an example of locally led, as it should be, but Australian government supported recovery. In Queensland, Northern Territory and WA, the Australian government is providing support for relief and recovery efforts through the jointly funded disaster recovery funding arrangements, and the Australian government has also activated the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment and Disaster Recovery Allowances in the most impacted areas in these states. And obviously, coming from Queensland, I know the amount of funding that comes into this state to deal with some of the issues that have happened over. And these activations, as you know, actually support people getting back on the ground and to recover. More broadly, it was a busy high-risk weather season. 15 national preparedness briefings were delivered ahead of the season, and national response arrangements were activated where required. National plans were activated for a total of 128 days, and 18 formal requests from states and territories to provide support to Australian communities facing bushfires in South Australia and Victoria, flooding and tropical cyclone impacts in Northern Territory, Queensland and WA. The National Coordination Mechanism, or the NCM, which many of you would have taken part in, led the strategic national coordination supported by the 24/7 operations of the National Situation Room. The NCM supported 7 crisis coordination teams throughout the season, and a significant milestone was reached on the 16th of April this year, with the 700th NCM convened since the mechanism was established in March 2020. Truly quite a successful mechanism in dealing with issues at that coordination level nationally. So we look I don't even know if I've got these on the right slide, just so you know. Okay, we look nationally, internationally, and what does it show? We would be selling ourselves short if we only looked at domestically learned lessons. We need to broaden our lens internationally. Disasters don't adhere to artificial jurisdictions or national borders. They cross country borders and, depending on the nature of the event, can affect whole continent. Other countries are grappling with the same pressures: longer disaster and operational seasons. And we see that with Canada in particular, where we share resources through the fire season, the overlapping of our fire season, cross-border resource strain, coordination across multiple authorities, working together across national borders. We can learn from other countries through their tested approaches, designing, learning at scale, not as templates to copy, but as insights to adapt. We have learned from our partners abroad that effective coordination can happen without centralised control, and learning is most valuable when it is shared across organisational boundaries, synthesised at system level, connected to real decision making. Visibility matters, understanding where systems are under pressure, not just what happened in one event. Recently, I had the pleasure of attending the Pacific Regional Disaster Emergency Management Forum in Fiji. It is attended by our DFAT, NFAT, NEMA, New Zealand, and us. It is a preeminent engagement for disaster management in the Pacific and Timor-Leste. It has been running for a decade and growing strongly. The growing confidence and capability of the Pacific-led disaster management is very clear and strong in the Pacific in recent years. The Pacific nations have, I suppose, had little to do with the impacts of climate change, but suffering the greatest consequences. And in fact, that was mentioned a number of times throughout the forum. So the forum happened a week after Cyclone Mela. And in fact, I was in Fiji the week before, so in the middle of the cyclone. So it was incredibly interesting to see how other countries respond to cyclones. And whilst this is a conversation for another time, but the use of Facebook by the Fijian government was really interesting, and how much messaging they got out across the country in that forum was quite extraordinary. So during Cyclone Mela, the first time ever a new mechanism was used. The Pacific Response Coordination Mechanism was activated. A new mechanism led by the Pacific community, which was endorsed by the Pacific disaster ministers in the previous year. And it's a part of the Pacific Islands Forum security architecture. PRESCOM, as it is known, aims to virtually coordinate partners to support Pacific Island nations during crisis. And as I said, the first time it was ever activated. Whilst a post-action report is yet to be completed, early signs are that the intent of this new mechanism was truly successful in responding to this event. In some ways, similar to what we use at the national mechanism here, but very different because it works across many Pacific nations. So the Australian context, these principles that we see overseas, as you know, are not foreign to Australia, as we already operate in a federated model, particularly through the APAC National Resource Sharing Centre and long-standing interstate and national arrangements. We rely on cross-border collaboration and contribute internationally ourselves. Emergency management in Australia is fundamentally a shared responsibility, and NEMA's role is to support, not replace, state, territory, and local decision-making. Leadership during emergency rightly rests with jurisdictions who best understand local conditions and community needs. NEMA promotes collaboration by bringing the right people at the right time across Australian, state, territory and local governments, as well as industry and not-for-profit sector through that coordination mechanism. We create that situational awareness that enables cooperative problem solving without central authority. I think that is incredibly important. It is deliberately designed as a coordination and information sharing tool, not a command structure. It allows jurisdictions to inform national understanding, raise issues early, and we use this significantly a lot during the cyclone period and quite early to make early decisions with states and jurisdictions. And it can be accessed where needed, while states remain in full control over decisions within their borders. As you know, our situational room also has a decentralised model. All hazards, situational awareness and intelligence, and it was touched on, a fantastic resource that enables informed decision-making where it belongs, on the ground and closest to the communities that you serve. This approach recognised that effective emergency management is not about central control, but about connection, trust. Trust comes up often in the discussion with emergency management, and coordination. It supports jurisdictions with national capability while empowering them to make decisions that are locally led, locally understood, and locally implemented. As you can see, we are already applying a lot of international practice into how we operate. However, the question is how we can even further strengthen learning across our national system by making learning visible beyond individual jurisdictions, embedding learning in coordination and preparedness processes, supporting shared understanding while respecting jurisdictional autonomy, and learning from our domestic partners is critical. So the lessons from the high-risk weather season are still being captured, but feedback from our partners from across the country have indicated, scale and complexity are increasing. Jurisdictions experienced widespread and compounding impacts, including major infrastructure damage, evacuations, fatalities, livestock losses, tens and thousands of livestock lost in Queensland in floods, and within weeks, tens and thousands of livestock lost in Victoria because of fires, and frequent evacuations of emergency and financial assistance arrangements that I just touched on. Cross-border support is critical. Interstate and international resource sharing, including support from Canada and New Zealand, are essential in managing overlapping disasters and sustaining response capacity. We have further affirmed our working relationship with Canada through a declaration of intent around resource sharing, learning, capacity building, and training. Canada faces a similar challenge to us here in Australia, so it is logical and a mutually beneficial partnership. Workforce and volunteer fatigue is a growing risk. The frequency and duration of events are placing significant strain on emergency service personnel and volunteers, highlighting the need for stronger wellbeing, surge and sustainable capabilities. The challenge here is that volunteering is more critical than ever, and we are facing a national challenge with regards to this. And there are many reports. There was a Senate inquiry into volunteering. New South Wales is doing a big work on volunteering. It's a space to watch, but I'm sure that you are seeing the pressures within your own jurisdictions. Access, supply chains and communications remain vulnerable. Road closures, disrupted supply chains and communication outages affected response operations, reinforcing the need for infrastructure resilience, reliable alerting systems, and improved situational data such as flood gauges. Again, extraordinary amount of work being done in that space. And it was touched on earlier, technology can strengthen early warning and response. Emerging tools like AI-enabled smoke detection and infrared monitoring show promise in improving detection, intelligence, and decision-making. Arrangements must adapt to non-traditional crises. This was unprecedented. The disaster recovery funding arrangements activation for the Bondi terrorist attack demonstrated the importance of flexible funding, trauma-informed recovery approaches, and clear counter-disaster guidance developed in partnership with states. So it's the first time that we actually activated that in a terrorist incident and not in a natural disaster event. The importance of data. There is a lack of consistent and well understood data sets. Also, not all data is equal. And across the nation, we have very, very different and truly independent disaster arrangements, and the way we collect data is quite different. So a case in point here is each state, after an event, collects rapid damage assessment data, and it varies throughout Australia as to the effectiveness of that data. And some of it is shared with NEMA, and some of it we've got to tease out of the states. It is an incredibly important tool in order to activate the disaster funding arrangements. So data, I think, going forward for all of us is going to be incredibly important how we use it into the future. NEMA too can be a lot better in collecting, using and collating data. The Colvin Review found that whilst NEMA's process of developing data set had helped build a better awareness of Commonwealth disaster-relevant administered programs, the overall picture of how the Commonwealth spends on natural disaster support directly or indirectly may still be incomplete. As you would expect, one of the recommendations of the review is to prioritise our data coordination efforts to assist decision makers like yourselves to manage their risks and satisfy their disaster management objectives. We are also learning lessons through our national exercising and national preparedness programs and key events like our annual High Risk Weather Season Summit. And I know a lot of you come to those events, and they certainly have indicated over the years that across the nation, our capability and capacity in disaster management is growing. We are running Exercise Nexus next month, which will bring stakeholders together to respond to a hypothetical scenario that will test our systems, our people, and our capabilities. Strong and sustained participation in exercising across government, industry, and community gives us a rich evidence base. And by bringing people back year on year, we're able to identify recurring issues and emerging trends, supporting a more mature system-wide approach to lessons learned. Exercise generate observations that are analysed alongside other inputs to identify nation-level insights, with NEMA focusing on common themes and system-wide issues rather than prescribing actions, so agencies can apply lessons in their own context while contributing to a continual cycle of learning and capability improvement. It's really interesting when you bring that many people together for exercising in the National Summit over that many years. Whilst I think we've gotten better at evaluating the success of that or the learnings from that, we're certainly doing a fair bit of work this year to make sure that we evaluate it better so we can come back out to you and tell you what your themes are and what we need to do into the future. We have found that participants consistently see value in contributing to a national lessons process, where observations from exercise are brought together, shared across jurisdictions, and built over time to support better decision-making and continuous improvement for all of you. So at NEMA, we believe in locally led, state-supported and federally enabled emergency management. I think in the past, NEMA's only 3.5 years old, and coming from Queensland, there's always a vexed issue sometimes working with the Commonwealth, and you didn't want that, overstep from the Commonwealth in the way that you do business, and it shouldn't. So I think NEMA has gone a long way to ensuring that it is locally led, that state leads because it is their jurisdiction, and that we enable and support you in what you do. Jurisdictions need learning systems that support local decision-making and reduce duplication, reporting fatigue, and ultimately red tape. Mechanisms like our national coordination mechanism and forums like the Hazard Insurance Partnership allow for the sharing of learnings. But the question remains, how can we ensure lessons learned across the board are consistently applied to different Australian contexts? Additionally, emergency management reform is a big part of this question. Over the last couple of years, reviews have found that Australia's disaster management frameworks and arrangements have not evolved at the same rate as the changing nature of disasters. The Australian government is taking the next step in the National Emergency Management Reform, ensuring government investment in disaster funding is fit for purpose and effective in the face of increasingly frequent and more severe natural disasters. You will hear more about this from our Minister in the next few months. And the international experience reinforces that learning is a system capability, not a reporting function. Our domestic experience also emphasises that learning is critical to uplifting our collective capabilities. There is a genuine opportunity for Australia to build on what already works, connect learning more deliberately across borders, and strengthen preparedness and coordination without centralising control. Our own domestic learning emphasises the same thing. We need to enable and empower our partners and ensure emergency management is locally led, state supported and federally enabled. Behind me is a map showing the frequency of disaster declarations, and you've seen the graph that Alistair put up before, and this is since September 2022. It is clear things are not slowing down, only ramping up. We've even seen several local government areas activated over 10 times. What does this mean in practice? Exhausted communities, strained resources, extreme public and private costs, and a system needing improvement, needing constant improvement. Your work will remain critical in how we tackle and challenge of not only responding to emergencies, but how we can make Australia a truly disaster resilient nation. So on behalf of NEMA, I'll look forward to working with AFAC and ADA going forward. Your insights and expertise and the work you do is so truly appreciated. So to each and every one of you, thank you for what you do in making us a safer nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Such a fantastic presentation, and I'm sure we've got a few questions, burning questions in the room, and a couple have popped into Slido already. If you do have questions, make sure you scan that Slido QR either from the screen in the back of your handbook or online through the link, and pop them in, and we'll try and get Katerina to answer them either now or a little later. So our first question is, when it comes to deploying capability and resources interstate and internationally, are you seeing examples of lessons practice for deployment and repatriation?
The repatriation, whoever's put that in there, can they just confirm what they mean by that?
Oh, I suppose it means getting them back, so probably demob. Yeah.
Probably AFAC through the National Resource Sharing Centre would be a good one to probably answer this more comprehensively. But I must say, where the National Situation Sharing Centre came from years ago, and I think I was in QFES when that first started, to where we are now has seen dramatic improvements in how we work with other nations, how we deploy, how we return. And we're seeing greater numbers than ever coming to assist us going to other countries to assist them. But can we improve? Always, and I think that was touched on before. We have a great challenge in that our seasons are overlapping. So you are actually getting a workforce that's already quite fatigued to assist you, and vice versa. And it plays out to that point I touched on around volunteering in decreasing, yet we need more volunteers than ever before. So I think all of us going forward, this is a really vexed issue. How do we make sure that our workforce isn't fatigued? How do we increase our volunteer numbers? And how do we continue to improve in sharing our resources across the world when clearly our seasons are overlapping into the future?
Cool, thanks. And I did want to also thank NEMA for the budget and resource that you put into the lessons management training over the last few years, and how that's helped lift our capability and capacity across jurisdictions. Because I've actually attended the lessons manager course from New Zealand, and so beneficial. And thank you to Nima for putting that in place, and really hope you're able to support that.
I thought
in
you were
the
going to say
future.
thanks for the money, because I get that often as well. Budget's tight going forward, just so you know. But I do think you raised a very good point, and I touched on it in the speech. What we're grappling with is we know that running those lessons learnt forums, having the exercises, the national summits, capturing such a large number of people across the nation, 2 touch points throughout the year, plus all the additional training. We know that the capability, the capacity is increasing nationwide exponentially, but to actually get very good evidence has been a little bit difficult. So we're doing a lot of work to better assess that into the future.
Well, I mean, just look at the room. Our forum is growing to the point where we have to think about other venues, because we're seeing such an increase in our lessons people, and also the interest in sharing and learning more. A popular question has been, could Australia have a national lessons management system, do you think, especially where there has been successful implementation of lessons learned across the country?
Yes, I think we could and should. One of the challenges, and I see it sitting nationally, when we travel from state to state or we have a disaster, we see such extraordinary innovation in the various states. But somehow still we can't bring that across the entire nation, and from even one jurisdiction right to the next jurisdiction beside it. So I think, I do think it's essential. I think there is definitely a way forward in this. It has to happen. And I think we're missing key opportunities at the moment, because I know of so many innovations at the state level that's not being shared nationally.
Another popular question has been, could you please briefly talk to Nima's preferences for technologies that can support and facilitate the sharing of data, lessons and reporting? And in your opinion, what does good look like?
My opinion of good is when someone has a great idea and that somehow that's recognised nationally and we can push that across the entire nation. There is so much technology at the moment, particularly in the AI space, and everyone's doing it slightly differently and coming out with different outcomes. And I sometimes feel we're doubling up on things, and we could actually be coming together and actually making it more effective and efficient. So yes, there is. Whether it plays in our space, it may. We talked, I think, a little bit more to AFAC about that, because there certainly is opportunity. And there are missed opportunities at the moment, and that is clearly apparent in what we're seeing across the nation.
Are there lessons from the higher risk weather season, and you spoke to us quite a bit about that, around response or risk reduction for cohorts such as people with disability or homeless or living remotely? Is these things you've seen coming through?
We see it coming through, but are we capturing the lessons and how to do it better next time? I'm not sure that we are. Interestingly, for those who haven't seen or have an in-depth understanding of what happened in NT this year, the season in NT was catastrophic. There were small Indigenous communities that were decimated. There were evacuations, and I've been involved in some complex evacuations over the years. But when you're evacuating, islands with people of 500-600, and you've got the ADF in there doing flight after flight, bringing people out. And a lot of those people are vulnerable people. They end up in evacuation centres, and they did in this case for a number of weeks. We respond to that well, but I'm not sure if we go back and learn from that well enough to see how you would do this completely different next time. The evacuation situation in NT was extraordinarily challenging, and we've got James O'Brien speaking to it at Nexus in the next couple of weeks. And I think there is some great opportunities for the nation to learn from that. What happened in NT this year was something that I had not seen before. across the nation, just the relentless flooding in the same areas and the evacuation of vulnerable communities and how those communities were decimated and how they will rebuild is just a fascinating case study, and I think something that we've got to learn from.
I agree. And I mean, there's no two ways about it. It's certainly something that jurisdictions and individual lessons practitioners and managers need to consider as those vulnerable and at-risk communities. And I know there's a recovery lessons group forming now across Australia, and that's probably something, in the recovery sense that would be a very front of mind consideration. So do you see NEMA as a central coordinator for lessons sharing between jurisdictions, or do you think there's already good structures in place for sharing and that they're working well?
I think we're new in that space, and I touched on the summit and the exercise, and we're learning lessons from that, and we hold that. But I do think there is opportunity for a further step than that. What do we do to those with those lessons, but also what do we do with the current lessons at the moment in the jurisdictions, and how do we bring them together? There is certainly opportunity in that. The other thing, and I had a meeting with a kind of a small startup yesterday, and they have this AI-empowered tool that allows you to look at your innovations, everything you're trialing in your states, to look at your business case. Does it align with your objectives? Is it, worth pursuing? Is it not? And I recall even thinking in this meeting with them, wow, wouldn't that be great if every state had this, so we wouldn't be replicating it? So we could go to Tasmania, who's doing some great work, apply this tool. Yes, it's fantastic. It works here. We can then quickly put it over to WA. We're missing those opportunities at the moment. And in fact, in some states, we're kind of doing similar things, but we don't know about. So I do think there is a lot more opportunity at a national level, and whether it's us, and it may be us, we're, as I said, 3.5 years in, started to do that in the things that we're doing, but we're not necessarily separately picking up what people are doing in their jurisdiction.
So an interesting question that's been posed and has created a lot of endorsement in the Slido is, how are those national findings, such as the ones from the Royal Commission's findings, measured and tracked by NEMA?
So we do actually get the recommendations, but that's probably the vexed issue. It's not easy to measure and track. So I know Alistair had this problem, and I'm not sure how they've evolved to do it, but one of the biggest challenges we found when commissions of inquiry, royal commissions happened, had agencies, and in fact, I know from years ago, I would say that we were not good at looking at the recommendations and whether they were implemented, and again, a couple of years down the track, evaluate it to see that whether it's still relevant, did we implement properly? So certainly I think at a national level at the moment, particularly on those that touch on emergency management, we need to get better at tracking them and seeing whether they had been implemented and even evaluating them. In each state, it'd be interesting to see from Alistair how they're doing it here, but each state does it very differently. Some states do it quite well and others have learnings yet to achieve what they need to achieve.
And there's another question around accountability of lessons identified from national exercises. But I think that probably falls under the same answer that you've just given around that, opportunities to...
So it's really interesting because we're a federated model, and I'll go back to exactly what I said. We might have learnings, okay, and a lot of them, from the bushfire, 2019 Royal Commission, there'll be learnings. But then we will push that information out, and then it's up to the states to implement them. But we certainly don't have any control over the states do that, and nor should we, nor should we. So how then do we make sure that they are truly implemented, or that we've learnt from them? Is actually, maybe it's just reaching in with the states and saying, what have you done? What have you achieved? And share those learnings. But certainly we coordinate. We don't control, and nor should we, and that kind of remains a challenge. Are the states doing what they need to implement some of those learnings?
So based on your incredible knowledge and experience. How can the EM sector perhaps better integrate observations from the community into lessons management processes to inform national insights?
Oh, that's a tough
I
question.
know.
Um, I think we're doing it better than what we have. We are doing it so much better than what we have. You know, when I look at 15 years ago when iGEM first started, first of all, you didn't have iGEM. So you didn't have, you know, organisations that brought these together, that actually did the reviews, that put out the recommendations, that actually went back in states to check up on whether you've implemented those recommendations. So that is fantastic. But I think what we still grapple with is our federated system, and how do we actually learn from each other, and how do we bring that to a point where we can all learn from each other and make sure that whether it's best practice in New South Wales or WA, how do we learn, think, wow, that's best practice, I think we should adopt that. That is the tricky part. And there is a role for us national agencies in bringing that information together. Again, not being command and control and saying you need to do this, but making the observation and saying, here's an opportunity for you to, you know, improve.
Yeah, and I think that echoes what Alistair was talking before about the utopias here, and we're just a little bit further down on the journey, but the journey is progressing, and I agree. I mean, looking around at how we are progressing, we're upwardly mobile at the moment towards that Alistair's utopia.
It is so challenging in so many ways, and kind of viewing it from a national level, is we all have and I think even if you look at Andrew Colvin's report alludes to, we have such a complex disaster management arrangements because every state's completely different. And then you have, in some states, truly locally led, which I'd say Queensland is, and other states not locally led at all. So every state is completely different. They have systems, processes, learnings, way of doing business, and then how you integrate that at the national level is actually truly challenging. Even, and I touched on it in my speech, even when we get the disaster, you know, risk assessment, after the disasters, we get all the damage assessment coming in. In some states, the technology kind of works with ours and it's kind of quite fluent. In other states, it's not at all, and everyone does it differently. Some are very quick, very effective and efficient, and some lagging considerably behind. So that's one little piece I'm talking about, just to kind of make that happen effectively is very challenging.
One of our most highly promoted questions on the Slido today is this one, and it perhaps goes on a little bit from what you've just said, is how can we actually enhance sharing given the inherent barriers, and you talked about some of those, across jurisdictions and agencies, especially security, privacy, and the perceived risks? And I wonder if that harks to the national lessons system, maybe.
It does. But again, I say we're not starting at a low base. You know, we do have national exercising. We have national summit going to the high risk weather season. We have AFAC, you know, like the lessons learned management forum that you have here. They're extraordinary for learning lessons across the world, across the nation, within your state. It's how you bring that into a kind of a documented system almost, or a database that states can easily go into and say, I like that, I think we should be doing that. I think that is the challenge.
And perhaps just one or two more questions. We've got a lot waiting. A lot of people want to tap into your knowledge and expertise, and maybe we'll get you to have a wee look at Slido after and pop some answers in if you can. But this
tending to get out of here sometimes today.
These guys don't want you out of here for a week by the looks of this. It's not very often we get such great leaders in the crosshairs. But this poster has asked, and it's become a very popular question, can you please explain a little bit more about the interaction between crisis coordination teams and the NCM in coordinating national action?
Yeah, it's interesting. So we stand up a crisis coordination team when we activate our ComDis plan, which is the Commonwealth, you know, disaster management plan. We can preemptively do that going into, like, if we know a cyclone's coming, we will immediately stand up that team, and they basically, their role is to work within the national situation room and to coordinate requests coming in from the states and coordinate what happens at that national level. Depending on how busy it is, and we stand it up for many things. I think what a lot of people don't realise with NEMA, that we played a very big role in that quarantine issue. I think Queensland would understand that because I spoke to them a number of times. We have responsibility for many plans, like Oz Reset Plan. We stood up our crisis coordination team for that. So they're the engine room, basically, that runs what happens when we stand up our plans. And they run that out of the National Situation Room. If anyone ever wants the opportunity, please, it's not like a normal, how would you say, ops centre. It's purposely built, coordinated at a national level. We have NJ COP with, it gives you extraordinary situational awareness of what's happening across the nation. Has all these data sets feeding into that to allow us to see that. So that team basically is the engine room that activates, allows you to activate those plans and coordinate what happens sometimes at the national level or the international level, which was the Oz Reset Plan. Extraordinary team. It comes from across NEMA. Stood up, I think, the high-risk weather season for about 145 days. So there is, as you can appreciate, while one event's happening in Queensland, it's overlapping in NT, then the fire starting in Victoria. So you actually do not get a break in that high-risk weather season. Cyclone Fiona, I think, was the first or second week, the high-risk weather season, and it was a busy end. So literally was stood up the entire time.
I guess that leads me on to what I'll make your final question. And this one puts you on the spot a little bit, I'm sorry, but it speaks to what you're talking about around the pace and scale and frequency of events that we're seeing and the challenge of getting all those learnings out in time for them to be activated, but also back to the fatigue that's affecting our volunteer workforce and our paid workforce. And the question is, in this environment, are volunteers still the way to go? Are we missing an opportunity to rethink the system?
That is a very difficult one to answer. So if you look at the Senate of Inquiry for Boots on the Ground, it talks about disaster resilience and rethinking volunteering. There are some very good examples across the world in terms of how they are getting youth into volunteering. And that paper even talks to National Guard, National Service. It goes on and on and on. And New South Wales, I said, are doing a piece of work in relation to this. Volunteering is so incredibly important. They are so connected to their community and they have such passion and ownership of their community. So I think volunteers going forth, from my point of view, are more important than ever. It's how do we create and increase that base going forward. And it is an interesting read. If you, I think it was led by Lambie. It's an interesting read because they actually went across the world to see what others were doing and what was effective and wasn't effective. But certainly there is a lot of pressure, not only locally or at the state level, but nationally, to look at volunteering and how do we better address this situation into the future. And I am very much a big supporter of volunteers who are connected to their local community because they have such great passion and ownership to make sure that they respond well and recover well in those communities.
Thank you, Katerina. The experience and knowledge that you've shared today can't be underestimated. You've broken Slido. We've got that many questions there. It's unreal. Hopefully during the break and during the course of the day while you're here, our people in the room will get a chance to tap into some of that wonderful knowledge and experience. Ladies and gentlemen, Katerina Carroll, APM, BCG for NEMA. Thank you. That was brilliant. Wow. Look, I knew when I looked at the program, we were going to have a fantastic few days. And already our first two speakers have been absolutely incredible. So thank you, Katerina. Thank you, Alistair. You've really kicked us off and set a high standard for the rest of the forum. Welcome back to the 2026 AFAC Lessons Management Forum. So good to have you all online joining us from all around the world today. Special hi to the whānau in New Zealand, our great mates down in Tassie. We know we have a great following down there. Good to have you all online with us. Our family from Western Australia, Southern Australia, the Territories, and other states that are joining us today. Fantastic to have you all here with us, and a special welcome and welcome back to our folk here in the room with us at the Marriott, the wonderful Marriott in Brisbane. Now, speaking of the room, we've had a lot of people turn up today. The room is very impressive with numbers, and we're just a bit challenged finding seating for everybody at the moment. So if you've got your bag on a seat or something, maybe you could just shove it under the seat and free up a seat, or move along and free up some seats on the end would be fantastic, because we want everybody to get in on the action and not miss anything. So without further ado, we're going to kick off straight back into the action. And I want you to join me in welcoming our next speakers for today, Erin Pally from the Australian Red Cross and Lauren Lombardi from ADAR, the Australian Institute for Disaster Resilience. And you can find their bios and those of all our amazing speakers presenting over the next few days on our website or in your handbook. So, Erin and Lauren, over to you.
And then we just, yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Erin Pally. I'm the National Manager of Recovery at Australian Red Cross. And this is Lauren Lombardi from the ADAR Knowledge Manager, but we worked on this project together a little while ago now. And so we're talking about the stuff that we did together over the last 5 or 6 years. So thank you. I know we've been told we don't need to, maybe yeah, cool. Lesson number 1 learnt. I'd like to pay my respects to the Yagara and the Turrbal people. I'd like to pay my respects to their elders past, present and future, and any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in the room. I would like to acknowledge that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have been iterating, learning lessons, testing and innovating on these lands for 60,000 years. Sometimes there's a false start. So I'll just talk a little bit about what we do at Australian Red Cross. So we use an international best practice around caring for people after disasters. That's psychosocial support. And we do that before, during and after disasters in Australia. Now, the pillars of this approach are safety, calm, self-efficacy, social connection, and hope. So I think you might get a bit of a vibe on the challenge we had when trying to look at this. How do you measure hope? How do you measure hope at the moment? And how do you measure hope when we're seeing compounding disasters over and over again?
Maybe this thing.
It's a bit hard. Oh, up the top, hot tip for everyone. So we use the adaptive capacities, and while Australian Red Cross does this work before, during and after disasters, I'm the recovery manager, so I'll be focusing on examples from our work in our recovery program. But we use security, knowledge, connection and well-being throughout all our recovery work, and looking at how we strengthen that for communities after disasters, which I think you can start to understand. If you've got volunteers providing PFA in evac centres, if you're supporting communities to build their knowledge, sorry, can you still hear me back here? Yeah, cheers. If we're looking at building connection between people and decision makers, and ensuring that people can take active approaches to managing their own well-being. I don't know how you put that in a nice framework. Then you put on, I've gone too many. There we go, thanks. And then if you come 2020, we had massive bushfires all across Australia. You all know about it, followed very closely by COVID-19. I don't know if you remember seeing the news about Red Cross at the time, but we were under quite a lot of scrutiny as we'd raised quite a lot of money. And so, Lauren, what was the challenge?
That one. You're going to be my brother. All right, so we had our challenge. We had to demonstrate large-scale impact in a really challenging time for many people, the Red Cross. What we required was a measurement framework adaptable to various jurisdictions and contexts. And this was no defeat. Jeez. We are doing well. Okay. Stop. Back one. All right, cool. So here I am sitting in the evidence and impact team at Red Cross at the time. I just want to explain our little state of play. So we knew that there had been extensive work done across the national team. I was sitting in the national team at the time, and the states and territories with frameworks over the years. It was my 8th year at that point at Red Cross. And during that time, I'd worked across preparedness and response. And I was now sitting in the strategy team. So I could really appreciate the complexity of what we were trying to achieve. So what did we know? We knew that there was a bit of lack of consistency among the states and territories and national, including varying standards and approaches taken to measurement. The national frameworks had traditionally been quite complex and not applicable to on-ground operations across the preparedness, response and recovery. More so, we actually had different frameworks and theories of changes and approaches to measurement that sat across not just our states and territories and national, but across our areas of work. So it was really quite a siloed approach. And I don't think that's unique to Red Cross. In my mind, I was like, this is a bit of a messy situation. So states and territories operated almost as separate entities at that point when it came to their local activities and measurement. And this at times was
Not even touching it.
nah, one back. Yeah. Perfect. And so, and rightly so. So they had their own holders of local knowledge and contextual wisdom, and we didn't want to take that away. But this did mean that there was diversity in the activities taking place across the country. There were various funding arrangements and donor accountability requirements. This situation led to some staff and territories to suggest that their operations were sufficiently different across the country and that no program-wide impact framework could ever be relevant to them. Challenge accepted. And so now I need. All right, so not to repeat the past and to learn from where we had come from in our extensive history, we really needed to think about our audience. We wanted to take a human-centered and community development approach to this framework. And so to understand our primary audience, we had to understand that this included community members. As Erin mentioned, we were actually under a huge amount of scrutiny. So not just from our donors who were community members, but from the community members that were also impacted through, a significant event during the 2019-2020 season. We had volunteers as our core audience for this framework. We had staff, we had executive, we had funders. So as you can imagine, the audience was quite large. We also had a secondary audience that would include the broader emergency management sector, the International Red Cross and Red Crescent, and research institutions. Thank you.
I heard something earlier about bravery.
All right, so I'm painting the picture here. It's 2020. We're coming into an extensive recovery based off the season we've had and heading into COVID. We're working at home and we're trying to figure out how do we develop a framework which now more than ever was important in bringing our states and territories along this journey. We started with what we knew. So we started with 10 years worth of varying frameworks, and we started to look at what had stayed consistent in all that time. We looked at our core work, and so no matter how it looked in that local context, we were looking at actually what were we achieving. So activities may have looked different, outputs may have looked different, but were we achieving the same change and impact within community? And that's what we held on to. In the end, we kind of gathered up all these outcomes. We started with 24 outcomes. We managed to reduce it to 13. Some people would still say that was too many, but that's what we worked with. And so now we've got our outcomes. So what we needed were some indicators that actually started to signify the success of those outcomes. We have harsh audiences at Red Cross. And so we actually really needed to ensure that what we were developing was theoretically and conceptually sound. Excellent now. Oh, is it happening automatically?
There's a goat.
Yeah. So this meant that we were taking indicators across multiple different frameworks that we knew had been tested and verified. So we weren't making these up. This meant reviewing 40 different frameworks. I don't expect you to go through that, but we took an agile methodology approach. And so we ended up going through phases of this work, why we've broken it into 3 phases. It also meant that developing on the expertise across the country and who was interested, we could bring them in and out and also not interrupt their BAU work. So we took quite an iterative process. The biggest thing though was our approach. So we could have come up with a framework, but being able to develop out one that was inclusive was massive for us. So we engaged practitioners across our country, ensuring that the framework reflected real operations and the challenges that they were facing. We created a sense of ownership, so active involvement and seeing input reflected built trust, encouraged users to invest their time into the development of this framework. We had a very open and at times brutal feedback process. Continuous feedback loops allowed the framework to adapt and stay relevant to practical challenges. This was during the testing phase, but it also lasted through the first 2 years of its implementation. And it was not easy. There was a lot that we had to absorb, accept, reflect, and really challenge ourselves as well. And we created a cultural change in practice. So shifting attitudes from compliance, when anyone who works in monitoring, evaluation and learning, to try and engage and build enthusiasm and excitement can at times be really hard. But what we tried to work really hard on was, this is beyond compliance. This is about curiosity and fostering learning and shared monitoring practices. This meant that we had weekly drop-in sessions where teams could ask questions, provide feedback, and genuinely involve themselves and get excited about Mel. No one says that often. All right, so the framework wasn't groundbreaking. It didn't introduce any new evaluation theories or redefine Mel. What it meant was that the significant lied in it. So we had taken an inclusive development process. We knew we had to follow through with its implementation. What had been done before is we had quite complex and impressive frameworks, and then they stopped. And there wasn't the resourcing and the dedication taken to implementing it and staying there with our workforce to see through the challenges. So that was what we ended up with. I'm not going to bore you with the framework that sits behind it. More than happy to talk to anyone who's interested. But what we did learn was that across everything we did, preparedness, response and recovery, we've got 3 streams of work. We deliver, we strengthen and we advocate. Now we needed to roll out. We couldn't just have developed this framework and then expect teams to go off, implement it, collect data locally. We knew that the same problems would just creep up again if we took that same approach. So we needed a nationwide rollout, and we had our champions to help us with that. We had people who were genuinely invested in this process. But what we did need was a data collection. So we created a live national data collection system that allowed for real-time data collection. And we needed dashboards so that then people could see it. So it meant that they could enter the data in as they were going out on the field, which was really important. So we had offline capability, and then it got loaded up and they could actually see their work and what they were contributing through into dashboards. We collected community sentiment from the before, during, and after. This was particularly new for us in evacuation centres, where we were able to collect real-time data and see what was coming up and adapt and act on it, which we had never been able to do before. Quite often, previously, we would have had to collect it into a report and would be reading about it weeks, months later. So this time it was this massive shift. That did actually take a lot of trust building as well. You can imagine people putting sentiment into a live reporting system to trust it, to allow for that verification of it, and then to act upon it. Took a massive amount of change in our organisation. I'll allow Erin to talk a bit more about this, but we also did community sentiment in recovery, which was quite a shift in how we had collected what communities were feeling going through and how we were learning from that. What this allowed was that we had a reporting system that was built into practical and grounded in the real world. Cool, so I'm impressed by our work at this point. Did anyone care? And did it actually make a difference? I'm going to throw to Erin to talk about what happened next.
Funny you should ask that, Lauren. I think they did.
Want me to take it?
So this is our recovery log frame. I'm not going to go into any detail in what's on the screen. We brought together our recovery leads around the country and our resilience leads from around the country to decide on the outcomes and the indicators for our work in short-term, medium-term and long-term recovery. We had a lot of debate to settle on these, but these are sort of the key ones that our programs use. It's also meant that we've been able to adapt these for different contexts and different audiences. So we've successfully adapted it to the Wooroloo bushfires, Cyclone Seroja, 2022 floods, and more recently with our First Nations recovery group, we've been able to adapt it for a First Nations context with input from that group. But I think really the bringing people together, having the yarn and the decision really help with the ownership. Coming back to the 3 streams, Lauren, you were talking about before around strengthening local capacity, delivering psychosocial services and advocacy and system change. I think the horizontal bars along here show this is our program model. We put this into our policy, our practice, our proposals. When our new staff start with us, that's embedded in their induction so they can see where they live within the bigger picture and see the types of activities they undertake, whether that be a needs assessment, ongoing reporting or exit planning or giving out booklets around mental health and wellbeing. Talking about the community sentiment reports, Lauren mentioned before, we were able to build out from the 2020 bushfires insights from what our people were seeing in the field, so what was being fed back to them through recovery centres, etc., and start to paint a bit of a picture of the types of things that we were seeing nationwide at different points in time. And we still use this now to help our staff with planning and hopefully preempt some of the issues that we see in the long term and the tail end of recovery. By having defined outcomes, it meant that when we were able to bring in external evaluators, we actually got some really incredible feedback about the program. Just a little hot tip around the community sentiment reports we were doing there. I think this is a really nice quote. And if we just scroll down a little bit in the notes, please, I'll read another quote that I think is really just that last, that one. Just up a little bit. Sorry, thank you, yep. So we were sensing that men's mental health was a challenge and that it was actually going to be a bit of a tsunami. It was when we got the Red Cross data through that showed us that this is actually happening in other communities. And because of that, we were able to understand what would come next and act on it early with the right supports. And that's something I'm really proud of to this day. 2 secs, I promise.
Change the slide.
No, not quite. Well, I'll just talk to it really briefly, but really, if we look at our strength and deliver and capacity build, because of the outcomes and the way that we have built in ownership and done a change management throughout this whole process, I feel like I can confidently stand up here and say, we know that when people come to our workshops, their wellbeing is improved. We know that connection is improved. We know that taking community-centred action is improved. We had a bunch of statisticians come together and verify that for us. We have case studies from across the country that says the community-centred long-term approach that we take is really powerful. And I think, Lauren, I'll just throw to you for that last bit. And
Right, so what we worked out was when Emily is done well, really the learning bits, I do want to actually say that when Mel is done well, it connects people. It made impact measurable and meaningful. What we moved from was, did we deliver it? Very activity and output based, to are we making a difference and what have we learned? And that continually fed back and still does to this day through that framework and through the work of everyone at the emergency service at Red Cross. It supported planning, governance and accountability in a really consistent way that we could stand behind and trust. We had lessons built in. So lessons didn't come from data alone. It came from data that people trusted, that they understood and that they could use. And I think this was a massive difference for us. People would come to us and actually ask questions about what was happening. They could see what was happening across the country. They weren't sitting in isolation, looking at their own data and not being able to use it. We helped bridge that across. We were able to leverage the lessons occurred through our work, not just at the end. We allowed issues, insights and improvements to be identified and we brought them to life. Thanks very much. We don't want to touch that again.
So sorry. Out and see if that helps.
Lessons in action.
We'll call that one real-time evaluation and monitoring, shall we? Lisa Jackson will love to be hearing that online, that we're doing some real-time evaluation and monitoring. Just a couple of quick things before we go on to our next speaker. Look, I was massively impressed with that presentation and the work that went into it. Thank you, Erin and Lauren. There's some powerful messaging in there, and I certainly am going to be one that goes back and has a look through those slides and checks that out. So well done. That was awesome. Look, you know, on that real-time monitoring theme, we realise there's been a couple of issues around dietaries with the morning tea. So if you have dietary requirements, could I ask that you just sneak out before lunch and see Juanita on the registration desk and just remind her what your dietaries are, and we'll endeavour to get that sorted for lunch for you. We want everybody to be happy. But look, moving right along, it's my immense pleasure now to introduce an absolute lessons legend to the podium, the nicest guy in lessons management in Australasia. Please welcome Mr. Paul Margetts.
Kia ora. Hello. My name is Paul Margetts, and it's my privilege to be here with you today to talk about some work I've been doing over the last 3 years in the western part of Victoria. That didn't move. Most of my work has been involved with Forest Fire Management Victoria, more recently with the CFA. And I'll try one more time. Do I point to the top? Yeah. There we go. So very importantly, this product that AFAC produce every year, or every, I think, quarter, is an important part of the pre-season briefing work that I've been involved in with FFMVic and the CFA. And my part of Victoria is on the western border there with South Australia, and that's predominantly where I've been working. And I'm pleased to say the predictive map for 2 years in a row at least, that's how the fires played out. So the predictions were very accurate. So the work that I've been involved in involves so face-to-face debriefing activities, virtual debriefing activities at regional level, local level with the district people, and more recently this year with the people on the back of the tankers firefighting. In the middle photo there is Sanjar. Welcome, Sanjar, your first stampede with the Lessons Nerd Herd. So welcome along. Although listening to Alistair's presentation, maybe not a stampede, just a steady walk forward as we all learn and do things better. So when I did the first season, the high-risk weather season debrief process, so that we had people in the room from every part of the EM spectrum, so all your fire people, the police, the ambulance, education, local government, everyone was in the room. And sure, they'd been smashed around pretty badly in that first season with fires. Over the 4 sessions, we collected 528 observations. But my first cut of the data is always about sustain and improve. What did we do well? We do better next time, or what were our challenges? And I thought they were pretty hard on themselves. When you think about everything they did, critical infrastructure didn't get interrupted. No one died. There was some houses lost, there was livestock lost, but they actually did, I thought, a pretty good job. So I thought maybe it's a human nature thing. So I kind of adapted the process a little bit, and very explicitly at the start of each session used the lessons framework to kick off the conversation. So this session is all about collecting good quality observations from your skill, wisdom, and experience. That's where it started. The other bit, and other speakers have spoken about it this morning, I orientated the audience to the outside ring. So most of the people who have been in the room, they turn up because they care. They're demonstrating their leadership. They are committed to a learning culture. Like, everything we ask of them is there in the framework. So pointing people to the framework and what's in it just helps them then provide really good sharing of their experiences and what they did. So what am I asking of people who participate in a debrief or some after-action review process? I want them to participate and share their experiences for the benefit of other people, either in their organisation or, potentially more broadly across the whole EM sector. So just to repeat, their part is important, and it's about filling in that outside circle. The fact that these volunteers turn up on another night away from family to participate in these processes, they are demonstrating their leadership and their commitment. 3 things that I think often sit in the room as assumptions that I make explicit are the sessions about collecting their observations to improve the systems and processes. The second and most important bit is everyone who turned up with the intention of doing a good job. No one rocks up on the fire truck or the SES truck or the Red Cross van or whoever's doing the catering to do a bad job. Everyone's there for the right reasons. And very importantly, just a quick explanation about systems. Any person working in a system who follows the processes for a set of circumstances, the system should lead them to exactly the same outcome as any other person in the same circumstances. That's how systems work. So once I get those three things out, you can kind of see everyone switch on and go, rightio. And they start talking. The other bit I give them is the structure. What's a good observation look like? It's always about the mission and the objectives of why they turned up to do some work. What, when, where, how, why, what happened. And very importantly, classify it at the end as something to sustain or improve. Something we did well, something we ran up to as a challenge or we hadn't encountered before. So the three tools I've been using through the journey of the last 3 seasons have been after action review, before action review, and appreciative inquiry. And they are terms that are probably familiar to everyone. In terms of the 2-letter acronyms, sorry about introducing another AI to the vocabulary. After action review, so what was planned? What did we achieve? What did we do well? What can we do differently or better next time? Pretty straightforward. Before action review. So this is a tool that I was using in the mid-season review processes and then in the pre-season briefings and exercises leading into the next season. So what's our intended result? What are our success measures? What challenges will we face? It's a really important question to ask of people. What challenges will we face? And most importantly, what will make us successful? Because we're stepping into the unknown. When you go back to after action review, it's rearward looking. It's all about talking about the fire we just went to or the flood we were just involved in or the rescue we just did, but we're never going to do that job again. That's completed, finished and done. We're not improving our performance to do that job again. We're improving our performance to do the next job to the best of our ability and make use of that good intention of all of our volunteers who turn up on the day. I didn't point at you, sorry about that. Appreciative inquiry. Has anyone heard of appreciative inquiry before? Yeah, nodding heads around the room. Great. So appreciative inquiry is about focusing solely on and appreciating what we do well. Why are we successful? It comes from Professor David and Sherez from their research and work in 1987. But it's about taking a strengths-based approach. It's about looking at your strengths and giving them the priority in terms of your thinking. Now, I'll get on to why that's important shortly, but that constructionist principle for an organisation about taking time to have a conversation about why we do things well is critically important. That's the story, that's the narrative that that makes people believe in what you do. So how did I turn these theories into some stuff to use? So these are my 5 favourite questions. What was your role? Which 3 words best describe your experience? Which 3 things brought you success? What were the main challenges you faced in your role? And what do you see as emerging for the remainder of the season, for what's coming up that we haven't dealt with yet? That VUCA stuff that Alistair so eloquently spoke about earlier. So what's that look like? So I use Slido a lot, and I'm glad it's being used here today. Could you help me with the next slide, please? So it looks something like this. Which three things brought you success during the recent fires? Now I've de-identified this, so you only see there's only one participant. There's actually 12 participants in the room, but just in fairness. So when you look at that and you've got quiet voices in the room, they are getting instant feedback about what brought them success. So as a group, they're sharing their wisdom openly. No one's being left out of the conversation, and you've very quickly got some headings that can then lead to the next conversation. So who wants to talk about structure? Tell me what that was all about. What happened with the structural stuff? How did that success play out? What did that look like? And it just gives you a quick snapshot and opens up the next conversation. So that's the wisdom of the crowd and capturing the wisdom of the crowd. Do I need to press longer? Try again. No, I got it. Sorry, go back one. So this slide, this is which three words best describe your experience. Remember, these are, as we've talked about, Katrina spoke about all the volunteers and the fatigue. So the people I'm working with, the CFA with, they are all volunteers predominantly in the room. They've all been on the back of the tankers, their local business people, school teachers, council workers, farmers, you name it. They are living this stuff from two perspectives throughout. And the room is really well set up with peer support and employee assistance programs and all sorts of support networks. But straight away, this gives you a picture of how everyone's tracking from that area. And you can really quickly get an idea of what made them successful and how are they feeling about it. Because there are some, a whole bunch of different mixed feelings amongst that team that are in the room. Oh, I went one too many. Sorry, can you take me back one? Thank you. Now, one of the risks with trying to get a bit of crowd wisdom is groupthink. So Des and Bert and I tried to find out some positive words from the Lessons Nerd heard over in Wellington last year, and we got an example of groupthink. Someone put the word converted up there, and the crowd were like a mob of sheep, and it became the top word. And we know that is not the positive language that you're all using in your practice. So I just thought I should take you back to what we did 12 months ago. So I'll move on from that. But there are some really good examples in there about sustaining things, having a strengths-based approach, which is appreciative inquiry in itself. So bias and heuristics. So when I'm working with Sanjar and others, before the session, these are the two comments we get the most. We've talked about this stuff before and nothing changes. Or all this goes into a black hole and we don't get anything back. So our job is to overcome that and make some promises. And those promises look like this: a commitment to a timeline to provide some feedback about what was given to us. The second bit is action items and working through that process of whether they sit at local, district or region or state level. Because I've got to tell you, the people in the room, we were running sessions that would set aside 2 to 2.5 hours to run a debrief. They were there, most times they were there an hour early because they would cook a barbecue for the whole team to enjoy. They'd do the session, and then they were still there an hour and a half later, problem solving the things that applied to them, whether it was, you know, how they distributed their channels, how they, you know, water points, or a whole bunch of stuff, but they work it out almost straight away. And what did we get back out of that? The participants stay on, and the other thing we got was really positive feedback through, we had a QR slide, and we got really positive feedback about the way we were going about doing this stuff and giving undertakings to get back to them. Rightio, so when and where for these tools? So mid-season review, if they've got one of those going on, I've used all three tools and they've all worked really well. After action review, before action review, appreciative inquiry. End of season, really the only one you've got is after action review as the tool. During training and exercises, before action review and appreciative inquiry work really well together. And then pre-season briefings, how will we be successful? That question works really well when you frame it up with appreciative inquiry and before action review. Thank you. 2 minutes. Yep, thank you. So just wrapping up, this is just some data that shows that from the sustain stuff, in terms of processes, there's really good work that can give you a quick win straight away. When you put that onto a graph, if you only ever work from a position of improve, you're in a deficit level. Whereas if you start with where your strengths are, you're above the zero line and you don't have to apply a lot of energy to create an improvement. The products you get out of it is collaboration throughout the season, good quality observations coming in at the start, and the opportunity to be multi-agency in your approach, and access to emerging insights as they arrive. And just to wrap up, the most important part of this is the bottom box. Before action review and appreciative inquiry are not a replacement for any of the systems you already use. They are supplementary to it. So thank you very much for your time, and thanks very much to AFAC and ADAR.
Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Margetts.
Thank you very much.
One of the nicest guys in lessons management, as I said, and certainly one of the wise heads in the room. Now, we had a few questions pop up on the Slido. Unfortunately, we're running close to time. So what we'll do is we'll get Paul to have a look at those questions, answer them later. And I really recommend that anyone in the room that wants a little bit of advice or wisdom, have a chat to Paul over the next couple of days. He's an absolute fountain of knowledge and wisdom. I'd really love to welcome Kelly Hudson and Troy Gersbach from the city of Gold Coast, one of the most beautiful places in Queensland, to the podium for their presentation. Now, with the clicker, aim at that guy down there, one solid press, and wait a few seconds, and hopefully it'll work.
We'll see how we go. I'm pretty good at following instructions, so thank you, Des. And thank you for that lovely introduction. As mentioned, my name is Troy Gersbach. With me here today is Kelly Hudson, and we're from the City of Gold Coast Disaster and Emergency Management Unit. And today, we look forward to sharing with you how our simple, practical framework helped us turn experience from multiple major events into real operational and community change. First test. There we go, we're underway. As we've already heard from Alistair and Katarina this morning, we operate in a very high tempo and constant disaster environment. Over the past 6 years alone, we've managed 12 significant disaster events, in addition to various emergency management incidents, such as the SeaWorld helicopter disaster, and on Christmas Day last year with a re-flank downdraft event, try and get that out 10 times. What we've also seen and what we've also heard from already today, that these events are increasingly becoming compounding in nature, with response and recovery operations often overlapping across extended timeframes. In addition to all of this, and whilst we're not talking to this today, our unit and team maintain a very robust training and exercising program each year. What does this all mean? Well, in turn, it's created a highly experienced organisation, but also has a constant stream of learning for us. Prior to 2022, our lessons management process was largely reactive. Lessons were captured, but only progressed as time and resourcing allowed. This led to large volumes of lessons and observations being accumulated across our ecosystem, limited dedicated resources to progress, which made it difficult for constant improvement. Actions were not always prioritised against operational risk or strategic impact, and staff experienced learning fatigue, where recurring issues continued to appear. The issue wasn't the learning, the issue was turning it into sustained change in an always-on disaster environment. As our largest and longest activation at the time, and you'll see some photos behind me, the February-March 2022 severe weather event was our turning point. Through the independent and internal review that we undertook, 631 observations and 13 recommendations were captured. This highlighted the need for us to change our ways deliberately into a structured, prioritised, and implementing critical lessons before the next event. I do love that photo. So instead of building complexity, we focused on a framework that was simple, sustainable, able to operate during activations, not just after, and embedded into business as usual. The key shift was moving from capture and store to prioritise and implement. The framework was built around 3 key principles of learning before, learning during, and learning after. Lessons management became active operational capability, not an administrative task. Recognising the scale of the learning generated through the 2022 event, the City was successful in a funding application through the Local Recovery and Resilience Grant Program for a dedicated resource focusing on driving our lessons implementation and continuous improvement outcomes. I'd like to introduce you to Kelly, who was successful in that role for the last few years. What this allowed us to do was align to the OILS framework so that lessons could be applied consistently across not only our disaster emergency events, but our exercising and day-to-day operations. Beautiful, the video is playing as well. One of the most significant changes that was introduced was a simple but structured lessons register. Instead of siloed event learnings, we can now track lessons across multiple events, identify recurring themes and systemic risk, prioritise based on operational and community risk. This register tracks the entire life cycle, including our ownership, the progress, the communication of these lessons, training, testing and validation. What this has driven for us is much stronger accountability and visibility and follow through. The framework has been tested now through subsequent major events, including the December 2023 derecho and the March 2025 Tropical Cyclone Alfred. Since 2022, excluding our 57 exercising activities, we've conducted 59 formal lessons have been identified, 37 of which have been complete, and the balance is well progressed. Each event is used to reprioritise and reset, ensuring learning management stays aligned with operational activity and our operational reality, and not just perfection. Most importantly, though, this isn't theoretical. I'd now like to introduce you to Kelly, who will showcase the impact of our lessons process and framework and the impact this has had for us and for our community.
Wonderful. Thank you, Troy. So our case study looks into applying disaster waste cleanup lessons across multiple events to enhance response, relief, and community resilience. It works. So the flooding from the 2022 event that Troy discussed caused significant damage to homes, businesses, and infrastructure. City cleanup activities included a curbside collection program, agency-supported cleanup, and activation of our coordinated disaster volunteer arrangements that led to the collection of debris from 207 homes and businesses. The after-action review identified gaps in interoperability and expectations across council that required clear policy and definition of roles, responsibilities, and capability. And that once we determine these arrangements, they should be tested and exercised. The review also recommended that we align this with our spontaneous volunteer lessons. By bringing together key city leaders and subject matter experts, the solid waste subplan and related operations were updated and tested through a desktop exercise and then communicated with stakeholders. In December 2023, the Derecho event caused widespread impacts across the city, and the compounding heat wave that occurred after an additional severe thunderstorm event caused a range of cascading effects. From a waste perspective, there was extensive damage to vegetation and excessive food waste due to long-term power outages that lasted approximately 9 days for most. This was one of the largest multi-agency response, relief and recovery operations we've seen, and it included the establishment of Operation Cleanup, which was a new initiative creating a dedicated LDCC waste management cell to deal with the significant waste volumes that we were experiencing. The LDCC and Operation Cleanup team implemented lessons from the 2022 event, offering cleanup assistance grant program and engaging agencies and to assist city crews with green waste removal. And through an extensive curbside collection program, over 46,000 tonnes, which is approximately 77,000 truckloads of waste, were collected from more than 1,600 streets across 27 suburbs. The after-action review identified Operation Cleanup as a major success, highlighting numerous lessons learnt from the 2022 event. However, the key learning for us was that while the city was familiar with responding to flood events, we needed to widen the focus of our arrangements and to consider extensive green waste. We also needed to formalise our arrangements and further define our roles and responsibilities. Subsequently, an uplift of Operation Cleanup and the solid waste subplan commenced, but acknowledging both successes and improvements in this area, our tracking and prioritisation framework ensured that we were able to focus on more critical lessons first. We were then impacted by TC Alfred, which caused widespread damage across the Gold Coast, and our Operation Cleanup was activated once more to manage the city's disaster waste response. Applying lessons from previous events in real time, the city reconsidered our strategy options to support community resilience and positive outcomes by focusing on self-haul and helping others. We established numerous temporary waste sites, activated the Gold Coast Faith Community Disaster Network and our coordinated volunteer agencies to help our vulnerable community clean up. And the 15 days following the event, more than 77,000 vehicles visited temporary and permanent waste sites across the city. The after-action review once again identified Operation Cleanup as a major success, highlighting ongoing implementation of lessons. It also highlighted that we needed to refine our arrangements, uplift our temporary sites, and consolidate our strategy options and triggers. So before, during, and after all of these events, we reviewed our solid waste subplan, continually improving and updating. We brought together key city departments and subject matter experts through consultation and workshops. We learnt from others, including waste contractors and other LGAs. We simplified and consolidated. We trained, tested and exercised. And most importantly, we fostered a culture of ownership across city departments and leaders. As a result of these three reviews, by the end of June, we'll have developed a consolidated and concise solid waste plan that's supported by an operational framework, 10 clearly defined strategy options, triggers and escalation points, 4 temporary major waste sites, 6 temporary community waste sites and supporting resources, clear roles and responsibilities, a vulnerable community support framework, formalised arrangements that all focus on building resilience in our community. So what are our lessons from doing lessons? Lessons-focused leadership is the key. The development of continuous improvement of disaster lessons at the City at Gold Coast has been fostered by our Mayor, our CEO, our executive leaders, and multiple city departments over several years, which has supported its success. Embed continuous improvement and learning culture into everything that you do. Systematically register and track, and meeting regularly ensures ownership and also allows prioritisation of lessons versus BAU, and exercise and train continuously. To combat resource constraints, leverage funding wherever possible, foster ownership and share tasks across your team and your organisation, engage subject matter experts, both internal and external, and utilise other LGAs and agencies, Share your success and your failures. And most importantly, learn before, learn during, and learn after. And in the interest of the bell or the shepherd's hook, you're welcome to use this QR code to listen to our other case study, which is a journey from community-driven lessons to supporting vulnerable community with the Gold Coast Faith Community Disaster Network. Thank you.
What a brilliant presentation. That was really, really cool. And having had a wee tour of your disaster management centre last year on the Gold Coast, what an impressive site and an impressive team. Well done. Now, look, we're pretty tight for time, but there's one question that has been burning a hole in Slido. And where did you get that register from? Did you build it yourselves? Is it an off-the-shelf item? And is it internal, or can the public see it as well?
Yes, so we built it ourselves. So we actually have, it's a simple spreadsheet where we track all of our observations and registers in there. That then feeds into what you saw there, which is a Power BI dashboard, which was built by some of the very smart people in our city that are smarter than me.
Absolutely fantastic. I'm
Happy
sure
to share it.
there'll be a few people in the room want to have a chat to you about that during the course of the day. Kelly and Troy, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Gold Coast City. Cranking on through the day. What a great day it's becoming and speeding along. And it's my great pleasure now to welcome Priya Rangarajan from the Victorian Department of Health for her presentation. Priya. Now with that, just give it a good press.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Hello to everyone in the room and also online. And today I'm going to be talking about how we are using Microsoft Copilot to support our after-action reviews in public health incident management in Victoria. So I think we are all really familiar, and we've heard this already this morning, about the challenge of taking learnings and recommendations from an after-action review or a debrief and translating them into system improvement. And so I'm here to talk about how we're using a structured after-action review approach in conjunction with AI to try and help speed up this process. So just for a bit of context, today I'm speaking from a public health incident management perspective, but from what I'm hearing, there's certainly many parallels to the broader emergency management and disaster management sector as well. So in Victoria, we have the Victorian Public Health Network, and that consists of our 9 local public health units, as well as the Department of Health, Community and Public Health Division. So our public health incidents relate to disease outbreaks and environmental hazard management. That's not a declared class 2 emergency. Just want to draw that important distinction between emergency management and public health incident response as well. So we focus on things like measles outbreaks or Mpox outbreaks or Legionella outbreaks, all those sorts of fun things. And we have 3 defined models within our response. So Model 1 and Model 2 are both led by the local public health unit. So these are where the public health risks or impacts are more locally contained. And Model 3 is where the department steps in. So these are for incidents and public health risks that are much more spread out, higher risk and more significant impacts across the state. And for the purposes of today, I will be focusing on the after-action reviews that have come out of the Model 3 incidents. So we heard from Paul a lot about after-action reviews, and Paul, I have to say that our philosophy around after-action reviews is very similar to what you've talked about. We are really focused on understanding the experiences and the roles of the people in the incident management team. We run this through a formal structured conversation, and we actually we use MS Teams to be able to record our whole conversation and record a transcript to have the full record there. And we utilize structuring the conversation into key themes to ensure that we capture all aspects of the response. We actually use a co-debriefing model. So myself and my manager, we work together, and he's in the audience. Hi, Jules. We both are present during the debriefs, the after-action reviews, and we found this works really well because the person leading the debrief obviously has the main role, but the support person can actually step in with really insightful comments and questions that actually help to frame the conversation in a really nice way as well. So the debriefers do have the role of really setting the direction of the conversation and managing that. We definitely talk about what went well. So we don't operate just from a deficit model, and we are really keen on preserving the strengths of the response and taking that forward. But we also do obviously focus on the issues that have come up and have very early discussions around what solutions might look like. And we do use these sessions as a teaching and a learning tool as opposed to a counselling session as well. So this is our current after action model. It is based on the World Health Organization guidance, and we've actually adapted that methodology to our own public health context. And we are really trying to create a repeatable end-to-end process as well. So as I mentioned, we are a team of 2, and so we complete after action reviews for all the Model 3 public health IMTs. And we do see this process really as a loop of continuous improvement as well. And so you can see here we have the initial debrief followed by the analysis and the theming of all the content that comes out of it. We then move to drafting a report with provisional recommendations. This report and recommendations are reviewed by our after action review working group. And this group actually consists of people involved in the initial response as well, which we think is really important. Once everyone's happy with the recommendations, it's then finalised and disseminated to all the relevant parties. And we do have a process to allocate recommendations to the relevant groups to make sure that we're trying to actually implement what the learnings are and embed them into them as well. So this is the part where we've started using Microsoft Copilot to really help accelerate the process. So the department introduced Copilot probably mid last year. And so since then, we've been trying to integrate it into our processes, particularly around the analysis and theming and the drafting of the report. Initially, so my manager's been doing this a lot longer than I have and working in the after action review space. And before I came on board, he had been doing all of the processes manually, particularly the analysis part. And so when I came on board and the department introduced Copilot, I was sort of advocating for us to use that. And we actually came from quite divergent viewpoints about integrating AI, but I think the discussions and negotiations that we had to come up with, the process were really important in making sure that the human element remained, alongside the AI efficiency gains as well. So we actually use the transcripts we record from the initial debrief session and feed them into Copilot and using a very structured prompt. And the prompt is really, really crucial part, because the output is only as good as the input that you put in there. So we actually feed that into Copilot, and it does the thematic coding for us and comes up with all the key themes and sub themes. But alongside that, we also do incorporate our own insights and thoughts into the report. So it's not just a one-dimensional report. So that human element's really important, and we incorporate that into the draft report with the provisional recommendations as well. So just want to advocate for the importance of the human in the loop approach when using AI. So, we do require active and continuous human participation and making sure that we are integrating our own thoughts and insights into the AI process flow. And I think this is what really maximizes the potential of AI while mitigating some of the risks involved. So we have seen a lot of benefits since using Copilot and integrating into our after action reviews. I think the key thing is the time that it has saved. So we definitely are able to accelerate the time that it takes to get from the initial debrief to actually being able to implement the recommendations. So I think prior to implementing Copilot, it would take anywhere up to 8 hours just to go through the transcripts, do the manual analysis, pull out the theming and the coding. And we are now able to do this within a couple of hours, including some validation and review time. And the other thing is it would take up to 3 weeks sometimes to produce a report, particularly if the after action review ran over, multiple sessions as well. And now we can do this within a week or so. So it is a massive time saver. The other thing, similar to what's happening in the EM space, in public health incident management, we're noticing that we are having more frequent and concurrent incidents to manage. And so this means for us that there are multiple after action reviews that we need to progress in a very short amount of time. So this is also where Copilot has really helped us to manage this as a team of two. Because it uses the transcript or the original conversation as the evidence data source, it's really easy to link certain points or themes back to actual quotes in the transcript. And so we use that as a validation tool as well to make sure that what we're saying is actually represented in the conversation that was had as well. One of the cool things we've been able to do, and I'll touch on this a little bit later, is to be able to use Copilot to do a rapid meta-analysis of after-action reviews that we've run over a period of time as well. And it really does, because of the time saved, it does preserve more time for human judgment and for us to focus on more strategic priorities, like how we are actually going to get the recommendations implemented and embedded to see that system improvement as well. And because we are using the same sort of prompting for each analysis, it does mean that we are able to do a large volume of qualitative data in a very rigorous way as well. So that's a key benefit. Now, it is called Copilot for a reason and not autopilot. So it's really important that we do balance out, the efficiency gains and the innovation with the accountability and responsibility that we have when producing recommendations and our report as well. So from a privacy perspective, obviously, we do maintain confidentiality when we are writing reports. So everything's de-identified. So that's really important to ensure that Copilot is doing that too and prompting it. From a security perspective, we actually use Copilot within our own Microsoft and Teams environment. So the data isn't actually leaving our tenancy. So there's no feeding of any information that we put in to train the large language models or Copilot GPTs. And it's all protected under our enterprise policies as well. So that's a real benefit of Copilot within our organization. As I mentioned, human oversight is just non-negotiable. It's really, really key tenet that underpins anytime you're using AI. And we are also quite upfront to when we are running an after-action review with the participants that we are recording a transcript and that we will be using it to help with our analysis. And so far, we haven't really had any pushback. In fact, people are quite happy to see us using these things because it means that they get the feedback from the after-action review quicker as well. So while there are benefits, there have been certain challenges that we have encountered with this process. And the first is interesting because I think, Paul, again, you mentioned, the importance of a strength-based approach, and Copilot seems to default to quite a negative or deficit sort of based language when it's drafting reports. So that's something that we've certainly had to correct for, both in revising the prompts that we put in, but also, rewriting sections that it might produce to produce a really more balanced tone and acknowledge that there are a lot of things that worked really well and that we should preserve. We have had a couple of instances of names slipping through the cracks and coming into the draft report, which obviously we capture before it goes out because we do that review. But it just shows that AI doesn't always get it right, and you do need to, particularly if you're copying blocks of text across into a report, need to check everything as well. We find that Copilot doesn't always capture all the details or the nuance that we as debriefers like to include in a report. So that's also something that I think is important and we incorporate back into anything that we write. One thing to consider is that although it does save a lot of time, there is time that has to go back in invalidating the content, which you might not necessarily have to do if you're just writing the report yourself. So I think it's really important to weigh up to ensure that the validation time isn't actually overshadowing the time saved. Just a consideration there. With the rate at which AI is progressing, and certainly since we introduced Copilot into our processes, there have been multiple new GPTs that have landed that are better at thinking deeper for different purposes. So it is kind of like, which is the right model to use? Because you can actually choose which model you want applied. And so that is something to consider. And we actually have discussed including the GPT model used into our report as well, just so everyone's aware. And I think the other thing is AI overwhelm. Just generally, it's moving at such a fast rate. It's almost like a part-time job to keep up with the updates, to know that you are using it and maximizing the potential as well. Just some consideration. So I mentioned we did a qualitative meta-analysis from all the after-action reviews and in-action reviews that we did over the 2024-2025 period. And we did this because we really wanted to know what are the big picture lessons that we can learn from across all the events rather than looking at them in isolation. So we used Copilot researcher to conduct this meta-analysis. And so we had 8 after-action review and in-action review final reports to input into Copilot for the data extraction. And because the prompt is such a key part of what you put in and what you get out, Copilot actually has a pre-built agent called Prompt Coach that you can use to write the initial prompt to then feed into a different agent to then run the analysis. So that was really cool. So we used that. And so the Copilot has its own model for running the deep analysis, and Copilot Researcher is a reasoning agent made specifically for those deeper complex analysis tasks. So it was perfect for what we wanted to do. So it went ahead and de-identified all the data, extracted it and classified it using a structured coding schema. It coded against predetermined core themes. So all our after action reviews generally run across the themes of governance, policy and procedure, systems, resources and processes, communication and training and education. And we also leave space for any new issues that come up. But so we sort of put those themes in for it to use as a structured coding. And then it did a comparison across all the incidents to identify any patterns or recurring themes, but also new and emerging themes that we might not have seen when looking at after action reviews in isolation as well. And then it also put all of that into a lovely little report where we just put in the structure that we wanted and it spit it out. I will say though, it does take multiple iterations to get the right product, but I think it got us 80% of the way there in a fraction of the time. It would have taken us months and months to do something like this. And with Copilot, we were able to do it in a matter of weeks. So, but just want to underline the importance of keeping the human in the loop. So at every step of the way, I was reviewing all the content, making sure it matched up with what we were seeing in final reports, validating it against some of the raw data and the transcripts as well. So just want to share a few key findings from the meta-analysis. One thing that was really nice to see was increasingly as we're progressing through the incidents, that the Department of Health and LPHUs are working more as a single statewide team rather than in silos. So that's really great to see. We are getting a lot better at sharing information and making sure that all the relevant people who need to be across the information are included. Through our in-action reviews, we are also seeing that we are learning more in real time and able to make adaptive improvements during a response as well. We are seeing generally across the board a strong responder commitment and flexibility and agility in the way that we respond. And we're definitely getting better at using some of the digital collaboration tools, for example, a SharePoint that multi-agencies can have access to, and also sharing information via Teams. As always, there are opportunities for improvement though. And one of the main things that came up was the importance of having clearer governance and roles, particularly in relation to IMT meetings and membership as well. We do really need to modernise our data systems and technology. So there's still a lot of manual data entry across disparate systems, which makes it quite cumbersome. And I think we've all felt this issue around workforce fatigue and the need for adequate surge capacity, and particularly, during long duration responses. So last year we had an Mpox outbreak. I think the IMT went for over 12 months or so. So for that, situations like that, surge capacity is really important. Streamlined communication was seen as a bit of a gap, particularly early in the phases of a response and in relation to public communications as well. And although we are public health incident management, we still try and really adopt the AIMS framework into our responses. So there's probably still a little bit of capacity and capability building from an AIMS perspective. So what are our next steps? So we are hoping to finalise the meta-analysis and present the results to our executives. What we want to do is really show the key learnings that need to be prioritised and the key actions that we need to take as a priority to ensure that we are getting better outcomes and, you know, learning from our previous responses as well. We will also look at refining the AI agent that we use for our after action review analysis to make that more robust and consistent. And we are also exploring options for automated workflows to assist with the implementation of recommendations. And I think, you know, similar to the last presentation, we've got probably a less sophisticated dashboard at the moment, just in an Excel spreadsheet, but we are capturing all of those things around learnings and recommendations and hoping to have a more sophisticated dashboard to really display all of that as well. So some of the key takeaways. So it's great to use AI, but combining human insight, you know, has really helped accelerate our journey from lessons identified to lessons learned. Yes, with this image, I will say there is actually a subreddit called Dumb AI, and there's amazing memes on there. So if you have a chance, go and have a look. So any process and systems using AI does need really strong guardrails and governance processes, and which really keep humans in the loop. AI agents are a really great thing to use, and they can be used effectively to conduct rapid reviews and synthesize a large amount of information to get a big picture view. So just remember that AI can automate the grunt work, but it can't fully replace human analysis or judgment. I'd just like to acknowledge, first of all, my manager, Julian Van Dyke, who's been working in the AI space within our department for a long time and has really helped me learn a lot more about debriefing in general and supported this presentation today as well. Obviously, Microsoft Copilot, it helped aspects of today's presentation that you've seen. And also we have a Fit 365 team at the Department of Health who are really all about AI adoption and capability, and they've been a huge help in allowing us to use these tools effectively as well. My contact, if anyone has any questions or would like to get in touch or doing something similar, and you know, we can sort of share our own learning as well. But yes, thank you very much.
Can I just say, wow, what a terrific presentation. There's so much in that. I'm going to have to go through the recordings to make sure I didn't miss anything. You've smashed that one. Thank you, Priya. Once again, not a lot of time for questions, and you completely broke Slido with the interaction. There's so many up there. So I think Charlotte will be seeing you a bit later to answer some of those questions. But one really key one was around the prompts that you use, and would you please consider sharing them along with the slide pack with the greater Lessons Nerd Herd? Yeah. Because especially to help people that are early on their AI journey and just to get those prompts right, help them.
Of course, no worries.
Oh, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, Priya. Absolutely awesome. So, rocking through the day, and what a great day it's been. It just keeps getting better and better and better. So we've got one more before lunch, and it's the wonderful Jennifer Poffin from the National Emergency Management Agency here in Australia. Thank you, my friend.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jennifer Poffin, and I'm having some regret as to the number of slides that I'm going to have to click through. So I'm really hoping that this actually works. So I'm the Acting Director at the National Crisis Exercising and Lessons Capability within NEMA. And I'm here because I'm really passionate about lessons. Before I begin, I would like to thank Goma, though, for his lovely welcome and acknowledgement to country. Today, I'd like to start a conversation about how Australia's changing risk landscape is stretching our current lessons management principles and what we can do together to adapt. Here we go. The National Crisis Exercising and Lessons Capability, which is a bit of a mouthful, so we've shortened it to NCEC because we in emergency management do love an acronym. NCEC was established in 2021 following recommendation 6.5 of a Royal Commission into National Natural Disaster Arrangements. This recommendation outlined the need to design and implement a national crisis exercising program and a capability uplift program. Of course, you can't do either of these things without lessons, so we added that into the capability as well. The acronym NCEC had already stuck at that stage though, so that's why the L is just silent in NCEC. Alrighty. Okay, so I want to start by talking a little bit about NCEC's lessons capability, where we came from and how we've had to evolve. Over the last 5 years, our lessons capability has grown and changed quite a lot. One of the real strengths we had going in was the foundation that we inherited from our Emergency Management Australia days. There was some already really excellent work in place, so we weren't starting from scratch. But in those early stages, our lessons work looked fairly traditional. We tended to organise our learning around discrete events, incidents with a clear beginning, a clear end, and a review once everything had settled. And for a long time, that worked really well. But as our operating environment began to change, as crisis became more complex, more connected and more fast moving, it became clear that this approach on its own was no longer enough. The reality we were facing was no longer neat, time-bound events. Risks were starting to overlap, compound and evolve in real time. So instead of waiting to ask, what lessons did we identify at the end? We began asking how we could learn as events unfolded and adapt quickly enough to make a difference. That shift is really what's driven the evolution of the NCEC lessons capability. When you look at today's risk environment, it's clear that learning can't sit at the end of the process anymore. The risks Australia face are ongoing, interconnected, and often compounding. Disasters don't wait their turn. They happen consecutively, concurrently, and often all at once. Through our exercising program and through working closely with governments, industries, NGOs, we've been able to gather strong insights into what people see as major emerging risks for Australia, not just for now, but over the coming decade. In that context, an end-to-end lessons process that assumes risks are contained and time-bound just doesn't reflect reality. So our approach has adapted. We now focus on collecting data as close to events as possible so we can make small course corrections while things are still unfolding. We've put a much more emphasis on identifying strategic observations and insights early, not to produce perfect answers, but to build shared awareness quickly. We do this through a range of mechanisms, including embedding into NEMA's crisis coordination team, into the national coordination mechanism, and conducting desktop data analysis, debriefs, multi-agency debriefs, and after-action reviews. The key point is that none of those things sit in isolation. The information we collect and the insights that emerge are deliberately fed straight back into our priorities, our approach, and our capability development without waiting months for a formal review. And that's an important point. The change isn't about abandoning lessons principles, it's about how we apply it. In this environment, success isn't measured by how many lessons we write up after the fact. Success looks like how quickly we make sense of what's happening, how fast we can prioritise what really matters, how clearly we can articulate and inform decisions and lines of effort, and how effectively we communicate. A lessons system that's dynamic, adaptable and responsive, one that allows incremental changes in near real time, is critical to maintaining public trust and building the national resilience Australia will need for the future. I'm doing that a lot better than I thought I would. When we look across our national exercise program, we're generating increasingly rich structured data that tells us how risk is changing, where coordination is under pressure, and how system dependencies are being stressed across jurisdictions. Together, this shows that lessons are no longer emerging neatly at the end of activities, but continuously across events and over time. At the same time, through our capability uplift work, through workshops delivered right across the country, we keep hearing the same question. Where is the shared place for lessons to live, to be contributed to, and to be learned from? Not so that one organisation learns in isolation, but so that the system learns together. In many jurisdictions, lessons practice is already highly mature, with strong processes for capturing, analysing and applying learning, as we've already heard today. The tension between the depth of insight our data is revealing and how fragmented learning still is in practice is what led us to step back and rethink how we're managing lessons. And that's what this abstract explores. The abstract isn't proposing a new process or a single national database. It's pointing towards a different way of thinking about learning as a national capability, one where responders across Australia can contribute insights as events unfold and draw on shared insights when they need it, rather than each organisation learning in isolation. The learning itself is still happening at the organisational level, where insights are interpreted and applied in context, taking into account their policies, processes, capacity and risk type. Importantly, the system also makes lessons learned visible over time so that others can benefit from what has been applied and already embedded. The key shift is moving away from relying only on individual reports at the end of events and towards connecting shared insight and examples of lessons that have been learned across the system. It's important to be really clear about what this is and what this isn't. This is not about centralising decisions or taking ownership away from jurisdictions or agencies. Governance, authority and judgment remain exactly where they belong. Organisations or jurisdictions retain control over their data, decisions and processes, while still contributing to and benefiting from a shared learning system. What we're talking about is creating the conditions for shared insight, so organisations can make better decisions and learn more effectively within their own context. Learning still happens locally. This system enables visibility, connection and shared understanding without centralised control. And this idea isn't speculative. Over the last few years, we've seen significant maturation in digital systems that support secure sharing, synthesis and collaboration at scale. The challenge is no longer whether this is technically possible, it's how we apply these capabilities to lessons and learning. If this is now technically achievable, the next question is, what actually enables it at the system level? Common data models, interoperable platforms, AI-assisted coding and synthesis, decision dashboards, system-to-system connection. These enablers aren't about creating one tool, they're about connectivity and coherence. Each plays a role in allowing learning to operate across organisational and jurisdictional boundaries while still respecting sovereignty and governance. Digital enablers don't replace judgment. Nobody's going to eat mushrooms after that one. They don't make decisions. What they do is create the conditions where insight can travel fast during crisis and where decisions are informed by collective learning, not just local experience. This enables speed to decision and speed to action. When combined, these elements allow us to move beyond isolated reports and individual organisational learning. Importantly, this kind of system builds on what already works well locally, and it doesn't overwrite it. They support a system where insight is shared, learning is collective, and adaptation happens fast enough to matter, which is the core idea at the heart of this abstract. At this point, a reasonable question is whether what I've just described is realistic. And the short answer is yes. We're not starting from scratch. Elements of national level federated learning systems already exist in other complex multi-agency environments. While these examples are not models to copy, they demonstrate different functions of system-level learning, how insight is captured, shared, synthesized, and acted on without centralizing control. Each one shows a different way digital enablers can support learning that is faster, more visible, and more connected to operations. The Wildland Fire Lessons Learned Centre is a useful example because it brings learning much closer to operations rather than holding it at the end of an event. It produces short, structured insights, things like near misses, challenges, and practical observation that can be shared quickly and are easy to digest in an operational context. These insights are not fully embedded within real-time decision-making systems, but they are available to inform ongoing operations and support more adaptive thinking while incidents are still unfolding. This aligns strongly with the idea of rolling lessons and insight level sharing, where learning is happening closer to the action rather than being captured only after everything has finished. This example highlights a different but equally important part of the system: accountability and follow-through. The Dutch Safety Board publicly tracks recommendations showing whether they've been accepted, are in progress, or have been implemented. That visibility creates a level of transparency that supports accountability over time, even though implementation still depends on the organisations involved. It also enables synthesis across multiple investigations, helping to identify reoccurring system-level challenges. This reinforces that a learning system is not just about generating insight. It also needs to support visibility of action and follow-through. The final example shows how learning can work in a highly federated system. The UK's Joint Emergency Services Interoperability Program includes a platform that brings lessons from different agencies into a shared environment, while maintaining controlled access and organisational ownership. A key feature is that insights are tagged to interoperability principles rather than individual incidents, which supports identifying patterns across multiple events. This doesn't replace agency-level learning, but it provides a mechanism for surfacing system-level issues that would be difficult to see in isolation. This is a strong example of how learning can be connected across organisations while still remaining federated. None of these systems are identical, but together they show that elements of system-level learning are achievable, even in complex, sensitive, multi-agency environments. They also reinforce an important point. This isn't about a technology alone. This is about how technology enables learning to be shared, connected, and applied at scale, not just during events, but before, during, and after. In many parts of Australia, lessons practice is already very mature. We see jurisdictions with strong processes for capturing, analysing, and applying learning within their own systems. The challenge isn't capability. We already have strong practice. The challenge is that much of this good work stops at jurisdictional boundaries, organisations, or individual agencies. The opportunity is connecting and scaling that learning nationally so that we're not all relearning the same thing. To really test this idea, it helps to look at systems operating at the hardest edge of coordination. Canada's wildlife system, centred on the Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre, shows how provinces can retain full control of operations while lessons and insights are aggregated nationally to inform preparedness. It doesn't direct response. Its value is in creating national visibility and synthesising patterns around interoperability, resource pressures, and surge capacity. NATO's Joint Analysis and Lessons Learned Centre operates under even tighter constraints, supporting learning from nations with different languages, doctrines, and governance framework. Despite that complexity, it consistently turns large volumes of observations into system-level insights and lessons that shape doctrine, training, and future capability. The takeaway from both examples is the same. Effective learning at scale is possible without centralised control. What matters is design, safe sharing, structured synthesis, and reuse of insight across boundaries. This is highly transferable to Australia's context. I am very conscious that I'm standing between you all and lunch, and I've just been given the sign. So I'll finish by bringing this back to us. Lessons management isn't something that one agency can solve on its own. NEMA certainly can't do this alone, and we shouldn't. The challenges we're dealing with now don't sit neatly in organisational or jurisdictional boundaries. They're national and often global problems. And with disasters happening more frequently, there simply isn't the time or capacity for each individual organisation to learn the same lessons in isolation. I don't think many people in this room would say that we've solved lessons management, but I do think we all care deeply about always striving to do better. After all, continuous improvement is kind of our thing. So it's not about whether we need more connected system-level learning. It's about how we design it together in a way that respects governance, builds trust, and helps us adapt fast enough to make a real difference. In today's risk environment, learning is a shared responsibility and increasingly a shared necessity. Individually, we already do lessons really well. The real question now is, how do we make that collective and at scale? And that's the conversation that this abstract is meant to start. Thanks.
Absolutely wonderful presentation, really insightful. Thank you, Jennifer. It's awesome to have this conversation around a national lesson system. I know we've been putting a bit of work in. Steph Mitchie's team from NEMA New Zealand have been working quietly in the background on a New Zealand lessons management system. And you know what? I think it's a bit of a no-brainer. We should be sharing what we can share. You know, obviously there's things we can't, but that's how we learn. We've got a absolute action-packed afternoon ahead of us with some fabulous presentations. So look, without further ado, I'd like to welcome our next presenter to the podium. Good mate of mine, and it's one of the, you know, the thing about being part of the Lessons Nerd Herd is meeting some wonderful people around the place, and I can genuinely say that this is a really nice guy. Please welcome from Emergency Management Victoria, my good mate, Luke Purcell.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Des, for the very kind welcome. And it's lovely to be here up in Brisbane for the Lessons Forum. So I'm Manager of Lessons and Improvement. I have certainly been around in the EM sector for a number of years, but I probably have a few more stripes to earn before I consider myself a lessons nerd. So we'll skip that one, but just want to acknowledge Brisbane and pay my respects to elders past and present. So just in terms of setting the scene for today, really want to cover off four key parts: a bit of context and operating environment for EMV, Emergency Management Victoria, and some of the operating pressures that we faced during the most current season. Kind of trace back to 24-25, where we did a continuous improvement pilot capture, and perhaps where we did some refocusing for the most current season, and then step through some governance action pathways and where to from here. So context and operating environment, just briefly, for our system, our system framework. Some people may have heard of the EM Learn framework in Victoria. It's been around since 2015. It has served us extremely well over the years. It is probably due for a bit of a refresh in the next 12 to 18 months, but that certainly sets out the OR methodology and really the the fundamental conditions for a mature lessons management system in Victoria, and is something that is applied across the sector. We leverage a state review team, which comprises of 25 agencies and departments across Victoria, and that is recognised in the State Emergency Management Plan. So really sets the foundation piece for us to ensure strategic lessons management is applied. A state control centre, we have a state lessons and evaluation function, which sits within the broader state lessons and improvement team. We are a small team, dedicated staff. We have a team of 4, so very, very passionate lessons people, but we leverage a surge capability, which comprises of representatives across the sector who are trained in lessons management. And then we also have a real-time monitoring capability, which is another subset, which I'll talk about. And EM Share is our central lesson management repository, and really is a foundational technology system that we use. And again, I'll talk a bit more about that as well. So just to give a bit of another overview of what we do at State Lessons and Evaluation. So during sustained operations, we very much are in that operational high tempo mode. State Lessons and Evaluation is very much tied currently in the concept of operations to tier activation. So where the State Operations Centre is activated, State Control Centre is activated, we have 3 tiers, tier 3 being the highest. So our level of activity is very much tied to the complexity of what's going on across the state. So we step through debriefing, observations, analysis, and the real-time monitoring capability, which is a sector-wide capability that is used for that real-time monitoring and continuous improvement piece. We leverage EM Share, and all that really in a very, very short spiel and an oversimplified summary, can turn into before action reports, reviews, and learning reports. We're currently doing a state coordinated after action review into the major emergencies that occurred in Victoria in January, February. And we issue a monthly newsletter as well. So there's a range of products. We're really fortunate to have a dedicated team within the State Control Centre that are focused on these activities. A bit of a glance into what State Lessons and Evaluation did during the operational season. So, look, I think, and really just want to put a bit of spotlight on 2 key aspects, which is continuous improvement and real-time monitoring during sustained operations, and just some practicalities. That's really what I want to focus on for this presentation. And it's a bit of a window into how we operate. So we could see that we were activated. The state lessons function was had 124 surge activations. So there's a range of people that, it puts a lot of pressure and requires a lot of commitment and passion from people to actually undertake that role. Essentially for 5 months of the year. We had 30 days at tier 3, so the highest level, and the bulk of activity was across January, February. And just for clarification, Class 1 in Victoria is our bushfire storm-related events, and Class 2 is heat and any related events, agriculture related event. So for the continuous improvement pilot for 24-25, this was really an attempt to apply continuous improvement and real-time learning at scale across the sector. And you can see, within that diagram, the continuous improvement capture piece developed 19 insights, with 7 sustained, 12 improved, and that it's really just a short snippet of the broader lessons piece that was completed during that season. But it really did, what it involved was our team working with state functions across public info, relief and recovery, intelligence, mapping, resources, logistics, to really, I suppose, in a weekly and fortnightly rotation, engage with those functions and feedback, capture observations and feedback, and do the trends and analysis every week, every 2 weeks, to identify insights and then feed that back into functions to promote real-time learning during tier 2, tier 3 activations when people don't want to talk to you. They don't want to run debriefs or run hot debriefs. So it's incredibly, it's incredibly challenging, and it does require a bit of nous in terms of when to talk to people, what to ask, encourage, invite feedback. But so it is quite resource intensive. It does create that extra pressure on the team to uncover some of those insights. But what it did in terms of what went well and what could be improved, it did provide tangible examples of continuous improvement during sustained operations. I think, very much echoing what Jennifer was saying in the last presentation, where insights can be used for continuous improvement and fed back, and in terms of practical learning. Those improvement activities were then presented in an annual report, where normally they were, it was really the learnings without continuous improvement. So to be able to showcase some of those improvement activities in the annual report was a really good outcome. But it does require, a sustained additional resource capacity. So that really is something that needs to be factored in. It is resource intensive at scale. For real-time monitoring and evaluation, just a sort of a brief overview of what it is. So real-time monitoring and evaluation is, it's really governed by a joint standard operating procedure. And at EMB, there's only a handful of JSOP that are in terms of our statewide doctrine. So the fact that we have a JSOP for real-time monitoring, I think it's quite an achievement, because it requires agreement across all the control agencies to support. It can only be initiated by the State Response Controller or the Emergency Management Commissioner. So it does have a high level of governance and authorization. We have a standing capability and a roster for real-time monitoring personnel. So they're trained in the skill, and we run a deployment roster schedule, to make sure that we have that readiness to go when we need to. It requires the terms of reference to be authorised and signed off by the Commissioner. The personnel that deploy, it could be myself, one of the team, or our surge personnel. And we have subject matter experts, whether it's planning, resources, whatever the theme is. It could be health and safety, where, depending on what the requirements are for the deployment. And it's a 5 to 7 day deployment where the team would go out to regional level, incident tier, and conduct semi-structured interviews, hot debriefs, invite feedback at those centres, and collect the observations. That's fed back to our team, as we have a deployment coordinator that's stood up, and then we do all the theming and the analysis from there. Really, I mean, there's benefits to it in terms of getting that real-time learning and continuous improvement. It reduces hindsight bias, and has the potential to capture detail that otherwise you might have missed during post these debriefs. So for 25-26 design response, there were some just quite frank realities stepping into the season that we needed to face, and that I knew that we were going to probably have half our dedicated team available going into the season due to the leave and other factors, and our surge capability was certainly constrained. There's a lot going on in Victoria and state government at the moment, so the ability to reach into available personnel across agencies and departments was also constrained. So there's a lot of going into that. So we really needed to focus on from volume to prioritisation. We need to leverage our state review team and our governance arrangements as much as possible, and utilise EM Share as much as possible. And really that diagram with the 24-25 outcomes and insights we wanted to focus on progressing those as much as possible and develop actions and ownership across agencies, because there's just a wealth of learning from the previous year that we needed to focus on. So that's where we looked at. There was also some key observations from the previous year in real-time monitoring that it was ambiguous and there wasn't clear understanding of what real-time monitoring was, how it gets activated, who authorizes it, is it an investigation, or whatever. So we needed to step through that. I've got the 5-minute warning, my goodness. So what we did was essentially a continuous improvement activity where we developed a one-page briefing that went to execs, and really just outlined the requirements, the deployment considerations when activating and the outcome. And that's just a short diagram of the learning loop, but just time. The real-time deployment, really what it meant for this year was, because of that continuous improvement activity, look, I think there was an increased clarity in what real-time monitoring was and what we used it for. And we very much, the focus was on leveraging real-time monitoring for elevated risk or where continuous improvement was needed. At the request of the State Response Controller, we felt was a really key signal that there was a good understanding of what real-time monitoring was and why it was needed. And it was focusing on incident action plans and incident shift plans. So there was an elevated need to try and to deploy that capability. It also was an operational testing opportunity to check, how is the understanding and the outputs of real-time monitoring progressing. It essentially, I won't go through all the steps, but really we did the deployment, we produced the draft report, the insights get fed back to regional incident control. So they validate all the data. It then goes up to the State Response Controller and the Commissioner for approval. But because some of the detail around incident action plans was sensitive and they were system level, we needed to do additional briefings. So I essentially had a briefing with the heads of control agencies and the Commissioner to talk through some of these insights. And really it's about just communicating a narrative. It's not just about the report. And then that led to a commitment to an action plan from the Commissioner, and further briefings to Deputy Chiefs. Keep going. So real-time monitoring is a targeted deliberate deployment decision, and I'm probably just emphasising that where systems are under pressure, resolving requires more than just an outcome report. I'm going to have to move quickly, sorry. The action pathway and EM share, we've been progressing insight to action reporting through the state review team. And this is really about focusing on recognising that not all agencies get to lessons identified. And it's a way of progressing continuous improvement activities through our EM share database. So we can actually assign ownership of insights to agencies, or they can do it themselves. They can log into this and they have autonomy to develop their own actions and form outcomes, and we can track implementation through that system. So where to from here? I think some of the real key things for us is that real-time monitoring is probably not a standing capability that can just be activated at any time throughout the season. I think it really needs to be commensurate of the risk or issues that are actually warranting deployment. And so real-time monitoring is probably the focus for our continuous improvement activity during sustained operations. But in conjunction with after action reviews, where we are still developing lessons, like through the current coordinated after action review, we're very much still progressing multi-agency lessons through those formal avenues. And I think going forward for us is how we optimize our state lessons management activity, where we're dealing with recurrent issues, and like, can we develop some performance metrics on our own lesson management process? So I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Luke. Awesome, mate. Hey, we've got quite a few questions come through on Slido for you, which Charlotte will see you about later. But one thing was, quite a few people have asked, can you share some of that collateral around that you've developed with EMV?
Absolutely, yes.
Cool.
Very happy to
So
share.
reach out to
Yes.
Luke and the team at EMV if you want to have a look at some of that. I know they've been particularly helpful to me over the years, and I really value my relationship with EMV. Thanks, Luke. And moving right along, we've got another great presentation lined up for you from Dr. Patrick Fong from Griffith University. Welcome, Patrick. Yes.
Okay, good day, everyone. And it's great to be here. And I really learned a lot from this morning and also just now from the presentation. So today I'm going to look at the topic of tacit recovery knowledge. I think probably you already seen this diagram before, which is like an iceberg. With the ice on top, we call it the explicit knowledge, and the one below called the tacit knowledge. So basically, explicit knowledge, you can find it in documents, PowerPoint, reports, etc. But tacit knowledge is probably the most difficult part. It's in people's brain, okay? It's not easy to capture it, but it's a very useful kind of knowledge. So just want to share my journey. I didn't start off doing lessons management in disaster or recovery. I actually start looking at it from the angle of capital projects. Because from where I come from, whenever you mention the term infrastructure, people see it as a dirty word. Because when people think about infrastructure, always time overrun, cost overrun, defects, or even collapse of the tunnels and all these kind of things. So at the time, I start to think about how can we learn from this kind of capital project. So basically, those projects, they are project-based, and it actually is very similar to disaster or recovery, which usually have a limited time. So I promise you that through this presentation, you will learn 20 insights and also 5 practical actions. I know it's quite an ambitious goal, but I hope to achieve this at the end. So basically, so we need to have this movement to basically look at stories and then turn it into insight, turn it into the kind of lessons identified, and then lessons learned. Many of the time, we just stop there, say lessons learned, that's it, full stop. But I believe the most important part is this, what we call the change practice. You probably heard that I will mention this word many, many times. Okay, so basically recovery is a kind of life stress test for a lot of organizational capability. So a lesson is not learned because it's written down, it is learned when it changes future behavior. That's how I define what is lessons learned. Not it appear in a register, not in a system. We count, oh, we got 5,500 lessons. That's wonderful. This is not lessons learned. But having said this, we are in this kind of blind spot situation. Although I mentioned about report earlier, I am not against about report. Report is important. But sometimes when we try to put all this insight or know-how into the report, we basically sanitize this. Usually we call it a very messy kind of practical knowledge that actually make recovery work. So when we try to fit into the report, we take off a lot of things because the report may say that you can only put 150 words. So that's the problem, okay? So think about your last debrief, okay? So did it actually capture the actual trade-off or the kind of informal coordination? Oh, sorry, I forgot to move. So basically, if you look at the kind of post-event report, we put down the timeline, the action, the formal decision, the recommendation. But here, what I recommend is we need to collect what we call this recovery story. So basically, we need to record down what are the judgments, the workarounds, the trade-off, the informal coordination. And another one, very important one, which I didn't put on this slide, is what we call the near miss. Okay, probably you know that. I think yesterday I looked up saying that every 300 near miss, there will be one actual accident. Okay? So here we have the situation of called knowledge erosion. Okay? So probably you understand what it means. So this tacit knowledge that we find it very useful, it can decrease quickly after recovery because people move on, because fatigue set in, or story becomes simplified. Okay, so you can see, look at the situation, the first box, 0 to 24 hours, you have all these raw details. 1 week, you have what we call this edited memory. And then 1 month, you have, you can see this become official story. And then before the next event, we forgot everything. The context, I think one of the keynote speakers we mentioned this morning, context is extremely important. So basically, we believe that the earliest window, we can capture the most richest knowledge that we have. But having said this, I'm not suggesting we should interrupt the operation. We should perhaps during the operation, at the same time, we need to collect these insights, okay? So because I believe this kind of critical moment need to be captured before it disappears. So talking about critical moments capture, so basically we are not suggesting another heavy reporting, but we want to focus on all these different aspects. For example, the decision point, the turning point, the trade-off, the informal coordination, the near-miss safe, all this kind of thing, because we try to capture the how when the memory is still fresh. So earlier I mentioned about near-miss, because for a lot of people, near-miss is some kind of success, but with some kind of hidden lessons, because something didn't happen. So we put a tick, this is something positive. So we usually negate all these near-miss situations, but actually they're very useful lessons that we can learn before it becomes a failure. So basically you can say that near-miss are some of the most valuable sources of preparedness knowledge. So for this slide, like other speakers, they may suggest that there are several questions we can ask. Basically, very similar, but the rationale behind this question is help us to prompt into the kind of knowledge that we need to get from the situation, okay? So the question including what happened, what make it difficult, what did people know, or do they help, what should we remember next time, all these kind of questions. So basically this question, the rationale behind is to surface the kind of judgment, context, or even what we call the transferable know-how. So we need to shift from earlier what we talked about capture now into something called translation, okay? Not from English into another language or something like that, but we really need to put it into use, okay? So basically, stories are very powerful. I think probably you heard people mention that story is actually a very good way to elicit this kind of tacit knowledge, know-how, compared with other kind of methods. And also people are very good in telling story. We tell story to our kids, our parents tell story to us, so it's very easy to remember. But all these stories will not automatically become lessons. So basically, we need to try to convert them into some kind of insight and then into a usable lesson statement with the kind of context, owner, trigger, actions, etc. Okay, so that's very important point for this, to translate the stories into some kind of useful lessons. And here I suggest to use this another tools, tacit lessons canvas, okay? So basically in this canvas, you can see that we have to turn the story into some kind of lessons, know-how, and then we need to find the owner, because it's very important that someone will promote this kind of lessons. And then we have the context, which is important as well. If we strip of the context, become nothing. Then the trigger is something to tell us about what to do in the future. So basically, this canvas is to help us to collect some kind of vague lessons by making the condition for future use visible. That's the main reason behind why we need to use some kind of canvas or tools to help us. Next, we need to talk about lessons quality. I think probably many of you here, when you look at some of the lessons you collect, some of them not really usable in some sense, okay? So basically, for example, if someone puts something in a lesson saying that communication needs improvement, is it a good lesson? Definitely not. Too vague, don't know what to do. So for example, turn this into a stronger lessons. For example, need to identify what kind of communication we are talking about, under what kind of condition, who need to act upon it, what kind of trigger prompts, and also what evidence confirm the change. Remember, we keep on mentioning that lessons learned is to change the behavior. Then we move into this governance situation. So basically, other than having the capture owner, we need to have someone called a practice owner, someone who can really put these insight, these lessons into action, not just put them into the register or something like that, okay? So basically, this lesson steward is to try to prevent this kind of lesson from dying in the register. You can put into the register, no one look at it, okay? Then we have this, another message is to try to move from learning to change, okay? So the question we need to ask ourselves is not, have we closed the recommendation, but rather, where has the practice changed, okay? So we need to look, put these lessons into the kind of risk register. Training scenario is a good way to train up junior staff, capability plan, or even some kind of standard operating procedure. So here I want to bring out the message that this behavioral test of learning is a very important concept. So, and also we basically need to measure the uptake or the practice change, not only the completion of the action. Here you will see that I actually put in one box called verify. I would suggest that in our lessons management system, we need to, from time to time, verify the lessons, because I think we do need to have this lessons maintenance. Some of the lessons we collect can become obsolete after years because of change in technology, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why we need to have this lessons maintenance. And another very important message is we need to create this kind of organizational memory, because we know that in organization, people come and go, people retire. I think probably not an issue in Australia, but in some other country, you heard about people got aging populations, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to capture this kind of important knowledge and insight before they disappear. Even though, say, the person who look after these lessons who left, but still this lesson can still keep continuing. Earlier, we have Tyler who talked about AI. I think if I give this talk 5 years ago, I can probably skip this slide and the next two, because at the time, no one used AI, not in this sense. But today, AI becomes such a prominent subject. How many of you using Gen AI every day? Yeah, quite a few. It become like part of our life. It become like our assistant. For me, as an academic, I also find it very challenging, because sometimes the students submit the coursework to me. I find it to be too good to be true. So, and unfortunately, there's no software, whatever, to detect it. So, and recently, I actually set an assignment to the student saying that you can use Gen AI, but you need to show me what's the answer from the Gen AI and how you do with it. Okay? So in order, because I know that in future, when they join a company, probably the company will say that you can use GenAI in your work or something like that. So that's why I will not deter them from using it, but I will ask them to declare which part of the answer is from GenAI and how they do with it, what kind of human judgment they apply it. So basically here, I would suggest that AI is our co-pilot, not the Microsoft co-pilot, okay? The one sit next to the chief pilot on an aeroplane, but not autopilot, because when we set into the autopilot mode, which means that we totally rely on the AI output, which we know that can be totally wrong. So here we have the what I call the responsible AI workflow, which is basically we have the lesson steward who will turn this kind of validate insight into action, so that we have the AI can actually help us to speed up the sense making, which is very important. But people need to be their own interpretation and accountability. That's a very important step, okay? Because I must say that AI can do many, many wonderful things. For example, if say you have a 20 pages report, you can ask AI to give you one sentence learning from the report. For us, it will be quite a struggle. I mean, how can you turn 20 pages into one line of learning? But AI can do it. So earlier, we talked about this guardrail. So basically, one important message here is tacit knowledge is often subtle and also relational. So if we compress it too much by using AI, it may lose the insights that we want to preserve. So that's why when we use AI in applying into lessons management, we need to be careful that it will not strip off the important message behind. So here, other than using the lessons to help us for future action, we also should use this kind of knowledge for preparedness value, okay? So basically, we can use this past recovery knowledge to improve the next response before the next event happens. And that's probably the best, okay? So here, that's why I guarantee you 20 insights. And here I would suggest there will be 5 major shifts. The key message here is to change from event memory to decision learning. And that's the key message I want to summarize from these 5 shifts that I mentioned. So think about your organization. Is there any issue within these 5 different steps? So here, 5 practical actions you can apply next week, which including think about a critical moment prompt, capture one near miss save, use the tacitness lessons canvas I suggested earlier, and also assign a lesson steward. And last but not the least, we can use AI to help us, but as co-pilot, not as autopilot. So the final message is let's make the recovery knowledge visible, usable, and ready for the next event. Because I'm so passionate about this topic, so if you want to communicate with me, please feel free to use the email, or you can scan this link in, which you can DM me, direct message, DM me, okay? So basically, I want to explain this logo or banner I put here. I was recognized early this year by this organization called GoTKM, Global Think Tank of Organizational Tacit Management, as one of the top 50 influential people in this field. So I'm really, really honored to be selected. So thank you so much for your attention. Please feel free to ask me any question.
An absolutely wonderful presentation from Patrick. So much energy and information packed into 20 minutes. This is another presentation I'm going to have to go over in the recordings. There was just so much wonderful stuff in there. Thanks so much, Patrick. It's my great pleasure now to welcome all the way from Western Australia, and a special hi to my good friends online over there at DFES in Western Australia, and I know Pete Galvin, who's one of our lessons nerd herd, is on today. So g'day, Pete. And I'd like you all to welcome Donna Carter from the Department of Fire and Emergency Services, better known as DFES, to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'll just get straight into it, shall we? So, a confession to start with. The team I work for at DFES is the State Recovery Team, which is integrated into the Department of Fire and Emergency Services. We are not lessons experts in any way, shape, or form. We're recovery practitioners trying to implement lessons within our framework. And we're relatively new to the lesson space as well. So this is our beginning journey that we're talking through here today. And when I say we, there is a group of people sitting back home in Western Australia listening to this online. So bye to you all. Okay. So in Western Australia, there's been a growing need for recovery over the last few years. We're not Queensland, we're not New South Wales, and we're not Victoria. The bulk of our population lives in the southwest of Western Australia. Most of our events happen in the northwest, etc., sparsely populated and built for resilience as well. Recovery covers all 29 hazards in Western Australia, and that's the other aspect of this that we are struggling to come to terms with. It's not just the natural disaster. It moves over in pandemic, biosecurity, finding little capsules of nuclear pieces somewhere in the middle of Western Australia. The state government's recently invested in recovery in 2023, and that has looked like an uplift from 9 FTE to 38 permanent FTE. But this includes our DRFA funding team, which takes up about half of our capacity to do the administration of the funding arrangements. So this has been our journey over the last 5 years, with 3 major events: Waterloo bushfires in 2021, Cyclone Seroja in 2021, and the Kimberley floods and TC Ilsa, which happened about the same time in 2023. We've had a number of other concurrent events, and I will stress these events are the ones that state recovery has been stood up for. These are not the total list of events in our state. State recovery only gets stood up when the capacity of local government is unable to meet the needs after that event. So our first steps, like everyone else, we dragged out our corporate lessons management policy, had a look at that, pulled out the lessons management guideline from ADA, started looking at QR codes from various organisations. It's our own personal one. Set up our recovery event observations register, which filled out a lovely Excel spreadsheet, looking at all the pulling all that information together for us. So we started that process back in 2023, and then got waylaid by Cyclone Ellie and the West Kimberley floods response, and Tropical Cyclone Ilsa, plus all those other events. So back in 2025, we basically got ourselves together and pulled together all of the different materials that we'd had lessons contained in. That could be anything from our register through monitoring reports, evaluation reports. We tried to do some work alongside the observations, pulling them together. We pulled an interagency team together in Western Australia to look at the West Kimberley floods 6 months after the event. We then pulled out our fishbone diagram, took our observations, looked at causal analysis, and basically looked at the root causes of what our stuff was, put that in a nice little report, pulled all this together. We ended up with a huge Excel spreadsheet of observations throughout this period of time. And then we went and set about saying, what have we already learned? So in that list, we had everything from opinions all the way through to lessons learned recorded in that register. Through some internal validation processes, we looked at the fact about 56% of our lessons were either already learned or already on their way to be learning, formalised in work plans that people were actually responsible for implementing. We had about 29% requiring further action, and 15% we couldn't yet determine where they fit on the scale. Had Tropical Cyclone Narelle not hit the end of this year, we would have been able to do the work to figure out where those fit, but we sort of got caught in the time warp. Hey, what did that leave us? An oily mess. So we've been trying to implement oil in recovery for some time. So one of the challenges we have is we're a small team. So our observations, our insights and our lessons, our validation is pretty much all done by the same people. So we are just creating do loops around where people are basically saying, this is my observation. Yes, we're in it. Yes, it's been an insight. Yes, it's a lesson identified. And yes, we've learnt it. And it's all being done by the same people. And I think this is our biggest challenge at the moment as well, when it's a lesson learned in recovery. We often, well, when I say often, we run projects that might be very specific to a recovery event. We may never run that program again. We've got lessons identified from it. When do we get to learn those? We also have a lot of learning that goes on during an event. And we've had some fun applying the national themes out of the ADA workbook into recovery. So national themes. When we went through and we basically tagged every one of our observations, insights, lessons learned and identified and learned. And the common themes between the workbook and recovery were there. Our additional recovery themes. So these are all of the additional themes that we couldn't find in the ADA workbook. And I think there's a lot of work to be done in terms of determining national themes for recovery so that we can actually start to gather insights and lessons identified, lessons learned, etc., across the country. Recovery tends to think in terms of the programs they run rather than the activities they do. So we would almost look at those common themes as subsets of the things here. We would tend to focus on those rather than that end. So as we were working through this, our understanding is that oil has largely been developed for response capacity, or response capability. We went back and had a look, had a think, what are the differences between recovery and response? And I will stress this, some of this is very distinct to natural hazards versus the sort of, you know, the pandemics, the biosecurity hazards, etc. So recovery is a marathon, response is a sprint. In response, you have much more command and control capability, as in recovery, it's more of a coordination mechanism. Response, very focused. As we heard this morning, protection of life, protection of property and environment, which I will now add to my list. Sustained complexity in recovery. We're trying to put a community back together after an event so we can go from anything from rebuilding infrastructure, psychosocial support, health, education, basically the entire gamut the government works on in recovery in normal time is also then caught up in recovery. Response, very doctrine-based, regulatory, lots of rules, lots of processes, etc. In recovery, it tends to be more nuanced and adaptable. If we can run the same process in one event for one community and try and do that in the next community, it may not work. So we have to be a bit more nuanced around what we do. So learning shouldn't wait. If I look at the time it takes for response versus recovery, if I have to wait to learn from one of my events, I'm probably going to miss at least half a dozen more along the way if I wait till the end. So learning has to take place as we go. In recovery, I think we tend to learn through the project cycle more than we learn based on event. So we find that most of our lessons get learnt through this phase, through the monitor and adapt and through the close and evaluate. And this raises a question for us, when in recovery are lessons learned? So do we have to wait until the next event to implement something? Do we classify it as a lesson learned if we never have to implement it again? So if I look to two examples in Western Australia during the Kimberley floods, we ran a freight assistance program. The northwest of Western Australia had been cut off by the collapse of the Fitzroy River Bridge, and people couldn't access goods. Goods needed to take an extra 12,000 kilometre round trip journey from Perth to Kununurra, resulting in significant costs for every item that went to that area. So we planned and put together a freight assistance program. And within days of launching that freight assistance program, people were screaming, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work. We took it, redid it, put it out again, still not working, still not working. So we then had full industry consultation, a rapid full industry consultation to get the project right, and started implementing it again. Is that a lesson learned? Because we probably won't ever do that again. Or I hope we never have to do that again. I hope the Fitzroy Bridge, which has been built to withstand, what, 600 times stronger, whatever it is, than it was before. So is that a lesson learned? Actually, I've got experts in the room. Is that a lesson learned? Hands up. Hands up. Lesson learned, yes or no? Yeah, okay. All right. So we're actually looking at an adapted process at the moment. We are probably going to lose the distinction between observation, insight, lesson learned, and lesson identified in whatever simple shareable data collection system we end up implementing. Because we have our SMEs who are the linchpin in terms of that lessons process, as long as we can give them the framework with which they can actually learn during an event, then we may not actually necessarily need to go through that entire process. Okay, so this brought us back to, well, if we've already learnt between 56 and 70% of our lessons without having a structured lesson system in place, why? We went back to look at our learning culture. And when I go back, and this is a self-assessment, I fully acknowledge that. Right now, we have leaders that do basically personify lessons. We have it's safe. We can speak up, we can experiment, we can do things that are new and different. That's encouraged and welcome. It happens every day. We didn't have a system in place and it was happening every day. This is our issue right now, share and improve. Are we actually sharing and improving? We benefit from the fact that we're new. We've had largely the same number of staff and the same staff operating across recovery for the last 3 to 5 years. What would happen if they left? You know, is that knowledge embedded in our minds or is it embedded in our systems and our processes? And I think this is the other thing that we've got going for us as well is what is our core driver? Why are we doing lessons? Why are we trying to get better? And for us, learning results in better recovery outcomes for our community. And that is language that is spoken about, embodied in our leadership and embodied in our day-to-day activities. So our system is now, this picture here is an image of someone in our team trying to mind map my thinking around what a system may look like for us. So that's our challenge right now, is how do we develop a system that captures all that learning while at the same time not crushing a learning culture. And that's it.
Thanks, Donna. That's awesome. We actually do have a question for you. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
So someone said that it's a really good call on the lessons management handbook lacking appropriate recovery themes. Do you think we'll see your themes and sub-themes making it in the upcoming update? I mean, was that something you could share with us that we can contribute?
That's probably about another dozen.
Fantastic. My people need to talk to your people then. Yeah.
Your people.
Wonderful. Look, thanks, Donna. Awesome. And maybe it's a good time to mention about the separate recovery lessons community of practice that started up for Australasia. And we've got a couple of the people involved here in the room with us today, Dana and Grace from Emergency Recovery Victoria. And if you've got any questions specific to that community of practice, I'm sure Dana and Grace would love to talk to you. But it's truly Trans-Tasman group, and they're starting to tackle the nuances around what recovery lessons are and, you know, where they fit into the whole scheme of things. Now, look, it's my great pleasure now to introduce a real emerging star in lessons, our good friend Courtney Russell from Queensland Police Service.
Thank you, Des. Hi, everybody, and good afternoon. My name is Courtney Russell, and for over the past decade, I've had the privilege of working within the disaster management space, and for the last 12 months of that, I've actually been working within the lessons management team of the Queensland Police Service. And that team also consists of two people, and that seems like a common theme, unfortunately, that we are such a small team across lessons management. Firstly, I'd like to thank as well the team behind the scenes here in enabling this forum to go ahead this week. I certainly look forward to the opportunities this week brings in building connections and challenging thinking within the lessons management space. Today, I'm speaking to the 2.5-year journey. Our team within the Queensland Police Service disaster management space, within the lessons management space, and more specifically regarding embedding learning, trust, and risk management practices. To begin this topic, it is very important to understand, first of all, Queensland disaster management arrangements themselves, referred to as the arrangements throughout this presentation. For those less familiar with Queensland's arrangements, we are locally led by 77 councils plus 1 town authority, meaning Queensland councils are responsible for leading disaster impacts within their areas of responsibility. We are then coordinated across 23 disaster management groups, meaning disaster management groups assist local councils in coordination efforts with local councils where assistance is required. We are then supported by multiple state government agencies, meaning at the request of local councils through disaster management groups, the state can provide support to assist local councils and the Queensland community. We also work collaboratively with the private and non-for-profit sectors, as well as the Commonwealth through the National Emergency Management Agency, according to the size, scale, and complexity of events. Today, I'm speaking specifically about the state-level lessons management function, which, as mentioned, is made up of multiple state agencies to support local councils and disaster management groups. It is also very important to acknowledge the continuous improvement journey independently undertaken by local councils and disaster management groups themselves, who play an equally important part in enhancing the interoperability throughout these arrangements. These arrangements are a layered, interconnected system where interoperability is front and foremost. And that's exactly why lessons management plays such a crucial role in continuous improvement. Today, I want to take you on a journey from where we started to where we are now and to where we see the future. In April of 2023, the Office of the Inspector General of Emergency Management released a review into Queensland's disaster management arrangements. And shortly after, in October of 2023, the disaster response function transitioned from the then Queensland Fire and Emergency Services to the now Queensland Police Service at the state level of the arrangements. At the same time, a small but very significant decision was made when operationalising the new function under the Queensland Police Service, and that was to embed a lessons management capability from the very beginning. Now, on paper, that sounded simple, but the reality was very different. Our journey starts within the Queensland State Disaster Coordination Centre, where we had no framework, we had no processes, we had no systems, We had no established methodology for lessons management. We weren't refining something, we were building it from the ground up. And we had to do it quickly because within weeks we were operating in the 23-24 higher risk weather season and responding to Tropical Cyclone Jasper, which crosses a Category 2 in far north Queensland during December of 2023, bringing widespread flooding. Our initial lessons process relied heavily on experience we had in the team and pure instinct at that time. And while we delivered outcomes, it exposed something important. Without structure, lessons management becomes reactive, inconsistent, and difficult to scale. So we made a very important decision. We stopped thinking short term and we started building for the future. In talking to our stakeholders, they knew what continuous improvement was, but they had poor previous experiences or knowledge of it. So we became aware there was a lack of accountability, there was a lack of feedback loops, and a lack of leadership buy-in from the start. Taking this into consideration, we built our own lessons management framework, a framework designed not just to capture observations, but to create real, measurable improvement. It focused on 4 key outcomes: recognising and embedding good practice, driving continuous improvement, strengthening state-level processes and procedures, and ultimately improving interoperability across the arrangements. However, we didn't build it in isolation. We drew on existing research, online resources, and importantly, the lessons management networks here today. Because we've learned quickly, the biggest strength within lessons management is each other. By the 24-25 season, we were ready to apply the framework in a real-world environment, and it was tested immediately. That season brought 3 disaster events requiring the stand-up of the Queensland State Disaster Coordination Centre. The scale was significant and the pressure was real. So was the opportunity. Through strong engagement with our centre of whole-of-government partners, we captured for that season over 1,100 observations, 60 insights, 26 lessons identified, 32 endorsed actions. For a small team, that was a substantial achievement for us. But we didn't do it alone. We leaned into our networks to adapt and improve our processes along the way. And that collaboration made all the difference. One of the most defining moments in our journey came through our own learning at last year's Australian and New Zealand Emergency Management Conference, where we heard from an interstate speaker about integrating risk into lessons management. And it hit home immediately. Because up until that point, we were good at identifying lessons, but prioritising them through a targeted approach, that was a little bit harder. So we adapted the Queensland Police Service risk-based approach. We were using the same language and system that our organisation was already using. We applied targeted risk ratings and residual risk ratings to every lesson identified, and the impact was immediate. It allowed us to clearly communicate priority to leadership, support evidence-based decision-making, and allocate resources where they mattered. It shifted lessons management from a recording function to a decision-making tool. And from that point on, risk became embedded into our lessons management process. Fast forward to today, our confidence has grown a little through experience, collaboration, and continuous learning. And with confidence did come a little bit of ambition. During the 25-26 season just ended, we've endeavoured to go beyond our whole of government stakeholders within our centre from where we started. We've reached out to 2 of our crucial partners, one being our State Disaster Coordination Group, which in Queensland are state government representatives who make decisions and commit resources during events. And number 2, the disaster management groups, who are the link between local councils and the state. Therefore, they are essential in having their voice and experiences heard to contribute to the strengthening of how we can contribute to enhance our support to local councils. This shift was deliberate, moving from a centre-only perspective to a more inclusive approach that recognises the essential role of our disaster management partners. By expanding beyond siloed centre-based data to include input from State Disaster Coordination Group and our disaster management groups, we aim to build a more accurate understanding of how we can improve our support and interoperability within the arrangements. We understand it's crucial that every voice matters, every disaster management group in partnership with local councils and every state agency. Therefore, our approach must be inclusive and statewide, shaped by the perspectives of all of our partners. But expansion came with challenges. Different stakeholder groups required different approaches. And one of the biggest lessons we've learnt is this. Lessons management needs to be tailored, not standardised. It must be accessible and meaningful to the people contributing. So we adapted. We built fit-for-purpose processes for different groups, and we focused on making participation easier, not harder. At the same time, we began exploring innovation. The Queensland Police Service had the opportunity to pilot Microsoft Copilot during the 25-26 season. And naturally, we asked ourselves, what role could AI play within lessons management? We started small within our team, using Copilot to identify emerging themes, support drafting insights, and improve consistency in outputs. But we learned quickly for us that AI is not the answer. It is simply a tool, and ultimately its effectiveness is shaped by how we put that tool into practice. There was and still is significant human involvement for us. It's about taking the time and getting it right from the beginning, because for us, context matters, judgment matters, and accuracy matters. While it has improved efficiency and product quality to identify themes and drafting insights for us, it has also required a significant amount of time to train, refine, and build confidence within. And that's okay, because for us, we believe in using AI to enable and people to empower. If there's one thing that underpins everything we've done, it's trust. Lessons management only works when people trust the process, trust that their observations will be valued, that confidentiality is maintained, the process is fair and constructive, that leadership will act on what's identified, and the outputs from the process will be used meaningfully to support arrangements. In a very structured command and control environment, that trust doesn't come automatically. We had to build it. One of the most powerful shifts we made was adapting appreciative inquiry. Instead of focusing on what needed improving, we started to focus on our strengths, and that changed everything. It improved engagement, shifted perception, it made lessons more accessible and constructive. People became willing to contribute because they felt part of the process, not subject to it. Now, nearly 2.5 years into our journey, we're starting to see real impact. We're seeing documented actions being implemented, processes being refined, and most importantly, demonstrated behaviour change or enhanced interoperability within our arrangements. And that's the moment where, for us, lessons management has its full circle moment, because it's no longer about what we identified, it's about what we've changed and how we continue to embed good practice into the future. This has been especially valuable for strengthening our transition from response to recovery. By embedding good practice and improving our response during events, we aim to also enhance our transition to the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, furthermore contributing to improving interoperability across Queensland's arrangements at all levels. So where to next? Our focus now is on embedding and improving what we've built. With the use of free, available technology to us, such as Copilot, SharePoint, and Power Apps, we've started to enhance the integration of a centralised online lessons register for our stakeholders, which, looking ahead, we aim to improve usability for both our team and our stakeholders, increase transparency of lessons and actions, improve trend analysis, and provide greater ownership and accountability by responsible officers. We also see strong opportunity in future integration, particularly within the Queensland Disaster Management Training Framework and the Queensland Disaster Management Exercise Framework, where lessons can inform training and development of how lessons works in practice, shape exercise design, and validate whether improvements are working. This is where we believe lessons management becomes part of the system and not separate from it. And finally, we're starting to explore the role of futures and foresights, because while lessons management is grounded to the past and present, its value is realised into the future. It's not about asking what happened, but also what does this mean for what comes next. We are still early in our journey, but we are moving forward with purpose, with collaboration, and with a commitment to continuously improve our support mechanism to Queensland communities. We are growing, adapting, and learning together, and the ideas that drive that progress come from everyone here today. Through collaboration, QPS is proud to support the development of a newly formed Queensland Disaster Management Lessons Community of Practice, because it's about strengthening the system as a whole and supporting each other to do better. As someone once told me, you cannot be what you cannot see. And that's why forums like this matter, because they allow us to see what good practice looks like, what's possible, and what we can achieve together.
Courtney, what a truly inspiring journey, and thank you for telling us about it. A lovely presentation, really cool. And it's great to see these community of practices and supporting our people in their various roles and specialties and functions. So look now, I need to warn you to check that your seatbelt is securely fastened, that you do know how to adopt the recommended brace position in the event of something untoward happening. And I need to prepare you for the godfather of lessons. Some people have called him the guru. I certainly acknowledge his masterful knowledge and support that he's given to many of us in the room and online, affectionately known as Bert. Please welcome to the stage the one and only Mark Cuthbert.
Thanks, Daz. Please get up for Diamond Duz from across the ditch, our fabulous master of ceremonies. Douglas Adams was a man before his time, and it frustrates me no end that he never got the recognition that he deserved as a thought leader in the way that we learn from experience. Some of you are probably not old enough to know of Douglas. That sounds like a personal problem to me. I don't mean that to sound judgmental, of course it is, but I just don't mean it to sound like it. So in 1990, Douglas said, "Human beings who are unique in having the ability to learn from the experience of others are also remarkable for their disinclination to do so." Since then, bugger all has changed. Or has it? Have things changed? I think they have. So we heard from the famous Paul Margetts this morning about his strength-based approach, appreciative inquiry, and Courtney just touched on it as well. So this isn't new. He's not Robinson Crusoe. Those that attended last year's Lessons Forum in Wellington will recall that we identified this trend with more people talking about focusing on what is working well. We actually did a poll looking for better language to use until that was derailed by Lee Dalglish inventing new terms. I'm not going to talk about these strength-based approach. You can talk to Paul or Courtney, or there's plenty of stuff online about them. And these are just one tool in your toolbox as a lessons professional, one recipe in your recipe book. And no one is suggesting that everything is rainbows and unicorns, but quite simply, it is a whole lot more efficient to share and leverage off what is working well than it is to fix what is totally stuffed. And it's a whole lot better for the mental health of our people as well. So no one is suggesting we can ignore what is totally stuffed, but I'm reminded of a story from one of our defence colleagues from one of the early lessons forums where he said he was tasked to go to another country and do lessons from an ADF deployment. And he said due to the politics, he was only allowed to look at what was working well. And he said people, as they always do, went straight to what was stuffed. So that really allowed him to dig into the dirt of what wasn't working. So we live in a world where the only constant is change. The speed of change is increasing exponentially and will continue to do so. The pace, scale, and complexity of disasters is increasing, and the geopolitical situation is the most dangerous and unpredictable it has been since the 60s. And the threat of nuclear war is higher now than at any time since the Cold War. Other than that, it's all going pretty well, really. As lessons nerds, we know we need to look at learn before action reviews, peer assists. Learn during intra-action reviews, real-time lessons, and learn after action reviews. Patrick, are you based on the Gold Coast? I need to spend more time with you. Who was collecting near misses before today? Who's going to be collecting near misses after today? Yeah, I need to talk the ball with you. You're all over it. You need to have a look. Have you had a look at this learn before stuff? Nick Milton, Google Nick Milton and NOCO, and he's learned before stuff, and weave your stuff in. Are you presenting at the Disaster Management Conference? Are you presenting at the Disaster Management Conference in July? Okay, I'll be there. Got off the track now. I was in a meeting the other week where someone said that their main source of collecting observations was debrief. That made me sad. The more I do lessons, the less I like debriefs. And that's as a doctrinal purist lessons nerd. So debriefs, hot, cold, wet, or whatever type, have traditionally come with a lot of baggage. They have some history of being inconsistent, poorly facilitated activities, where crusty old alphas go to whinge about stuff that I have been telling you about for years and you haven't fixed it. Or where people go into debriefs being defensive, as they may be the ones being whinged about. The discussions have often been skewed by groupthink, hindsight bias, confirmation bias, and any other number of biases, and they often produce a large number of generally poor quality observations that take a lot of effort to capture and even more effort to code, for often little value add. Now, I'm not suggesting debriefs are going away or should go away, as they can meet a range of needs other than lessons. And debriefing can be improved with some consistency in process and facilitator training. Radical, I know. But in a world of constant churn and threat, only doing lessons after now is really too little too late. The national leadership on both developing lessons management capability and analysing and mobilising learnings is sadly lacking across all sectors. Developing lessons capability is separate to running lessons processes. Developing lessons management capability is about developing the people, the processes, the organisation, the tools, the technology and training, all of which are required to enable the conduct of lessons processes. State and territory leadership on developing lessons management capability and analysing and mobilising learnings varies, with some states, to be honest, one state, being well established and mature in their approach, while others are in various stages of development, some in decline. That's not a criticism, we're all on the road to building capability. Individual agencies also vary widely in their approach and ability to learn from experience. In 2020, the Royal Commission into Natural Disaster Arrangements, in their interim observations report, said that Australia has a long history of seeking to understand the causes and impacts of disasters, with more than 240 previous inquiries being brought to their attention. A lot more in that ADAR database now. Difficult to determine the implementation status for many recommendations. We observe that many initiatives have not been adequately implemented, and we question why this is so, which I thought was quite a good question. In 2021, the New South Wales Auditor-General said the arrangements used by New South Wales emergency response agencies to address public inquiry recommendations have important and consistent gaps. For 2/3 of the recommendations, the agencies did not sufficiently verify they'd been implemented as intended and in line with the outcomes sought. This exposes risks that gaps in disaster response are not addressed in a complete or timely way and will persist or recur in the future. In 2022, the New South Wales Flood Inquiry said that disasters are not new to New South Wales or Australia, yet we observed there's a real failure of the system to build on past experiences and learn lessons from previous disasters to inform responses to current and emerging responses. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to predict that the next Royal Commission will likely identify, while some jurisdictions and some agencies have made significant advances in both developing lessons management capability and in learning from experience, a lack of leadership, direction and commitment across all senior levels and sectors has yet again resulted in an ongoing failure of the system to build on past experiences and learn lessons from previous crises to inform responses to current and emerging situations. Now, we don't know what the next Royal Commission is going to be about. Could be terrorism, cyber attack, fuel security, pandemic, critical infrastructure, space debris, supply chain, or maybe even disasters. But the other part of my prediction is that it will be apparent that there was a complete lack of sharing across sectors. Now, I'm really keen to be proved wrong and really happy to be proved wrong, because we know how to do this stuff. I could split you into sector groups and give you a whiteboard, and in an hour you could identify the top 20 recurring issues for your sector. And as lessons nerds, I'm hoping you've already got that list of what your recurring issues are. And I'm hoping you've already got before action reviews drafted for those to provide to your commanders. It's a complex world. But if you're not on top of learning from experience before, during and after events, I look forward to you explaining why to the next Royal Commission. So those that were at last year's Lessons Forum will recall my sermon about lessons management myths and legends. And I'm going to bust another 2 myths today, because that's my role now as a lessons dinosaur. My job is to organise the social program and bust myths. And I like my job, the social program bit particularly. So the first myth is oil. Now, I read an international journal article a couple of weeks ago that said Australia uses oil as their lessons management framework. No, we don't. Australia does not have a lessons management framework. We also saw something the other day about they were exploring alternative learning frameworks beyond the oil model. Oil's not a learning framework. It's not even a framework. Oil is just 4 nouns. They are definition of terms. I didn't pay that much attention when I went to school, but my recollection is doing words are verbs. So in the current handbook, there are 4 doing words. A lessons handbook says the cycle or process for managing lessons used in this handbook consists of 4 steps. Verbs: collection, analysis, implementation, monitoring, and review. The handbook does provide a bit more detail if you want to have a look at that. And the handbook's currently being reviewed, and we're looking at adding some detail as our practice has advanced since we wrote it last time. But this is an example of a lessons process with the doing verbs. So that inner ring: plan, collect, analyse, decide, implement, share, monitor, and validate. That's a lessons process. Oil might be at the guts of it, to use a technical term, but oil is just one part of it. So oil is just thematic analysis. So the handbook says oil is one approach to synthesising observations, analysing for insights, and identifying lessons. So oil is just basic thematic analysis. That's the verbs that go with one example of thematic analysis. They are the processy type verbs. I've also heard it said that oil does not work for our sector. Well, it's no wonder, because oil isn't the lessons process. It's only part of the lessons process. But when people say that, I still have yet to hear a single concrete example of why it doesn't work, other than we're different. And I busted that myth in Wellington last year. The 2 most common phrases in lessons management are, we're different. Well, I'm sorry, they're not. And the other one is, they don't get it. Well, generally they do, but they just have a different perspective of it. So I've also heard that there's a want to add approved for oil. Just chuck a verb in with the 4 nouns. It's not the lessons process. Stop it. That is an example of a lessons process. And if you're doing lessons without doing basic thematic analysis of your data, of your evidence, I'd be keen to hear why and how. I know there's some people that aren't constrained by evidence and are happy to leap straight to solutions, but I wouldn't recommend that approach. So oil is not the lessons process. It's just 4 terms. It's not a lessons framework and it's not a learning framework. I feel a little better now. But the second myth is national themes. While I'm on a roll. In 2010, Australia had a consistent approach to how we manage lessons. Everyone did nothing. In 2011, we got 70 people together in a room at a place called the Australian Emergency Management Institute at Mount Macedon for 4 days to share lessons from that 10-11 flood that Katarina and others have talked about, floods and cyclones and bushfires, a larger than normal Australian summer. And consequently, those 70 cats started to get energised. Well, some of them. So we started writing the lessons handbook, so we had consistent guidance. And then we said, let's just agree one way to code data so we can share it between agencies and jurisdictions. That was back when we were naive enough to think that we might be able to share data between organisations and jurisdictions. But we never said they were the only way to code. I know some people don't understand how to code, especially how to code against root cause, but I refer to my earlier comments about the lack of training. We expect people to learn this stuff by osmosis. So some code against symptoms rather than root cause, but if you don't get to root cause, you're leaping to the solution for the wrong problem, otherwise known as single loop learning. Again, I've had people say that national themes don't work for them. Well, don't use them. We've always said come up with your own themes, but if you don't understand them, there's plenty of people in the room that are happy to explain it and teach it. So if national themes don't work for you, and I know you can't read that, come up with your own. We're really not at the point of sharing data. So we know they need some work, and we'll have a look at them as part of the handbook review. Not suggesting they're perfect. But again, please don't tell me there's a problem with national themes unless you know how to use them to code against root cause, and you can tell me what the problem is. So to continue in the vein of focusing on the positive, audience participation phase. How many are attending this forum for the first time? Oh, wow. What about out there online? How many of you people are attending for the first time? 80%. Who's been doing lessons for less than a year? 40%. Who's been doing them for less than 5 years? Less than 10 years? Yeah, there's the tragic. So it really concerns me when we run a lessons forum like this, that we have to try and cover a spectrum of about 15 years of experience. So in designing and putting these forums together, we try to ensure that we address the needs of those new to lessons, as well as those challenge the thinking of those who have been doing lessons for quite a while, which is always difficult to do, particularly in 2 days. So I really would encourage you to provide feedback in the survey that comes out after this, so we can improve our practice for next year's lessons forum in, sorry, I amuse myself sometimes. That's a bit of an in-joke. For those that have seen this slide before, not that slide, this slide, for those that have seen this slide before, I wasn't going to talk about it this year. but I went out to the DFO out near the airport last week and saw that sign. So I just took it as a sign. I wasn't sure whether you'd get that. You're pretty, that's pretty good. Yeah, so in a world of constant change, churn and threat, we absolutely have to get better at learning before, during and after events. Someone needs to do it and you need to do it. So just do it and you can do it. So even at your small level, even at your team level, just start small. At your team level, you can establish a learning culture, you can collect observations, you can have the discussion to analyse what they mean, and you can develop insights and you can share those learnings. So don't be intimidated by a lot of the discussions that are happening today about lessons at a strategic level or a state level or a national level. If you're grappling trying to make it work at your agency, you can do it. And there's plenty of people in this room that'll help you do it. So I may not have gone where I intended to go, but I think I've ended up where I need to be. And I refuse to answer any questions on the ground that I don't have any answers. So I'm hoping I've nearly used all my time so Des has no time to ask me hard questions. But before I close, I just want to thank AFAC for continuing to run these forums. Thanks to the AFAC organising team, Zoe, Charlotte, Juanita, Anna. Also thanks to my fellow organising committee members. I'd like to say it's been fun. Unfortunately, I can't. And big thanks to those who submitted abstracts. Des mentioned it this morning. So many great abstracts that we've tried to squeeze in 20-minute presentations. I'd like to say I'm sorry about that, but I'm not, so I won't. But thanks for all those abstracts and big thanks for those that did that work. Hopefully we'll get better at including those next year. Finally, a shout out to all those lessons tragics around the country that are in watch parties, watching what's going on today, especially to my Taswegian cousins who are actually running 2 watch parties in Tasmania, one in Burnie and one in Hobart. Taswegians always bat above their weight. So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Ladies and gentlemen, there can be only one. The inimitable Mark Cuthbert.
Thank God they say.
Cheers, Bert. Always challenge the thinking and give us plenty to look towards and unpick after you've been on the stage. Love the energy. Hey, welcome back, everyone. Hope you're all doing okay as we get into the downhill part of the day. It's always the hardest part of a conference. So the last few hours, we've done nothing but absorb a lot of knowledge. The head feels like it's going to explode. We've usually eaten too much, drank too much coffee, not enough water, and we're going, when's this going to finish? But I can promise you that we've still got some fantastic presentations lined up for you. And first off, unfortunately, our next presenter was unable to attend in person at the last minute, but has kindly agreed to virtually present to us. So please join me in welcoming our next speaker for today. It's Mel Osborne from Gender and Disaster Australia.
Hi, everyone. Sorry I can't make it today. The joy of illness has prevented me. Now, I can't see anyone, so I'm just going to trust that it's all going to go ahead. Please let me know if my slides don't move. So now, did everyone get a different slide? Can't hear. So Gender and Disaster Australia, we are essentially a research and education organisation that looks at the gendered harms that occur to people of all genders through the disaster life cycle, and that includes family violence for women through to economic harms and male suicide as well. So what I wanted to talk about today was the Creating Safe Shelter Spaces project. That's a disaster ready fund project for us that we're running in Victoria with councils, and in New South Wales, a much smaller program there. So we're doing it in Victoria because evacuation centre management is decentralised to councils, we are going to visit every single council, or we've started this project obviously, visit every single council and go to their exercise and just look over things with a gendered lens and help out with suggestions and training. New South Wales were developing 2 training programs, a short 30-minute pre-recorded training program that we'll be able to share far and wide after the project finishes, and also a 2-hour interactive live training as well. So people will be able to choose from those 2. So those projects came about as a result of research that we had done and other people had done that showed that there were gendered considerations that may not have been considered in evacuation design, and potential gendered harms that may arise from that. So while we already did a little bit of this work in Victoria, what we wanted to do was to do a deep dive with different stakeholders to make sure that we had a cutting edge piece of work that we could share with not just the people we're doing the project with, but hopefully ongoing beyond that project. So the voices that we included in this work were obviously women and children, family violence specialists, LGBTQISB+ people, First Nations, multicultural, people with disability, and young Australians and older Australians, which are often missed out of these sorts of projects. So each of those different stakeholders.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
But just to let you know, the slides aren't changing on screen. So our team in the AV booth are going to boot your slides for you if you just let them know and tell them what slide to jump in on and catch you up and carry you on.
Perfect. Jump in on slide 5. I am a complete jinx with sharing screens. And I'll just have to remember to let you know. So let me know when screen 5's up and running.
Yep, you're there now.
Cool. All right, sorry about that. So obviously all of these different groups gave us lots of different information pertaining to, their specific needs regarding gender in evacuation centres. But there was common threads throughout, and these threads included, communication was really key, trauma-informed interactions, privacy, dignity, gender and cultural safety, and trust, as a few people have touched on today, which is, obviously really important. 6. So I'll touch on what some of these groups have talked about. There's going to be some that have more dominant needs than others, and women, children, and families are obviously one that does have more dominant needs. And we like to talk about equity in design of these spaces, as opposed to equality, and that just comes down to biology. At least 70% of needs in an evacuation centre are women's needs, and that is just because at any one time a woman could be menstruating, lactating, pregnant, postnatal, menopausal, a whole lot of things that other people just are not. So if we can design spaces for women, then everyone else is comfortable and everyone else is safe as well. And also, women carry the burden of caregiving for very young children and generally in these situations, particularly we find in more rural areas where partners may actually be volunteering in the disaster or at a workplace not near the home on the day that they need to evacuate. Research from Black Summer also showed that separate infant feeding and hygiene is really, really important. Lots of parents were having to wash bottles in toilets and things like that, not actually in the toilet, but like in the bathroom, which is sort of not an ideal situation. Then we've got domestic and family violence. So in a disaster in Australia, that increases by up to 400% in that tail of after the disaster recovery. And we find in the immediate disaster space, it's sexual violence that increases in that during the disaster, and then domestic and family violence tends to kick in at around the 6-month mark, and then ongoing, increasing in that very long tail of recovery. So in an evac centre, they're quite high risk environments for family violence. And interestingly, if someone has been through the court process, they're actually a lot safer than people that haven't been through the court process. So if someone has an AVO or an intervention order against them, perpetrators are really highly likely to come into an evac centre and declare that, because they don't want to break the law. So we find that the biggest risk is for women that have escaped violence or that are still in a situation of violence, and they're afraid of being found by the perpetrator. So practice in evacuation centres is so important, and I know that that happens quite thoroughly in most places. But it comes down to knowing sort of intricacies. Like, for example, in Victoria, VicPol tells us if someone comes into the intake table, for example, and says, look, I'm really worried my partner's going to be here, and that, what am I going to do? You need to know what you're going to do in advance, and you can't rely on the police who, have told us that they might not be there for up to the first 5 hours of their evac centre being open, because they're attending to the disaster at hand. So you need to have specific processes in place already, and also have staff trained in referral and what to do in those situations. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to have like really in-depth training. It just means that enough to recognise and refer, to just that confidence in recognising and knowing what to do. So the LGBTQISB community, for this community, the information that we got back was that safety is often psychological first, which is really interesting. Obviously, we all consider psychological safety as key, but in this case, it can trump physical safety, and that there are people that will take risks in a disaster rather than come to an ERC and face discrimination or be outed again. And one other thing that comes up really often is that it's really important to have this visible inclusion, like, for example, people wearing rainbow lanyards and no tolerance for discrimination signs, for example. But if this is not backed up by behaviour, that means that that is more dangerous than if there wasn't visible inclusion, because people are lulled into a false sense of safety. So that's really important. And again, that comes down to training. And again, I'll say that you don't need to have a huge involved training. It just needs to be enough to make people aware of this, and then to perhaps tie it in with other discrimination training that you have in the workplace. Similarly, First Nations consultations. For First Nations people, often cultural safety determines access. We've intergenerational trauma and mistrust of government spaces, so that needs to be considered. Again, it's the visible inclusion backed up by behaviour, which is really, really, really important. And also forming relationships before the disaster, form relationships with local Aboriginal organisations, and just get that familiarity going. Multicultural communities. The key here is communication for these groups of people. Again, they have their own specific issues and needs. A lot of these people come from a refugee background, of people that have been come from the trauma of war. So again, that trauma-informed language and trauma-informed messages is really, really important. And also the way that they prefer to receive information is can be different as well. And so what that comes down to again is training and also getting those relationships established before a disaster. Disability, designing in accessibility for disability is really key. So, and also understanding that, women, particularly with a disability, face a massively increased risk of family violence compared to the rest of the population. And that often carers may also be perpetrators. So it's about awareness again, and training, and understanding that disabilities are often not visible. So to have these things built into the process beforehand is really, really important. So lessons for lessons. This sort of work sort of sits alongside lessons management, and that there will be lessons about gender that have been learned through disaster, and our work hopefully enables solutions to those lessons learned. So I guess the biggest thing for us is that it's really, really important to build gender into planning. It's always seen as an add-on. Because we understand that there's a hierarchy of needs, but unless it's built into the planning, into everything from the ground up, it's always going to be an add-on, and it's always going to be a lesson to be learned. It's never going to be learned enough to be put in place. The other key thing is to form these relationships before disasters occur. It's so important, particularly with our feedback from multicultural communities. They fear evac centres. It can bring back a really bad taste of the past. They fear discrimination, which is increasing in our society right now. So it's about familiarising those people, making relationships with key members of that community, and also paying key members of that community as well. And the other key thing is to train staff and volunteers. And, we understand the realities of evacuation centres, and that, taking a Victorian example, you've got 1 to 3 people that may be emergency management professionals within council, and then everyone else puts their hand up for a shiver at the evac centre. So we know how that works. But it's a matter of making sure that there is that training there, so that at the very minimum, the people that you have on your intake table are the people that are trained at minimum to know what to do with family violence disclosures, for example, and other things that may come up with gender. And the other thing is to reach out to us. We have got like a plethora of information and research. We also work to gather research from other people and amplify that research. Often it's just so siloed. And we give our resources away for free, and we're always happy to talk to people and to help them out, and to try and find ways to build that gender into planning. And I'd also like to say that there is some really, really good work happening in this space. And so I'd like to just say, keep up the good work for everyone. I mean, that's what lessons management is all about. It's about learning and getting better, and then learning and getting better and getting better. And no one expects an evac centre or disaster response to be perfect. It's about us all just trying to make it better for as many people as we possibly can. And that's it. Oh, did I completely forget to tell you to do the slides, didn't I?
Thank you so much, Mel. I mean, I found that really, really insightful. It was an opportunity to reflect on our diverse community and how effective they can be in the whole disaster scene, and what some of the things we need to bring a front of mind when we're planning, when we're looking for learning opportunities. So thanks, Mel. Absolutely awesome.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move on to our next presentation, and I'd like you to join me in welcoming our next speaker today, who is Briar Clayton. And my microphone went off and on again. Okay. Briar's from the Ministry of Primary Industries in New Zealand, our MPI, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to the stage.
How do I use this clicker? Magic invisible button.
Yeah, so green button pointed at that bloke down there.
Right. It's actually quite straightforward, isn't it?
The steady press.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, I thought I would rub the greenstone, or pounamu as we call it in New Zealand, because my uncle is in fact a pounamu sculptor. So he would be very disappointed if I didn't honour his craft. But sadly, I'm not here today to talk about pounamu carvings in New Zealand. Happily, I am here today to talk to you about how Biosecurity New Zealand has taken a practical approach to lessons management. So, as I said, I am here from the Ministry for Primary Industries. So Biosecurity New Zealand sits under the Ministry for Primary Industries. I'm actually on a secondment at the moment, so I am currently working in Trade and International Relations, also for MPI, but my biosecurity colleagues have graciously allowed me to still come and hop on a plane and talk to you today. Next slide. So strangely enough, the ADA conference is mostly comprised of disaster and emergency management specialists, less so biosecurity specialists. So I thought that I would just briefly talk about Biosecurity New Zealand and the biosecurity system before I jump into some of the things that we've learned in our continuous improvement. So Biosecurity New Zealand's raison d'etre is basically to protect New Zealand and the primary sector from harmful pests and diseases. So we think of biosecurity and the system itself as a net, not a wall. So you've got three components. So you've got offshore, you've got the border with the big sort of shield around it, which is basically, it is a very strong, tightly packed net, but unfortunately some pests and diseases do get through the border to New Zealand despite our best efforts. And that's when we have our within New Zealand biosecurity. So surveillance and incursion investigation, readiness. So how do we prepare for the things that might come to us? And response, which is the space that my substantive role is in biosecurity response, and then recovery and pest management. So my role in my substantive role in biosecurity is I'm a senior advisor response operations. So I kind of have three components to my role. Continuous improvement in biosecurity responses, which is what I'll talk about, but there are another couple of things that I end up getting myself landed into, primarily responses. So there are a lot of those, a lot of biosecurity responses in New Zealand. I've also been involved in trade responses. So most recently, the Middle East conflict. Working in the trade and supply chain and economic analysis space was quite a different experience for me. But we also have, similar problems like Australia with adverse weather events, and they're happening more frequently, unfortunately. And another space I work in is response leadership and capability uplift. So there's some beautiful, flattering photos of me in one of our laboratories in Auckland. I think investigating a quarantined kiwi fruit plant or something in the background. And that's just a presentation I delivered to the Horticulture New Zealand board. So I guess like many response systems, we are good at capturing lessons, but less so at embedding them. So we see the same issues being reported across lots of different responses, but any improvements that were made were not sort of well captured, or the story wasn't told very well. It wasn't well socialized. So our starting point was fairly ad hoc. Lessons were captured on responses, but not consistently across all responses. Reports were produced, but didn't always necessarily seem meaningful, in that there was limited follow through. And as I said previously, the story wasn't told in a very effective way for people to see, hey, this is what we've identified, and this is, what we've done about it, what we've done to fix the problem. Also, our continuous improvement section was in a readiness group, and then the response was in the response group. So there was a bit of a disconnect between the people that were working on the improvements and the people that were actually doing the responses. Also, I would comment that, we are living in a very challenging time at the moment, and particularly that's not getting any easier for biosecurity responses. So, climate change, economic pressures, politics all kind of influence how smoothly biosecurity responses can go. So what did we change? So we were doing the things, we were still doing continuous improvement, lessons management, but why were we not seeing an impact? And what did we do about it? So we created the response operations team, which is my substantive role, or we lovingly call it the ROT. And the ROT is comprised of continuous improvement specialists, one of which is me, subject matter experts. So we have a health and safety specialist. We have a GIS or geospatial specialist, which I will also talk about later because that has been really impactful. And not that health and safety hasn't, of course. And we have a response capability function in our team as well. So what are some of the things that we focused on when we were looking to make improvements to the way that we did lessons management? So we made it an expected part of every response. So we embedded continuous improvement into a response, just like intelligence or logistics or whatever. We decided that this was going to be a normal thing that we do for all of our responses. We also shifted our focus from documentation to implementation. It's nice to have a nice shiny report, but it's actually more effective if people can see you actually making practical changes. We also increased the visibility of the changes that we were making so that people could see the progress. So we developed reporting dashboards, and we ship that up to our senior leadership, but we also ship it sort of laterally wide so people can see, oh, look at these improvements that people are making. And we really have put an emphasis on training and exercising. So training, getting people understanding the response environment, but also exercising. So what are the specific threats to New Zealand in the biosecurity space, and what are we practically going to do to respond to these things? The framework that we use, I'll call it a framework loosely, because I don't think this is written down anywhere. I think I just put this into my slide because this is basically how we do it. So we capture feedback, and from all responses, as I said, we prioritize. So what's most important, what's actually feasible, and what are reoccurring themes that we're seeing across multiple different responses. Action, so the doing, the creating the improvements, but also really key here is assigning responsibility. So there's actually someone that is going to carry out the thing. Embedding, and how do we integrate these changes into operations, into strategy? So going forward, we can actually see the effect. And monitoring, so tracking the uptake of our improvements and the impact of our improvements, and telling the story, because that is another good component that people often miss out, I think, is telling the story. Are you actually sharing what you're doing? Do people actually know that this is effective and this is working? So yeah, I would say, critical is that ownership and the follow through. Now I'm just going to talk through a couple of case studies, and forgive me, my PowerPoint skills aren't quite as advanced as some of the people in the room, but luckily they're not paying me for my use of PowerPoint. So first case study is on us regionalising the response model. So historically, we ran most of our responses centrally. So from and so the decision-making and coordination was from our head office in Wellington. So that worked well to an extent, but we started seeing some issues there. So slower mobilisation into affected areas, limited use of local knowledge, and we weren't always leveraging local relationships very effectively. So, or sort of really reaping the benefits of that local knowledge. So we trialed something different. We shifted towards a regionally based response model, and that meant pushing capability and coordination closer to where the response was actually happening. So essentially setting up regional control centres around the country. Importantly, as I've been sort of shoving the message down your throat, is we did this across the board, and we did it across multiple responses just to see the difference in the efficacy. So what was the impact of that? We started to see that the impact were quite tangible. We could mobilise faster on the ground, so we could carry out our actions, response actions, more rapidly. We built stronger relationships with local partners, which really mattered. So we had hosted hui, which is the te reo word for meetings in local marae. We had staff out at local markets handing out flyers, just encouraging and educating the community on what was happening and what they could and couldn't do. And also it really helped us work effectively with our contractors. So we use a lot of contractors in Biosecurity New Zealand to carry out our operations. So it was really important that we were closely aligned. But it hasn't been perfect, and it still isn't. There are still challenges. Capability isn't even across all regions. So, for example, we've had concurrent responses in Auckland for the last 2 years, and I'll talk a little bit about what those are in a sec. And that's great because we have our Auckland International Airport there. So we've got this horde of border clearance staff that can mobilise at the time and help us. Whereas when we had the avian influenza outbreak, that was down in Otago. So we don't have as many staff members accessible to that area. And the farm that we were operating on, the infected property, was quite remote. So, there are still issues there that we need to work around, and we need to be adaptable in those instances. And another area of another pain point is also when we have those concurrent responses. It's when we've got people out in different regions doing different responses, that's quite difficult, and staff get tired, obviously. So for us, it's still evolving, and going forward, our focus is just to continue building this regional capability model and to really hone in on our readiness planning during responses. So threat planning, improving our biosecurity intelligence, so we know what could be coming down the line, and also that ongoing training and exercising piece. So that is an example of our border clearance. There are quarantine officers. So quarantine officers have a very extensive training pathway, and we are including response training in that pathway now as well, because they're a good resource to utilise. Just a couple of photos. So on the left is our fruit fly responses last year. So we've got on the bottom photo that is a community store owner with an MPI officer, and in the middle is our contractor, New Zealand Biosecurity Limited. So working with them to get out and about and tell businesses what's going on, basically. And that above that, the photo is a group of all the staff that we had out, both contractors and MPI staff out to hand deliver flyers in the area. And these two here are from the Hornet response, which is still ongoing. The top one is as our contractors SPS, and their coordination centre is in a rugby club rooms at the moment. And then the bottom photo is, so we have this technology that we're using to track hornets. So we basically put these tiny little vests on live hornets and send them off into the world and then track them. So these women here are holding the little tracking devices. It's quite remarkable, really, technology. Second case study is GIS, so geospatial capability uplift. And so this came from a really practical issue, in that our data was fragmented. You know, some people would write stuff down on a notebook, and some people would write it in an Excel spreadsheet, and all these different sources were not necessarily super useful to us because they didn't land in a single repository. Different teams held different pieces of information, and it was difficult to sort of build a real clear, real-time picture of what was going on. So, AKA situational awareness was relatively low, and that obviously limits decision-making because it's not as effective to print out an A3 Google image and put a dot on it. It's much better to have like a geospatial dashboard that you can interact with. So what we did was we invested in GIS. So tools, data integration, but most notably hiring the capability. So we hired a GIS specialist into our team, into the ROT. And he's sort of really enabled us to really utilize how good geospatial data is for intelligence on responses. And the impact has been significant. So we've had a clearer understanding of the spread of detections, disease organisms, controlled area. We've had a better understanding of risk, so how topography may influence the organism, hazard mapping, those kind of things, and also a better oversight of our operational activity as well. So what the team on the ground are doing and what information they're putting into this dashboard by using this little app that they have on their phone. And that's led to faster, improved decision-making and better alignment across teams because we can all see the dashboard. This is the dashboard, an example of the dashboard right here. And sometimes we would have a screen up during the fruit fly response, and these, as they're on the ground, the team's on the ground checking the traps, the fruit fly traps, we are seeing the numbers go up. So it was almost kind of gamifying biosecurity responses, if you will. But as I say, challenges still remain. We're not at the end of the road by any stretch of the imagination. We still rely on skilled people. We still rely on integrating different systems into our geospatial tools. And so our focus really is on just continuing to build that capability. Upskilling staff. So we have a lot of staff that do have tech backgrounds, and we have been, we've funded sending those types of people along to a GIS course so they can kind of learn the ropes of that and actually, work in an intelligence function on a response and using the tools. And I guess we also want to learn how we can expand on the capabilities of this technology as well, and what AI can do for us, the wonderful AI. This is an example of the app. So Corbicula fluminia is the gold clam. So this is a freshwater species of clam that we detected in the Waikato River. And our GIS specialists set up this app so that people, when they went to check the river, they could document all of this sort of observational data. And then that would sort of spit out at the end in a dashboard, and we would have that repository of information, which was super valuable. Lastly, I will just talk about our final case study, response leadership. So building depth and experience in response leadership. So this is probably one of the most important and hardest areas in our experience. We've previously relied on a pool of experienced leaders, but the problem with that is, fatigue during long responses, too much reliance on, the same people to do that, which also causes bottlenecks. A smaller number of people just leads to, burnout in the long run, or, other people not potentially getting the chance to step up. I would also say that, as I mentioned before, like changes in the response environment means that we're no longer, science is the foundation of a lot of our decision-making and biosecurity, but there are a lot of other influences that come into play in decision-making, and some of those other things are getting louder in the face of science. So you do need leadership that can adapt with the times as well, and sometimes it moves to more towards a generalist type of leader than a purely science-based type of leader. So what we did is we've taken a more deliberate approach. We have expanded our leadership cohort. We deliver a lot of response leadership training. We've introduced development pathways, and we've created opportunities to lead, for others to shadow and step up as well. So basically sort of a learning culture. And what we're seeing is greater depth across responses, more consistency, increased organisational resilience because we've got more leaders to go around. But again, still challenges ongoing. When there's concurrent responses, it's still hard to share the load. So it's an evolving journey that we're on, and I've seen the timer go up, so I'm just going to rush through these last few slides. So what have we learnt? Small changes really do add up. Learning must be continuous. Visibility drives accountability. So tell the story, tell people in your organisation what you've done to improve things. And also, I would say, be willing to take risks as well. That's also a really important component. And I think I'm about at time. It's just, that's more of the same. So we'll just end it there.
Hey, thanks, Bri. That's really cool. And one of our posters on the Slido app noted that, acronyms and lessons management are really important, and ROT wins the day. So well done. Yeah, and just a reminder that that's where we're hosting the question and answer session on the Slido app. I know we've spoken about it already today, but just a reminder about that for you. And we'll be chasing up our presenters to answer as many of your questions as we can through the app. Look, it continues to be a great day. Still a couple of fantastic presentations ahead. And I'd really like to welcome Lisa Cameron de Vries from Phoenix Resilience and Eden Hughes-Barber from Queensland Corrective Services for their presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying around. We'll hope to make this as interesting as possible. I'm Lisa from Phoenix Resilience. This is Eden from Queensland Corrective Services. And we're here to talk today about how Queensland Corrective Services is embracing the challenge in continuous improvement. So 4 years ago, I was asked to conduct a review on the Capricornia Correctional Centre riot. And we conducted that review, and I came back there a couple of years later, 3 or 4 years later, to find that a lot of those findings had been implemented. And actually for the next year on the journey, we actually implemented the rest of the recommendations. So I've been doing reviews for 20 years. I've looked into air crash, terrorist attack, and all the like when I was still working in Afghanistan, in Australia, biosecurity, disaster, cyber, doing reviews. But if somebody's actually that committed to implementing something, I am committed to standing here and telling you about it, because that is excellent, right? So super pleased about that. It says forward on there. That should be right. Yes. Now, it is a super challenging environment to do lessons management into implementation, to do exercises, to do all those sort of things. Firstly, everything you do in corrections comes from the point of view of prisoner welfare, staff safety, and public safety. And that is something that is really challenging to balance. The staff on the front line are in a very volatile, high-pressure situation. So whatever you give them as tools needs to be highly intuitive and very easy to use and very clear. The instructions need to be very clear and consistent across all correctional centres when you assist each other, right? The prisoner welfare is super important as well. We might think of prisoners, we might not see them as a vulnerable community, but they rely fully on Queensland Corrective Services for survival. And actually, the line between victim and offender is very small if you travel 20, 30 years back in time. Right, so we want to look at that community. The first objective of corrective services is to reduce reoffending. We want to make better humans. So we have to keep that in mind with whatever we're doing. So those are two really things. Then it's an agency that operates under high public scrutiny, right? And there's a lot of public opinion about what is happening. There's strict governance and there's tight budgets. So in that operating context, you have to deliver something. There's very strict legal requirements, all the way from Corrective Services Act to the Human Rights Act to the WorkSafe Health and Safety Act. All those sort of things have very unique requirements that need to be met while you're thinking about prisoner welfare, staff safety, and public safety. Right, so that is the operating environment that we operated in. But Queensland Corrective Services really embraced that challenge and even did exercises where we go way beyond, where we do really, really complex planning. So, but before we go into that, I'll give to Eden, who will tell you about the journey that the whole organisation has been on.
Hi everyone, my name's Eden. I'm a principal advisor with Active Event Management. And as Lisa mentioned, I wanted to outline, before I outline our lessons management program, I wanted to give you a clear sense of the scale and complexity of Queensland Corrective Services, particularly for those who may not be familiar with our operating environment. QCS operates at a scale that many people do not realise. At the fourth largest department in Queensland, managing over 12,000 people in custody and employ over 9,000 staff spread right across the state. Our network includes 13 high security and 6 low security corrections, facilities that most people would naturally associate with corrections. However, QCS is far more than just prison. Thanks about that. A significant proportion of our work occurs in the community through community corrections. We operate 35 district offices and over 140 reporting locations spread right across the state, all the way through to the Torres Strait Islands, Mornington Island, down to the southwest in Birdsville, and all the way across to the Gold Coast in the southeast corner. These teams supervise individuals on probation, parole, and other community-based orders. There you go. I also wanted to highlight our 13 work camps located across regional and remote Queensland. Established in 1990 as part of an emergency response effort in Charleville following the devastating floods, the work camp program has grown into a vital community asset. Work camp crews provide day-to-day maintenance of public facilities and deliver essential support during emergencies. Over the past year alone, correctional centres and work camps filled more than 10,000 sandbags to help communities prepare for flooding and assisted with cleanup after many disasters, including storms and cyclones. So far this year, work camps and low custody facilities have delivered nearly $8.5 million in labour to Queensland communities, strengthening regional towns while giving prisoners valuable skills that support rehabilitation. It would also be remiss of me not to acknowledge the locations of our centres and offices. Many of them are situated in some of Queensland's highest risk areas, vulnerable to bushfires, floods, cyclones, and isolation. This reality adds another layer of complexity to our operations and underscores the importance of a robust, adaptive, and well-embedded lessons management approach. Uh-oh. There we go. As you can see, over the past few years, we've seen significant events that highlighted the need for a stronger, more coordinated approach to disasters, emergency, and incident management. During the pandemic, QCS identified the importance of a centralised and consistent approach to disaster and emergency management. As a result, our team, the Disruptive Events Management Unit, was established. We're a centralised function responsible for coordinating disasters, emergency, incident, and business continuity management across the organisation. Critically, this includes the establishment and oversight of an organisational resilience framework within which lessons management is a central pillar. We've embedded a consistent approach to improving organisational resilience, and we're now progressing work on the development of a continuous improvement framework, which will encompass all elements of training, exercising, and lessons management. Acknowledging the size and complexity of QCS, our lessons management approach is designed to be scalable and proportionate, detailed when required, but adaptable to the size and impact of any incident, event, or exercise. Today, lessons management is fully integrated into our processes, ensuring that every experience contributes to continuous improvement and a more resilient outcome. Oh, I didn't. That was a nice surprise. So the Disruptive Events Management Unit positions itself internally to QCS as a critical friend. Our debriefing approach follows recognised best practice principles. To ensure consistency and meaningful comparison, each debrief is structured around the key themes relevant to the incident, event, or exercise. Using consistent themes allows us to easily compare lessons across different debriefs and identify recurring strengths or challenges. For each theme, we work through both what went well and areas of concern, ensuring a balanced and constructive assessment. Importantly, once lessons are identified, they're clearly assigned to the appropriate stakeholders. This ensures accountability, clarity of roles and responsibilities, and a clear pathway moving forward. This structured approach strengthens our ability to seek stakeholder feedback, communicate effectively, track and follow through on lessons. It also heavily relies upon strong leadership buy-in, which ensures lessons are not only identified, but also acted upon. Importantly, the process is backed by a robust governance process with reviews and outcomes and recommendations tabled at senior level governance committees and assigned with oversight to the relevant areas for implementation. To support this work, QCS has a lessons database which brings all lessons from incidents, events, and exercises into one accessible and trackable system. It's not as pretty as the Gold Coast one, but it does the job. This system strengthens our ability to assign clear roles and responsibilities, maintain accountability, and communicate lessons effectively across the organisation. It also ensures we can track progress over time rather than allowing lessons to sit unnoticed or unimplemented. And as always, strong leadership buy-in is essential, ensuring that lessons are not only captured, but actively acted upon. Importantly, and like Lisa has highlighted, prisoner welfare, staff safety and well-being, and public safety remain embedded principles across all categories in the database. This is why we continue to embrace challenging exercise scenarios, because they build capability, strengthen resilience, and ultimately help keep people safe. I'll now hand back over to Lisa, who will explain our approach to embracing that challenge.
All right. So for the exercise program, when I came back after doing the review, we're going to do an exercise and it's going to be a scenario that is really, really going to test the systems. So based on risk in Queensland, most disaster-prone state in Australia, cyclone is a real risk. And for a correctional centre that is specifically, the facility, it's built, some of them are built a while ago, they're not all rated to the required standard. The building is a problem, but just all the processes around it, but then also all the critical dependencies are affected when you go into a cyclone, right? So all the food supply, all the transport, all the critical supplies, power, water, all the things that require to run a correctional centre, and then the whole building is built to mitigate risk. So what do you do if you can't mitigate the risk, right? So the question was, do we evacuate, yes or no? So we did started with a study, and we studied the absolute epic failure first. Right. Everyone still remember Hurricane Katrina? This is not a story that's reported on often. So if you go on Human Rights Watch, you will read about it. That facility, all correctionals, there was no plan. So this is what epic fail looks like. No plan, right? For a correctional center. So first there was the storm impact, then there was the flood impact because the levees broke. Those first two buildings, so on Monday, all the correctional officers left. So they put back in their cells, they're sitting there, no food, no water. You can imagine flood waters rising, absolute terror, right? The first two buildings were evacuated sort of in a timely fashion. T3, they didn't get to the Thursday. That's like days and days and days in. After this event, 517 inmates are unaccounted for. Now, you won't see that necessarily in all the reports, and there was no formal investigation, but that's what epic fail looks like. Yes? So that was our starting point. So the question is, in a correctional center, do you evacuate before the cyclone, when you know a Cat 5 is going to hit? Do you partially evacuate, or do you wait? That was the question posed during the exercise. Now, that's an interesting question, because there's many, many, many factors, and I'll tell you the answer as well on one of what it means. But what we did is we really, based on all the research, we targeted the problems. So first, we need to understand what are the challenges for each option. Sheltering in place during a cyclone and waiting to determine if you need to evacuate versus preemptive evacuation, two options that have a completely different risk profile. So what are the challenges? Which one can we resource? What can we currently put in place? What are the gaps currently and how do we fill them? And that's within the agency and a multi-agency context. How are decisions made? That's information flows. What information do we need? Who has the decision-making remit? How do you communicate those decisions? So the whole protocol around that. And then who is responsible for what when you actually execute it? And that's preemptive as well as reactive evacuation. So that is a really, really challenging question to ask yourself. So what we did, and we understand, and that was the point what I said about corrective services, this is not an organization where you have a lot of resources. You have to be very frugal with your resources. So if you do an exercise, you want to make sure that you get the people in the room, that you get the optimal benefit out of those people being there. You can't have a discussion exercise where you go, oh, no, you say something. Oh, no, you say something. And while there is 40 people that are not saying something, right, that know something about the topic. So the point was to get the absolute best out of it. So it starts with do your homework. Absolute pre-research. Understand what all the challenges, gaps, vulnerabilities, strengths of a correctional center are, and really define the problem statement. Do case studies, site visits, and visit all those places. So that's what we did. And review the response documents because you already know where the gaps are. Yes? Then include an opportunity in that exercise to educate people. Because you're doing all this research, there's a super valuable opportunity to share those insights with the people actually attending the exercise, right? So we had specialists on cyclone presenting. We presented research outcomes and the overview of all the risks and challenges of evacuating a correctional center, which is a great opportunity. Then we placed everyone in focus groups that were all tasked with a specific challenge. And they were selected for that focus group based on their subject matter expertise, right? So they could contribute optimally. Every person that was in that room, their thoughts were captured throughout this process because they were part of these focus groups. They answered specific questions. They worked towards solutions. We walked away from that day with answers, not just, oh, there's a whole bunch of problems. Great. Yeah, we knew that from the research. Yes? We walk away from answers. We get the optimum out of all these people. We have debrief sessions where we kind of test the ideas between each other and validate what we're finding on the spot. And then finally, we make sure that in the evaluation team, we have the experience and the knowledge to write the report, understanding the context and in a way that the end reader understands, that you get your message across because you understand your audience. Yes, you have to understand the context. So in that sort of way of designing your exercise, you get the best outcome. Now, I'll tell you something that is probably quite depressing, and it's the same for aged care. The outcome is clearly, by the time you've got the information to make the decision to preemptively evacuate, it is too late to execute it. And this is the same for aged care. because there's so many risks in evacuating an aged care facility, a correctional centre, you would only do it if you're absolutely certain that the risks outweigh the benefits, right? So you have that balance you're constantly making. And by the time you have enough certainty, it is too late to execute it. So like we can say to all the aged care facilities in the world, oh, you should preemptively evacuate. Well, they're actually putting people in harm's way if they're doing that unnecessarily. So that is just a real fact that came out of that. So that decision-making process and communicating that to your stakeholders and understanding what you're facing is actually something really valuable that came out of that. Now, what also came out of that, so we did the Capricornian review. At the same time as we were doing this exercise, as if we knew there was Cyclone Alfred. So we had a whole bunch of other lessons we could draw on and bring together. So we had the exercise for North Queensland facility close to Cairns. And then we had the Southeast Queensland facilities being affected by an actual cyclone threat. And what we did, we apply and then look at the decision-making there. So we could bring all those three together. And really the clear things across all those three are that you have to have that clarity on your incident management arrangements, right? So you have to have consistent terminology within your agency and throughout on the coordination of these sort of events. You have to have absolute clear trigger points and have to test and validate those. And the same with preemptive evacuation, have clarity that by the time you read through, you need to know at what point you can still actually execute the plan that you have. You have enough time to do that you understand how long that actually takes. That there's flexibility and scalability. Some incidents are just a correctional centre, some are in a branch, some are across the whole organisation. You need to have the ability to bring various centres together, use community corrections, and all work of a system that can be flexible and scalable, have the structure to do that, and have a consistent and clear process. And then finally, that decision-making protocols within your agency and between agencies. So what did we do? There was an incident management workshop. It was done within Queensland. So we're immediately going to, we know the problems. We're going to solutions, yes? So we're doing a workshop. And out of that came a roadmap to understand, okay, in order to implement this, we clearly need to understand how the governance arrangements are going to look, how we're going to fund it, how it's going to be structured, trained, implemented. And we plan that out on a roadmap. But in order to do that, the one system that came out of it, and the reason I like it so much, I'm so happy about it, because I remember I'm standing there in the correctional centre, in 2022, scribbling on a whiteboard in some meeting room somewhere, and now we're here, and it's actually on paper, and this is what we were scribbled on the whiteboard. One process for incident management. This is basically aims on a page, Australian Inter-Service Incident Management System on a page, talking about monitoring incident assessment processes, selecting your appropriate levels, and then in each phases where you use your incident action plan, your common operating picture, your structure, your activation processes, everything you have in AIMS on one page. So it's clear to understand. And then the structure, this is an AIMS structure, all the way going from a tactical response in a unit to a center level response, to a branch and division level response, to an organization-wide response. And that is across branches, community corrections, and the like. So you have one structure, flexible, scalable, whatever you need, can go up, down, wide, and it does the things that we do. And it learned the lessons, like have at a center level, have a cultural liaison officer in your incident management team, have a family liaison officer, have a disaster management liaison officer in your team, have a recovery function. While you're responding to the riot, your building is burning down. How are we going to recover the building? Yes, somebody needs to look at that already. So that's why we've got a business recovery function in there. And you can see this is one system to bring it all together. So just really pleased to bring, you know, when you're working on lessons management and you're writing them down, to bring them all the way to the end, that is just epic. So thanks, Eden, for the opportunity.
What a fascinating and challenging environment you work in. That is so cool. A lot of stuff there that I certainly never considered, and gives us an idea to bring to front of mind when we're thinking about those things. Look, we're almost there, but we've got a couple of great presentations to go, and I'm really proud and happy to introduce my dear friends Grace and Dana from Emergency Recovery Victoria, ERV. It's sort of both now. Yeah. we'll leave that one. And yeah, really looking forward to your presentation.
Introduction. Now, before we begin, can I please invite everyone to stand up and have a bit of a stretch? We are the second last presentation of the day, and I'd like everyone to kind of be a bit awake. Have a bit of a quick stretch around and all the rest. Now, if you'd like to indulge me, could you please remain standing if you've ever identified a lesson before? Could be an insight, could be from a debrief, could be from a before action report. Yeah, quite a few of us. Bert sits down, ironically. Now, could you please remain standing if it was not your accountability to actually have to action that? Excellent. Thank you. Have a look around, because I think here we've just identified one of the biggest challenges we have in lessons management, which is that ultimately, if you look around the room here, the real challenge is that identifying the lesson is not actually the hard part. The real challenge is ensuring those insights move beyond reports, beyond recommendations, and into actual decision-making, accountability, and change. Please feel free to sit down. Thank you so much. Now, good afternoon, kia ora. My name is Dana.
And I'm Grace. Okay, and we are part of the capability and operations team within Relief and Recovery Division within Emergency Management Victoria. Today, we're going to talk to you about how Emergency Recovery Victoria, which now in EMV as the Relief and Recovery Division, shifted from simply capturing lessons to building a system that turns insight into impact. But before we continue, I want to provide you with a quick overview of today's presentation. So the session today will go over how Emergency Recovery Victoria applied lessons management organisation-wide to move beyond reviews and transformed a practice into a core capability that strengthened governance, operational delivery, and strategic decision-making. We're briefly going to cover our context and rapid organisational change, the foundations, enablers, and challenges, and how we embedded structured lessons management processes into business planning and governance. Ultimately, this is a story of how lessons management became more than reporting for Emergency Recovery Victoria. We didn't just capture lessons, we used them in a purposeful manner to drive change and lasting impact.
Now, ERV did not emerge from calm conditions. We were born in crisis and then immediately tested by another and another. And as ERV rapidly expanded from bushfire recovery into all hazards relief and recovery coordination, we quickly recognised something critical. Traditional after-action reviews were just too slow. By the time one review was complete, the next higher-risk weather season was already approaching, and there just wasn't enough time to properly implement the findings. But importantly, we weren't starting from scratch, because ERV recognised the whole of sector system school of learn, Victoria's sector-wide lessons management framework. So rather than reinventing the wheel, we made an early strategic decision. Take the EM Learn principles, but rather than asking what went wrong, start asking what can we improve right now. Over several different events, ERV used the OIL methodology to capture many lessons identified that by the end of October 2022 floods, ERV had the foundations for a far more adaptive, evidence-informed organisation.
So the graphic on screen represents ERV's strategic lessons management cycle, a continuous improvement process for turning insight into lasting organisational improvement. The process incorporates EM Learn principles, but shows how we moved beyond traditional after-action reviews to embed lessons management into governance, capability uplift, and strategic decision-making. So let's work through the cycle with an example that most of us are familiar with.
So at ERV, we start in the preparedness phase. We proactively identify operational priorities before future events. We look back at what recurring challenges we are facing and what we need more intel on. So for this example, let's take handover. We look at the areas where we have previously made improvements and we plan for emergency activation, because this, for us, is the initiation of all of our subsequent work. Those key themes are added to our planned debrief plans and evaluation activities ahead of time, as well as highlighted in all staff communication so that everyone knows what we're looking for and they can help us identify anything that's missing.
We record our observations from a range of sources so that we're building a strong evidence base. We seek staff feedback through hot and cold debriefs, through targeted interviews, and we use anonymous survey functions so that we don't miss out on those critical but sometimes confronting pieces of information. In our example, we hear in a hot debrief that unclear tasking in the morning led to operational inefficiencies. This was further validated by anonymous observations about feeling pressured to log off and not even having time to write a handover.
We then analyse. We bring the opinions that were validated into insights, and then we craft them into lessons by adding the root cause analysis. This helps us identify system-level gaps and not just isolated challenges. So in our example, maybe we review the fatigue management guidelines and ask some additional questions as to why people don't feel that they have the time to do handover.
And then we uplift. And this is where we translate our lessons into implementation to ensure that lessons directly influence how the organisation evolves, whether that be by way of governance reform, capability and development, strategic planning, or operational improvements. So this is where the lessons identified become an accountability for delivery. And in our example, this is where we uplift tasking and shift planning capability for our leaders prior to the season commencing, as well as practicing these uplifted processes during annual exercising.
Lastly, we monitor, because we want to validate that these improvements are actually working. Not just the process or the operation, but the application. Are we seeing the same challenges? Do we still need further uplift, or has the training worked? So in conclusion, for our example, during our annual exercise, we monitor for handover observation. Are we seeing behaviour change? This is where we can identify if we've actually made an impact and learnt something.
I know it's a blank screen, we're going somewhere. So how did ERV elevate this concept into a decision-making tool? And so what does it really look like on paper? So we developed this tool here to clearly demonstrate to our executive exactly what it is that our activities are aimed to achieve. So to start with, we clearly identify what activities we aim to undertake. And this includes all inputs, including those from other areas, such as real-time monitoring and evaluation. We then outline how we're managing our data to maintain transparency and consistency across the whole organisation. We identify themes, sub-themes, and our intended outputs. Pop it into a matrix. But most importantly, we link our organisation's priorities, they might be your strategic goals, to clearly demonstrate how our work has direct input into the strategic direction or the goals of the organisation. And we'll go through a full example.
So in 2023-2024, we had bushfires and storms. It seemed to be a very proactive day. But it's also the first time that we used this cycle. Before the season began, it was identified that the priority was to test governance reforms and any improvements made in the operational environment to validate their effectiveness. This was due to changes to legislation, resulting in an impact to ERV's responsibilities within the line of control. Before the season began, we reviewed our existing evidence to understand baseline behaviour ahead of activation. We then collected evidence through State Control Centre operational data captured daily through our hot debriefs, a real-time monitoring and evaluation deployment with unbiased external practitioners capturing the observations and performing the analysis, strategic internal operational activities, including multiple debriefing opportunities and one-on-one interviews with key stakeholders, and an anonymous feedback mechanism and surveys to bring in evidence that may not otherwise have been volunteered. Our analysis revealed behaviour change in our command and control coordination, driven by improved governance arrangements and backed by robust policy and effective implementation, both internally and externally. And for the first time, we could clearly demonstrate progression from a lesson identified to demonstrated behaviour improvement to a lesson embedded and ultimately learned. And from here, our momentum accelerated. Executive confidence increased because they were aware and they were a part of our improvement. It validated the activity that we had prioritised the year before, making our strategic planning evidence-based. And so the demand for lessons management grew because lessons management had matured from being an operational process to a core organisational capability that validated prioritised improvements within our strategic goals.
So we're learning lessons. Tick. We plan and coordinate our lessons management activities across the whole organisation. So what's the next step for us? As we mentioned earlier, we're now part of Emergency Management Victoria, which happened in March 2026 this year. So this change brings emergency relief and recovery within Emergency Management Victoria rather than ERV being a separate entity. With our mature strategic lessons management cycle, EMV now has the opportunity to apply the cycle during organisational transformation to plan, record, analyse, uplift and monitor how our organisation is evolving and continually improving. And finally, we'd like to give you some key insights, having run this process of insight to impact year on year. Firstly, find what works for your organisation. It will look different for everyone, so start where you're at and build from there.
Enable your champions. Don't just find your practitioner champions who understand the theory, build that capability within your executive.
And use those executives as your advocates. Start with your evidence, then bring them into the process as one of your key players.
Develop a learning culture. And if you don't have it, use the evidence you're already gathering. Build it.
Manage your data and trust your evidence. These are your receipts and they will serve your organisation for a very long time.
Integrate with your strategic planning. Use your analysis tool to link your evidence to actions within your organisation's strategic business plan or create actions that are aligned. It needs to be prioritised, adopted, and with clear accountabilities for who owns, who has to deliver.
And then from there, you can build a continuous improvement process. But it can't be a standalone, sit-on-the-shelf document for your organisation. It needs to be a process, a practice that complements your workflows, your business processes, and can be integrated into your ongoing readiness activities.
Treat it like a business case. Make it adaptable and persevere. Consider what your elevator pitch is every time you move around that cycle.
Once you have a process that works, then you can start looking at scaling up. For us, our yearly planning is no longer a pitch. It's expected.
And once you've found the recipe that works, you don't need to sell it because it will sell itself.
So as an organisation, our capability, culture, and governance improved because lessons were used, not just captured. And we weren't just building a lessons management process, we were building a whole of organisation system that couldn't ignore its own lessons.
Now, before we wrap up, we are very aware that we have thrown a lot of information at you at a very small, within a small amount of time. And so I'd like to leave you with a parting gift, which is ultimately a flavour of all of our, if the slides are, a summary of everything that we have covered today, so that you too can ultimately go from insight to impact. Thank you.
What an absolutely fantastic presentation. Thank you, Dana and Grace. And just, I know there was people trying to snap a picture of that, but don't forget, you'll have the opportunity to access all our presentation slides after the event. We'll make sure you have access to them. Now, look, absolutely fabulous presentation. Thank you very much, my friends. And just while these two fine women are standing up the front, just like to put a wee plug in for LearnZA, and that's the Lessons Management in Recovery community of practice that has started here across Australasia, actually. It's an Australian-New Zealand group. And if you're in recovery lessons and you think that you'd like to know more about that, have a chat with these two fantastic women, and they'll let you in on how to be a part of that. Ladies and gentlemen, Dana and Grace.
Thank you.
What a day. Hasn't it been great? Look, I tell you what, we started today with presentations from some fantastic leaders from across the sector. And we're going to end the day with another fantastic leader. It is my immense pleasure to welcome to the stage Stefan Mitchie, who is the Deputy Chief Executive Assurance from NEMA New Zealand. Hey, Steph. Yeah.
Righty, kia ora koutou katoa. As Des said, I'm Steph Mitchie from NEMA Australia, and it's my pleasure to talk to you about, or share with you some observations and lessons from recent events. And recent can be anything, let's just call it the last 3 years. I'd like to thank AFAC for the opportunity to present after 5 o'clock and before the bar opens. And having sat through such great presentations today, 20 slides, 20 minutes, and then we finish and we get to have a drink, no pressure at all. I've chosen what I hope is a thought-provoking title around continuous improvement through continuous operations, because for me it speaks to the inherent assumption that if you do something often enough, you'll get better at it. And that, of course, refers to Alistair's slide earlier today around experience and what you do with it. And if Homer Simpson has taught us anything, there are 3 ways to do anything. There's the right way, there's the wrong way, and the max power way. And the max power way is the wrong way, but faster. So let's hope we won't be doing that. Okay, so just a quick bit of context before I get into 3 core areas. First of all, here's a slide that we update very regularly because it helps tell our story in New Zealand around the number of days inside a state of emergency. And it doesn't specify between local, regional, or national, but effectively what it tells you is already it's not yet the middle of the year, and we've already had more days under state of emergency than any other year that we've recorded. So I mean, part of that is proactive declaration, but there's a lot of it is to do with the weather. So the key part here, of course, is that now we have continuous compounding, cascading events. But the context that's really important for New Zealand, I think, is that we don't have an IGEM. We don't have a standing SES, and we don't have a standing recovery authority. So there's no such thing as New Zealand Recovery Authority. So I think when you put that spin on it, that tells you something quite different. The next aspect there is around, for those recovery specialists, those are all the regions in New Zealand that are still under various types of active recovery. And so the chances that they will all be out of recovery before the next response are, I believe, what you call in Australia, Buckleys. All right. There we go. Now, don't try and read that, please. I've stolen that from Hawke's Bay. That's from Cyclone Gabrielle 2023. All it really tries to show you is the cascading effect of even one significant event can lead to years later all sorts of second and third order effects. And the great one in Hawke's Bay, of course, is the amount of productive land that's been damaged and the long-term socio-economic impact that that's had. So those impacts, of course, as you know, cascade over years. And then the last little bit of context, which just popped up a few days ago in New Zealand, is the New Zealand Climate Change Commission's report, which for the first time has listed emergency management as one of the risks because they have detected that the continuous nature of events is now undermining our ability to react to and recover from events, which is, well, stimulating, shall we say. So I'm going to talk about 3 generic areas. And a lot of these points, I think, have been made probably much more eloquently today by other speakers, but I'm going to try and put a New Zealand spin on them. In keeping with the theme of continuous improvement, a lot of the lessons and observations I'll talk about haven't been through a rigorous root cause analysis or centralised reporting and approval process. Instead, they've been gleaned through surveys, collective reflection sessions, interviews, and sometimes just people reinforcing success that they have found during a response. The first area that I thought I'd talk about is in terms of traditional systems. So we've already heard that events are no longer episodic. So you can't go through a lovely, well laid out and well-paced cycle. I mean, we know conceptually that the 4 Rs are never linear. They are overlapping in nature. But the reality is, of course, our resourcing and especially the emergency management in New Zealand makes the assumption that you have a period of reconstitution where you actually can catch your breath. So many of your staff aren't full-time emergency managers. So plainly, there's an assumption that they will go back to their BAU job, the job they applied for and were hired into. When you are constantly in response and recovery, that assumption, I think you have to call into question. So let's look just quickly at response and recovery. So as I said, we don't have a standing SES organisation in New Zealand. And so our model for readiness response is based on a pretty small number of full-time professionals. And most of them are, how would I say, you'll get your first 24 hours out of them before they're going to need reinforcement. What we've found in recent events is because of their continuous nature, we've tried to up readiness. So sometimes we do preemptive deployments, we move certain elements around the country, or we put certain elements on standby, or we stand up an incident management team so that we can react to something that happens. What we found, of course, is because that was pre-declaration, there are certain funding mechanisms that don't kick in. So we then started to run into that issue of cost of readiness. And that's what I mean by readiness has costs. It's not just a matter of saying, let's get ready, everyone get ready, and then whether or not anything happens, you still incur the cost. So you might open welfare centres, do whatever is like. And it's not just the government or council elements, it's those volunteer organisations, marae, who open their doors, pick open the freezer, maybe bring people in from work, volunteers, that all costs. So of course, what we've tried to do is reach a balance whereby we have a small core team that is conducting, shall I say, readiness preparation activities, maybe some contingency planning. And we're also trying to speed up information sharing so that we can be more precise in our response. Now, we've got some major projects underway, and we're also waiting on some big budget announcements, which we hope will really help with this. But right now, it's really a question of balance. The other aspect, and of course near and dear to my heart, is that of assurance. And it's really important to actually be certifying, shall I say, maybe not, that might be too fine a point on it, but actually giving the public and government assurance that the system is ready weeks or months or years before it's called upon. So that idea of assurance is being brought back to life in New Zealand, and I do want to acknowledge Alistair for his help getting us up and running in that, and we are taking some steps forward. But it'll also be backed by a new emergency management bill, which we hope will be signed into law this time, in a few months in New Zealand. The other aspect, of course, is around response costs. And the Climate Change Commission report I just referred to earlier talked about the government over the last, or how many years? Since about 2010, I think their research suggested that 97% of government's expenditure on emergencies has been in response and recovery. And of course, as we have more and more responses, the more of your GDP that goes into response and recovery, the less you're going to have to put into resilience. So it becomes very much a downward spiral. And I know that's a lesson that we don't have to tell anyone here. Some might call that an escalating commitment to a failing course of action. The last part is workforce impact. And we've heard this again several times today. What we've seen, especially after Cyclone Gabrielle, we now see people avoiding emergency management roles in some places. There's been public backlash against people who have been involved, whether they're full-time or volunteer, to the point that some have moved cities because of the backlash around what is perceived as a substandard response. So, of course, there has to be a major leadership response to that sort of, mob mentality online and the sort of vilification that people now feel free to scatter about the place when they're not the ones doing the response. They're just the ones criticising it from the other end of their phone. Okay, the other aspect around immediate relief and recovery. I noted, of course, we don't have a recovery authority in New Zealand. And what we've found ourselves in NEMA doing is playing more and more that role of the navigator. So for the last series of responses, NEMA stood up a National Recovery Office from within its own capabilities and drew upon other government agencies. And those people essentially deployed to NEMA on the basis of, shall we say, goodwill. There is no obligation to reinforce us to do that role. Now, that, of course, has led us to now consider whether or not dedicated recovery legislation is actually required, and I know that's being discussed at the moment. But what I would say is one key lesson for all of us, and it's one I like to use in Wellington, but it's always not always popular, and that is that bureaucracy matters to bureaucrats. I use that because I have a friend who works in accident compensation, and he keeps telling me about my motorcycle registration levies and how it comes from one account, and then so therefore it must be increased to pay for this account or that account. And I said, I'm not really interested in your government accounts. I'm just interested that you're now going to tap me $1,000 to register my motorcycle. But of course, that's hard for us sometimes as bureaucrats to get out of. And I say bureaucrats because technically, we don't like always to use that term, but that's what we're doing. And NEMA and the partners we have in regional level, we find ourselves more and more helping people navigate the multiple different agencies that they can go to for support. Of course, the lesson there is that go-betweens slow things down, and that if we can't have a single agency to deal with this, maybe we can have a single portal. And so that is one of the aspects that's in our roadmap coming out of the Cyclone Gabrielle response, is that if we can build a single portal, that will help the people who need it at the front line much more efficiently than perhaps producing another government department. I'll just turn briefly to legislation. There's an interesting slide that comes from our Ministry of Regulation. So the number of public acts that we have in government has been generally static. It's crept up over the years, over the last 100 years. But what's changed there is you can see the number of words in those acts. And that is a proxy for complexity of regulation. So from 5 million words and across all the government acts, 100 odd years ago, to now 25 million. And so, of course, people can use AI, and they can use all sorts of technology capabilities to help them get through that, but nothing really substitute for understanding or having a really good understanding for it. Legislation, there's a lot of talk in New Zealand about bespoke legislation. There's about 15 or 20 core acts that are applicable. But the lesson is usually promoting understanding of the acts that we do have rather than building bespoke legislation, because bespoke legislation has taken us a long time. You can see an example there known as swirler in New Zealand for obvious reasons. But of course, there's also, when you build new legislation, there's a risk versus speed trade-off. You do anything rapidly, then you have to accept that you might not get it as good as you want. So it's 80% on time rather than 100% late. Okay, partnership with Māori. I want to just, I suppose we can here talk about we can reinforce the policy and the learnings that we've had from other events some years ago that now we're seeing reinforced through current events. That there is part of the East Coast New Zealand, an area that was devastated during Cyclone Gabrielle, cascading effects, sinking money and carbon into forestry 20 years ago, and the way in which that forestry was managed has had some pretty catastrophic effects for people who live in those areas, but may not necessarily have anything to do with those forests. Partnership, some key points here. Firstly, around perspectives on land or whenua. Paitiakitanga, the idea of guardianship, very different to one of corporate ownership. That is something that has to be taken into account. Perspectives on timescales and relationship. Māori who own and live on, or I should say, live on the land that they whakapapa to, that is not like a financial year. It's not the same as an electoral cycle. It's just a different perspective to come from. And so there's no point coming in and talking about having to achieve something in that particular financial year. Organisational boundaries and structures. Iwi or tribes are organisations. They're not corporate the way we think of it. But like any other organisation, a single point of contact can't do everything for you. So you have to interact with different aspects. Now, we've got a lovely table here which looks nice and tidy, and that's the way I might like to think of it as a bureaucrat, but the reality is it doesn't quite work that way. And of course, the Treaty of Waitangi has an impact on the way in which the Crown interact with Māori. So there may be obligations that you're not aware of at all. There may be an obligation for direct consultation and engagement that might happen from a minister to a local iwi you're dealing with. There may be all sorts of other obligations, data sovereignty, things that you're not normally taking into account, but you have to do it. And that's where the 100 cups of tea come in. It was great to hear Goma talk about that before. I'm just going to keep charging on. This here, rangatira ki te rangatira, from a recent response. I won't point out everyone here, but we've got our, oh, Bruce. This is how I worked in the Australian there. That was good. In that photo, you've got the local emergency manager, you've got the Minister for Emergency Management, you've got the Chief Executive from NEMA, and you've got several iwi leaders. Now, there was no formal process for that event to happen. And the relationship, I'm sure they won't mind me saying, locally had not been as strong as it could have been up until that point. But the dissatisfaction that was bubbling up through different channels became obvious to the Chief Executive, and working with the Minister, pulled together a reconnaissance flight where they brought iwi leadership along with them. After some rangatira ki te rangatira, they found that their relationship was much stronger, and the Minister and the Chief Executive step away. So that's a slightly different way of doing it, and it's not interfering in local relationships, but it's reinforcing and enabling them. Okay, science integration, the final stretch before the icebreaker drinks. Okay, so 3 things we've seen. Uplift in science literacy. That's been fantastic for us. It's allowed a lot of people to be a smarter customer, but it's also increased appetites and raised expectations. Now, everyone expects that they will have instant and perfect meteorological reports 5 minutes before it arrives, so they know when they can put their head out the window and when they can't. Obviously, that's not affordable or realistic. It's also increased skepticism. So transparency and sharing of your data sources and when you've used AI is really important. Of course, the opportunities of AI has allowed us to do great modelling but also it means we have to put in place stronger assurance around checking those models and make sure that we're not seeing some hallucinations. And the role of central enablement and leadership for local delivery. So a lot of our smaller councils can't afford the sort of science advice they need to get. And so by helping build national models that can be scaled down to local area, we've helped to, shall we say, raise the national standard for the application of science and forecasting. All right, from input to integration. Vertical and horizontal integration has been a really important part for us, and we've seen government has been doing for some time now, merging GNS Science and NIWA, our National Institute of Weather and Atmosphere, together to get a better forecasting system. Also, our Chief Science Advisor network has been really fruitful, and our Chief Science Advisor, Tom Wilson at NEMA, has been instrumental in bringing people together. We've also used them to unblock differences and difficulties where they've been between layers or between regions. And we've done something called a science desk and a science advisory panel. I'm just going to go straight to those. A science panel is essentially a way of integrating the EM system with the science system to get scientists and specialists who are generally good translators. And then that is the science desk in action with the nexus here, shall I say, between intelligence, control, and science, so that we can bring all those three functions together. And we've found the faster we've done that, the better response we've got. That's just a really basic structural thing that I personally think comes down to Tom. He probably won't like me to say that, but he's been a great translator, science translator for us in that regard. Okay. I think I came in under 20 minutes and it's almost time to head out there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Steph. Fantastic, mate. Thank you. Wonderful to have those insights from one of our senior leaders. And we've been really blessed and thankful for the senior leaders that have joined us today. Look, that brings us to the conclusion of day one of the Lessons Management Forum program. What a day it's been. I'd really like to thank all of today's presenters for speaking with us. And it certainly has provided us with a lot to digest, a lot to think about, and a lot to take away. For those of you online, thank you for joining us today. The breakout room is now closed and will reopen at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, Brisbane time. And if you're participating in tomorrow's program online, please use the same login link and password as today's session.